Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Hey, what's up? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. It's so good to see all of you. We are on day 15 of the Letecia Stauch trial. We are rewatching the original trial because Letecia Stauch was granted a new trial because someone on the jury was related to somebody that worked in the DA's office. And I do not understand why that person was not struck from the jury, but they were not. So that is on the judge and the attorneys. I don't get it, but it happened. So we are rewatching her original trial in case somebody stupid gives her a plea deal. I certainly hope they don't, because that was the only reason for the new trial, is just because of the jury. So all of the evidence and everything that was allowed, it should be exactly the same, because that was the reason for the new trial. There was no evidence, nothing like that. Therefore, the outcome should be exactly the same. Therefore, the prosecution, I don't see any reason for them to extend a deal to her. So there should not be any lesser charges extended as a deal. So it will be the same outcome, I would expect. I really hope they don't try to give her a deal for a lesser charge. The only thing that would do would save the taxpayer some money to not go through another drawn out trial. But that's why I wanted to watch this trial again with all of my friends, because I know some of you hadn't seen it. So we are on day 15. We're still in the prosecution's case in chief. I do not remember who is on the stand. I know I think the last witness we saw was the psychologist that evaluated her for competency, which is something they do, something that they do. I'm pretty sure they do that for everybody to make sure they're competent to stand trial. It could, they could, if they found something extra that they didn't use in the first trial, they could add that. Or if they had something that they used in the first trial that they didn't think was absolutely necessary, they could not use it. That happens. Or it could be exactly the same. According to investigators, the attack on the deputy during extradition from South Carolina wasn't the first time Letecia tried to escape. She had hatched a plan to break out a window in jail with a broomstick and escape. She planned her escape route by pretending to chase butterflies during outside time. Oh my God. Oh Lord, this woman is not right. I mean, like, no mental illnesses, but she's still not right. Good morning, Judy. Hey, Nancy, I have missed you. Hey, funny girl. Hey, Paul. Hey, Jen. Nut and a half. Yeah. Yeah, she's a few fries short of a Happy Meal. Oh, yeah. This woman. Oh my God. One of the things she told one of the psychologists, I don't remember which one, is that she was sleep deprived, yet she was sleep. Well, she couldn't have been walking in the van, but that she thought a monster was after her, and that's why she threw the can of Monster at the deputy. She's making up all kinds of stories. No. Oh. Oh my gosh. This woman. Oh, this woman. She is definitely unique. I'll give her that. I still don't see what Al ever saw in her unless she was like completely different and then just changed after they got married. I don't get it.
Associate Director.
And then, yeah, since it's offered, just upload it as Exhibit C. What? Yes.
I can't just get it. No, it's okay. I'll figure out.
Yeah. Actually, maybe we probably ought to do that because otherwise it's going to be in a different format.
Just as long as it doesn't go back to the jury.
Yeah.
No, no, I wasn't planning on sending it back to the jury, but the issue is if in civil cases, we always have both sides upload it, but this is a little bit different. Let me think about that.
Okay. I'll let Jack.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Loandra Torres.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young?
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you.
When you get it, when you
That one, the Scottish one, I'm confused because it was court ordered when Letecia had a public defender, but she doesn't have a public defender anymore. I don't know who paid for her attorneys, but she doesn't have, these guys aren't public defenders. But that was a court ordered. The competency one was court ordered when she had a public defender. But she testified for the prosecution. So I'm confused. Because if the defense attorney ordered her, why did she testify for the prosecution? Because we're still on the prosecution's case in chief. So I don't understand that, but I guess it is what it is, but I don't get it. And I forget who's on the stand now. I totally forgot who this person is.
Get settled. I'll have you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name,
Oh,
please.
she's new. Okay, never mind.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lowandra Torres. The last name is spelled Torres.
Is your first name Loandra?
That is correct.
Good.
Okay, that makes
One of the
sense.
few names I was able to get right, perhaps. So what do you do for a living, doctor?
Currently, I'm employed with the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. I am the clinical director of the Court Services Department.
What does that mean?
Well, it essentially means I'm involved in a number of different duties. The Court Services Department here in the state of Colorado is responsible for a number of the court-ordered evaluations as it pertains to competency to proceed, as well as the mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. So in my role, I'm responsible for supervising the supervisors who supervise all of the state evaluators who do those types of evaluations. Another one of my primary roles is to advise administration as it pertains to clinical issues associated with policy and legislation. And my tertiary role is that I am the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship with the department.
Are you a psychologist?
I am a psychologist.
How long have you been a psychologist?
I have been licensed since 2012.
And have you been doing that same role, or at least in that at some point with that agency throughout your whole career?
Not throughout my whole career.
What did you start out being when you became a psychologist?
I was initially licensed in Texas, and I worked in Texas for a couple of years conducting competency to proceed evaluations at a private hospital. Then I came to Colorado, was licensed here. I worked for a couple of years at the state hospital down in Pueblo, primarily doing violence risk assessments with individuals who had been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity. Following those 2 years, I transitioned to the Court Services Department, worked as a state evaluator, doing competency to proceed evaluations, as well as mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. I did that for a couple of years, promoted to a supervisor level, so started supervising individuals as well as conducting these evaluations, eventually promoted to the clinical director level, where I started transitioning to doing the things that I already outlined, in addition to continuing to do some evaluations.
Do you assign evaluations to particular psychologists and psychiatrists within that agency?
No, I'm not involved in assignment.
Are you a board certified in the field of forensic psychology?
I am.
And what does that mean to be board certified?
Being board certified essentially means that you have gone through a rigorous examination that includes a written examination and an oral defense of your work in front of a panel of experts. So your competence in the field is acknowledged to be at a high level enough to become board certified.
And is that rare for a psychologist licensed in Colorado to be board certified?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's difficult and it takes many years. I think the whole process for me at least took approximately 2 years and a lot of studying to accomplish.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in psychology from Johns Hopkins University. I then went on to obtain a master's and a doctorate in forensic psychology from Alliant International University in Los Angeles. Following the completion of my doctorate, I did a 1-year formal postdoctoral fellowship, which helped me specialize in the area of forensic psychology and conducting competency and mental state evaluations.
And have you taught and gave
Not yet.
presentations in the field of forensic psychology?
I have.
Tell the
Not
jury
yet.
about that.
This is still
My teaching has been formal teaching, I'd say, has been pretty limited.
Black Doctor,
I did
the
conduct
Black Doctor
a
is
course
really
out of
old.
Texas Tech University during my fellowship year. But I've been involved in training for quite some time. As I noted, I'm the
follow that.
associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship.
Dr. Lewis.
So that means that I assist with the training of individuals who have received their doctorates and are specializing in these types of evaluations. So there's a lot of training and education that goes into that. In addition, being the clinical director for the Court Services Department, I am involved specifically in the training of competency to proceed evaluations, along with one of my colleagues.
How many competency evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Competency?
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that I've probably conducted somewhere between 700 to 800 competency evaluations.
And how many legal insanity evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Sanity, I've done close to 35.
And have those 35 been here in Colorado?
All but one.
Assuming that one was in Texas?
Yes.
See how I put that together so quickly?
Very good of you.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
31.
And out of those 31 times, did those include both competency hearings and perhaps jury trials involving the issue of insanity?
Yes.
At this time, we would ask that the court qualify Dr. Torres as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
No objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Torres, could you let the jury know how you became involved in this particular case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch?
Yes. I became involved in this case in 2020. I was one of the evaluators who conducted her initial competency evaluation.
And how did that competency evaluation come to you?
I can't say I remember the specifics, but we do have a process for assigning evaluations. And given the high profile nature of this case, they asked myself and Dr. Gray to conduct it since both of us are board certified in forensic psychology.
We're going to talk about Dr. Gray in a second, but why two psychologists involved in this case versus just one?
Usually with such high profile cases such as this one, we like to involve two individuals because it's two sets of eyes. Two individuals who can draw an opinion from what we see, what we are reading, and that's the primary reason.
And who is Dr. Gray?
Dr. Gray is currently employed as the the director of training at the Court Services Department.
And does he have an office down at what used to be called the State Hospital, Colorado what is it called? Colorado Institute?
The Colorado, it's not the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo.
Okay. Is that where does he still have an office down there?
He does.
And what does he do there at the state hospital?
His primary duties are ones of training. So he is our primary training director. When I noted that I do training for competency evaluation, he is the other colleague I referenced. He is also the primary director of our postdoctoral fellowship, overseeing the training of our postdoctoral fellows. He is also involved in organizing the yearly or bi-yearly trainings that we have as a department, which revolve around a number of different topics, those associated with competency, those associated with clinical diagnosis, etc.
And did this case come to you and Dr. Gray for evaluation based on a defense counsel raising competency in this case on June 5th of 2020?
Yes.
And could you, the jury's heard a little bit about a competency evaluation, but could you let the jury know what you did upon receiving an order from the court to do that competency evaluation?
Sure. We have a pretty standard process that we follow. The first thing that we do whenever we receive an order for competency is that we contact both sets of attorneys, the defense attorney and the prosecuting attorneys. to ask any questions about why the issue of competency was raised, what concerns there might be, if there are any concerns at all. Following that consultation, we then review all of the information that we have available to us. In this case, there was a good amount of discovery that we had to review in preparing for the actual interview. Once that is completed, we conduct an interview for competency to proceed. In this case specifically, it occurred over the course of 2 days, meaning that there were two separate meetings, and we conducted some psychological testing as part of our evaluation.
And I'm going to talk about that competency evaluation here in a little bit, but did you also conduct an insanity evaluation based on the defendant's not guilty by reason of insanity plea that took place in February of 2022?
Yes.
And so I may be jumping back and forth as we talk about those, but did Dr. Gray assist you in that evaluation as well?
Yes, both of us worked on the sanity evaluation as well.
And did you use information that you gained or you looked at in the competency evaluation from June?
Nancy, as soon as I get off topic, he will put squirrel in the chat. So he'll be here as soon as I get
of 2020 or the evaluation you did on insanity from February of 2022?
We did incorporate, we did consider our competency evaluation. The discovery was pretty much the same for both cases. And for our sanity evaluation, we had access to a number of other documents like medical records, health records, employment records.
And did you receive additional discovery based on the time frame between the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation?
We did.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why were you and Dr. Gray chosen to do the insanity evaluation on this particular case?
We were chosen to do the sanity evaluation for similar reasons, in that both of us are board certified and it is a high profile case. But in addition to that, we had already reviewed the discovery from the competency evaluation, which makes it a little bit easier. It facilitates the evaluation moving forward. It means another evaluator doesn't have to review all of that information. A tertiary reason would be because we had already seen her at one point in time, which could be helpful in terms of coming to conceptualization for the issue of sanity.
Did the prosecution or defense counsel have any say on you and Dr. Gray doing the evaluation in either the competency or the insanity evaluation?
No.
Was that simply a court order that went to the state hospital? There's a process where people are assigned to do the evaluation and then it's done?
Yes.
Okay. However, you did indicate that you contacted both parties initially to see what concerns there may be or what issues there might be for you to look for. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, we did that for the competency evaluation as well as for the sanity evaluation.
And as you do these evaluations for court order, is there any incentive to go one way or the other in your conclusions?
No, we're paid the same regardless.
I hope you understand why I'm asking that. I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but do you just look at the discovery, the police reports, everything involved, go through the same process where you may interview the defendant and then look at collateral information based on that interview and then make a decision?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go through that process, and I'd like to start with the competency evaluation first, okay?
Okay.
What did you review prior to your competency evaluation with Ms. Stauch? Was it back in June when you saw her, or was it closer to August?
We saw her, it was closer to August.
Okay, I can take a look at your report. Did you actually see her on August 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to your interview with her on August 4th of 2020, was she at state hospital facility for some time period?
She was there, I want to say, approximately 2 weeks before we saw her.
And is that a benefit to your evaluation or is it a detriment to your evaluation?
It's a benefit.
Why is it a benefit?
It's a benefit because it allows some observation of her behaviors for, one could say, a 24-hour period of time that we can then incorporate into our understanding of what is going on with her.
And so while she's down in Pueblo, right? Is that where this was conducted?
Yes.
Are you reviewing discovery and looking at collateral information prior to doing the forensic interview with her?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't do the forensic interview first and then look at it later?
We review the information that we have available to us. A lot of it is primarily the discovery so that we have an understanding of what's going on in her case, as well as the potential evidence against her so that we can better evaluate her own understanding of her case and the evidence against her.
And could you describe for the jury the state hospital, where she was staying, and the setting of the state hospital, I guess is the best way to describe where she was living for that 2-week period?
Sure. She was in our high security forensic building. There is a unit there specifically for female defendants. So she was on that unit. It's a locked unit, but individuals on that unit are otherwise free to roam around the unit. They usually have their own room. I'm pretty sure they do not share rooms, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Usually there are treatment groups that are happening on the unit. I imagine that she might have attended some of those, but I don't recall exactly if she did or not.
Are there people watching her? Are there nurses there that you could go ask questions about what her demeanor was like, how she's interacting with other people, that kind of thing?
Yes, there's nursing staff on those units 24/7.
And did you do that in this particular case? You and Dr. Gray, did you consult with the nurses within that unit to see how she was acting while she stayed at the state hospital?
We reviewed the documentation that they had for Ms. Stauch. I don't remember that we specifically spoke to nursing staff regarding how she had been doing on the unit.
And what documentation did you review? Just kind of summarize that for the jury.
Any of the mental health notes and records that are kept. So those would include interactions that she had with nursing staff. Those are kept on a daily basis. As I noted, when groups are run, there's usually documentation that goes along with that as well, but I don't remember incorporating that into our report, so I don't actually think that we saw anything associated with individual or group treatment.
Jump forward to 2022 when she went down for the insanity evaluation. Was she a resident at the state hospital for that evaluation?
She was not.
Did she just come down for the time period that you and Dr. Gray spent with her during that evaluation?
Yes.
The documentation that you talk about, do the nurses, are they trained as to why they're documenting their observations of particular people in that ward?
Yes, they are. Most of them have been there at least for some time, so they have an understanding of documenting behaviors that they are seeing. I think I would also add that we did read the notes by the unit psychiatrist who initially evaluated her whenever she arrived at the hospital, which is a typical thing that they do.
Do you remember that psychiatrist's name?
His last name is Hoffman.
And what did Dr. Hoffman have to say with regards to Ms. Stauch as she was entering the facility and during this 2-week time period?
From my recollection, he noted that she reported past depression, past anxiety, issues with panic attacks, excuse me. She also reported or endorsed symptoms that might be consistent with mania in a bipolar disorder. So ultimately, he noted that she could have some post-traumatic stress disorder, that she could have bipolar disorder, but he noted specifically that there needed to be more information to really figure out if that was the diagnostic picture, given that a lot of it was based on her self-report.
And is that information that you and Dr. Gray used at least during the competency portion of this evaluation?
Yes.
For instance, was bipolar disorder a diagnosis that you were looking at as you were conducting this evaluation?
It was one of them.
And we're going to get to those in a little bit about the diagnosis. Why are you looking at diagnosis during a competency?
We consider a diagnosis because for competency, the legal definition is a mental or developmental disability, which essentially means if there is a mental illness that is impacting her, say, functional competency related abilities, which means whether she understands factual information pertaining to how court works, or whether she has a rational understanding of her case and can think through possible defenses in a rational manner.
And did you find that she could in this evaluation? Did you find her competent to proceed in the court proceedings?
Yes, ultimately we found her competent to proceed.
Now, again, the jury knows this, but I want to ask you, are you the first one doing a competency evaluation in this particular case?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Dr. Grimmett, who did the second competency evaluation?
Yes, I am.
You probably saw her out in the hallway earlier.
I did.
That's why I say the jury already knows about these things. So what I would like to do is talk about your forensic interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on this June competency evaluation.
Okay.
So you meet with her in August of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you about her personal background? Do you recall?
I mean, she said a number of things in terms of her personal background. She told us how she was born in North Carolina. She described a somewhat disruptive childhood, just as it pertains to some emotional, physical, sexual abuse at the hands of a stepfather. This individual, the stepfather, probably came into her life when she was about 4 years old, but she noted that the sexual abuse maybe started happening late in childhood or early adolescence, maybe between the ages of 9 and 12. She noted that she witnessed domestic abuse. I'm actually not 100% sure if she told us that during the competency evaluation or during the sanity evaluation.
And if I could interrupt you just there, in your report, if you have that in front of you, if it helps you refresh.
And any time the doctor needs to look at either reports, I don't have a problem for just looking at it to do the whole report.
There's a lot of information in this case.
There is, yes.
So if you need your report, we can take a look at it. But I do want to address what you talked about, the sexual assault when she was younger by a stepfather. Do you remember that aspect of it?
Yes.
And I'll just refer you to page 2 of 10 of your report. Do you recall her saying that she was approximately 12 years old when that happened?
That is what she told us during the competency evaluation.
Did she tell you something different in the insanity portion of the evaluation?
During the insanity evaluation, she said it started around age 9.
And that's almost what?
Oh,
Almost 2 years later, year
about it.
and a half to 2
Oh,
years.
the sanity evaluation was close to 2 years later.
Did she talk to you about her educational background during the competency portion of your evaluation?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She noted that she completed a bachelor's degree, a master's in education at Capella University, and a doctorate of education at Liberty University.
Hi.
Did she tell you whether or not she was involved in sports and potentially received a scholarship for in sports?
Yeah, she did say that.
What did she say about that? Do you recall?
She said that she received a scholarship to a Division I school for softball specifically. an athletic scholarship.
Did she talk to you about her employment history?
Yes.
What did she say about her employment history?
In terms of her employment history, she noted that she had primarily worked in teaching, that she had a credential in special education specifically, that she worked for a period of time in South Carolina prior to coming to Colorado. Here in Colorado, she worked for a time period at Whitefield School District, and that her longest period of employment was approximately 6 years when she was in South Carolina.
During the competency portion of her evaluation, did she ever indicate that she lived in Florida at any given time and worked in Florida?
I don't think she mentioned that during the competency evaluation.
Did you also ask her questions about any potential prior mental health issues with Ms. Stout during the competency evaluation?
We did.
And what did she say as to regards as she had ever been in any inpatient treatment for mental health issues?
During the competency evaluation, she said she had never been psychiatrically hospitalized.
And was that consistent? Well, let me ask you this first. Did you review the jail notes in this case with regards to Ms. Stout
Yes.
when she was initially brought into the jail on March 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the jail notes that you saw based on Ms. Stauch's prior inpatient or lack of inpatient treatment?
I'm pretty sure that it was consistent.
Okay. Do you want to look at the notes or?
I don't think we reported in our report specifically whether the jail had noted previous hospitalizations or not.
Okay. Let me just ask you this. Was it, let's see, March and June of 2022 is when you're doing the insanity evaluation. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Had that changed in March of 2022 with regards to her history of inpatient treatment?
Yes. In March of 2022, she did tell us that she had a history of psychiatric hospitalization, specifically in Canada.
And were you able to ever corroborate whether or not she was ever an inpatient, well, in inpatient treatment in Canada?
We weren't.
Look,
We wanted to. She was not able to tell us what city it occurred in or the name of the actual facility. So when you don't have that information, it's hard to figure out where you need to request information from.
and I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, but during the insanity evaluation, did you discuss the inpatient treatment program that she was alleging that took place in Canada?
During the sanity evaluation, she did not speak very much about it. If I'm remembering, she said that she could not remember it herself.
We're going to play a portion of video testimony, and we'll talk about that then.
Okay.
So let me go back to what we were talking about here. Were you familiar with Dr. Grimmett's report that happened after your competency evaluation, but before the insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Are you also familiar that she told Dr. Grimmett about this Canada inpatient treatment?
Yes.
Now, was there some consistency with the amount of time that she spent in each version that she was telling different doctors?
I'm gonna take a look at my sanity report.
Okay.
In my sanity report, I noted that she had made statements to Dr. Grimmett about being hospitalized in Canada, said it occurred in 2018 to treat a psychosis and lasted only 2 days.
And do you recall what she's telling you all during her insanity evaluation?
Outside of the specifics, I noted in my report that she gave some vague information, but that she didn't recall the name or location of the facility itself.
Because you didn't
Cover
go.
it when we play the video later,
Okay.
okay? Back to the competency evaluation interview. I'll turn your attention to page 4 of 10 of your report, the middle paragraph there of the competency evaluation. Do you have a paragraph there listing things that nursing and the psychiatrist that you alluded to earlier talked about how she was doing on the ward during the competency portion of this?
Yes.
And what was going on based on your note there in your report?
In my report, I note that when she arrived at CMHIP, when they do an admission evaluation, she told mental health staff that she had heard voices in the past related to an ex-husband of hers, but she said that she wasn't currently experiencing hallucinations. She talked about her past trauma. She said that she had nightmares and that she had visual flashbacks. She reported being anxious, having panic attacks several days of the week. She said that in the past she had had symptoms consistent with a manic episode, specifically talking so fast that she did not make sense, rambling about things in a manner that didn't make sense, that she had experienced high energy, brief amounts of sleep, and impulsive and erratic behavior.
And was there other notes saying that at the same time she was calm and communicative and, I don't know, I keep using the word normal, but act normal under that setting?
Yeah, it said that generally
On the drive.
speaking, she tended to present as calm and cooperative, pleasant. No apparent symptoms of acute mental illness were notable from mental health staff or even the psychiatrist.
In the last paragraph on that page 4 of 10 of your report, you have a note there inquiring things that she might have asked staff about, how she should act and that kind of thing. Do you see that in the report?
Yes.
What was that all about and what did that mean in the course of your evaluation?
In the mental health notes from the state hospital, it noted that she specifically asked staff whether they could tell when a patient was faking instability or mental illness. You don't see that very often in the records. You do see it on occasion. For me, it was interesting to incorporate into this report simply because it opens up a hypothesis as to whether she herself might want to be exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness.
And is that something that you consider going into the forensic interview when you're conducting the interview for the competency portion of this evaluation?
Whether or not somebody is exaggerating or feigning symptoms of their mental illness is something that we always consider when it comes to these types of evaluations.
And why is that?
Because in this context, there is a potential secondary gain in terms of potentially exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness. Although I'd say it's not as common as one might think it would be. There are always individuals who might want to fake mental illness to either be found incompetent, delay the proceedings in their case, or in the sense of a sanity evaluation, it would be to be found insane and potentially avoid a prison sentence.
But at least at this point in time, in August of 2020, You're only evaluating her to see what her mental state is on that day. Is that right?
Yeah, for competency, you're looking at their current mental state to see whether a mental illness is impacting their current functioning.
And so this is a proper question. I'm not going to ask. In an insanity evaluation, would you want to dig deeper to get more collateral information because the stakes may be higher than they are in competency?
I don't know if I would so much agree with the second part, the stakes part, but for a sanity evaluation, it often does involve a more thorough deep dive into past mental health treatment, past hospitalizations. I would say getting that history for a competency evaluation can be equally as important. You're just looking at the information that you get through a different lens depending upon what evaluation you're doing.
Did you conduct, or did you have the results of any psychological testing with regards to the competency evaluation that you conducted back in August of 2020?
Yes. For the competency evaluation, we had one of our colleagues, Dr. Hashimoto, do some psychological testing, and specifically she gave the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI for short. And then we also did the MMPI-2, so the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, 2nd edition.
And why are those tests and results relevant in your evaluation?
Both of those tests, they're similar and different, but both of them are used to help with issues of diagnosis. It has a variety of scales that look at different types of diagnostic symptoms. So, for example, anxiety, depression, past trauma, schizophrenia. Both of those tests also have validity measures on them. Both of them can give information as to whether someone might be exaggerating symptoms of mental illness, or conversely, they're defensive about symptoms of mental illness. So we give these evaluations to help our diagnostic understanding of what someone might be experiencing or going through. It's just another data point. We give them when the diagnosis is a bit unclear. We also give them to see if there's any concern about further exaggeration or feigning.
So what were the results with regards to Ms. Stauch and the psychological testing that you've been talking about?
Both of those measures were invalidated. The first one that we gave was the Personality Assessment Inventory. That one was invalidated due to, I'd say, potentially careless responding, or potentially having, we call it an idiosyncratic read of the items on that test. But what that means is they read the item and it's not exactly answered in the way that the item was written, or it's not pulling for the right information. So as a result of that, the entire profile was not interpretable. In response, Dr. Gray and I, during our interview, because we saw her 2 days in a row, we asked her about some of her responses to some of those specific test items. And then given that that was invalidated, we gave a second measure. That's when we gave the MMPI-2 to see if we could get some information from that. Unfortunately, those results were invalidated due to exaggeration.
When you say invalidated, are they invalidated based on Ms. Stauch's answers to the questions?
Yes.
In 302 questions, does that sound about right? Or is it close?
There might be a little bit more, but that's about right.
A lot of questions.
Yes.
Multiple choice?
True, false.
True, false.
Yes. The PAI is on a Likert scale. I don't know if that matters, but.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
What does that mean? I'll tell you what matters.
No problem. A Likert scale is to put it simply, do you ever experience this? Give a response 1 through 4. So the way it's worded specifically is you don't ever experience this particular symptom, or you sometimes experience it, or you frequently experience it, or you often or always experience it.
So scale 1 to 10 type thing?
Yeah, except it's 1 through 4. It's only 4 choices.
Okay. Going back to the forensic interview with regards to the competency evaluation, did Ms. Stauch ever give you any self-diagnosis of potential mental illnesses that she felt she had?
During the competency evaluation?
Yes.
During the competency evaluation, I don't recall specifically, but I do know that she talked a lot about being manic. She talked about slipping in and out of reality.
Is that consistent with bipolar disorder being manic?
Mania is a component of bipolar disorder. And just because somebody says that they're manic doesn't necessarily mean that they are or have been or have bipolar disorder.
Did she ever bring up anything about having another personality or multiple personalities during your competency interview with her?
She did not.
Did you ask anything about that?
During the competency evaluation, we weren't specifically looking for a dissociative identity disorder. But interestingly enough, when we were reviewing her responses on the PAI, the first test that we gave that had been invalid, one of the questions we asked her specifically about talked about having 3 or 4 personalities, and she had responded true to that item. So we asked her about that, and she essentially told us that sometimes she experiences different aspects of herself. So for example, sometimes she feels more compassionate, or sometimes she feels more competitive when she's playing sports, or sometimes she lacks empathy when she's around her family, but she did not talk about or specifically delineate having different personalities in the way that she did during our sanity evaluation.
And was that of note to you? Because I know the big picture is coming on the insanity evaluation, but the first contact with her, you asked her directly about dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities, and she denied that at that point?
Yeah, she definitely didn't endorse it in terms of the criteria for dissociative identity disorder and how they're written. So her response to us was pretty benign. We didn't think very much of it.
I imagine it became, what's the opposite of benign?
Important?
It became important when she did disclose that she had dissociative identity disorder during the insanity portion.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll talk about that when we get there as well a little bit more, okay? Needless to say, did you make some diagnosis of Ms. Stauch based on what you knew during the competency evaluation?
Yes.
And what diagnosis did you reach for Ms. Stauch?
We ultimately diagnosed her with a personality disorder, specifically a specified personality disorder noting borderline and narcissistic features.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
Sure. A personality disorder is essentially maladaptive personality characteristics that are evident throughout the lifespan. We noted borderline and narcissistic features given her history of instability of relationships, her history of mood swings that were, I want to say, best delineated by her public defender at that time. When we consulted with the public defender, she was the one who described an intense reactivity of emotion to different things, that just somebody who goes from 0 to 100 very quickly. We also noted her own self-report of impulsivity. Those were the primary features of a borderline personality that we noted with her. In terms of narcissistic features, she really touted her intelligence and her abilities. And when she spoke to us about her treatment in the jail, her expectations as it pertained to how she would not proceed with her defense, but how attorneys should treat her, there was some notable entitlement in that that gave us a hint that there might be some narcissistic features in there as well.
And the jury's heard about rule out, but did you have any rule out diagnosis with Miss Stout?
We did.
Can you just explain again what that means and whether or not that was relevant into your determination that she was competent to proceed?
Rule out diagnoses are essentially provided when you feel like you don't have enough information to say, yes, she meets these criteria for a particular diagnosis. We did a rule out for bipolar disorder as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And we noted that this was a rule out because a lot of it was based primarily on her self-report. We didn't have much in terms of collateral information from past treatment records to substantiate the things that she was telling us. But given that her self-report was consistent with what one might see, we wanted to at least acknowledge that this could be there. We're just not 100% sure that it is.
Did you eventually, I think you already alluded to this, did you eventually rule out bipolar disorder during the insanity evaluation?
We did.
What about post-traumatic stress disorder? Were you able to rule that out at any time?
Not completely.
And we'll talk about that again when we get to the insanity evaluation portion. I just want to go back a second to the psychological testing that was conducted in relation to the competency evaluation. On page 7 of 10 of your report, you indicate that results of psychological testing showed that she was significantly over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness, responding to items in ways atypical even of genuine psychiatric impatience.
Yes.
This raises questions about the veracity of her self-report.
Yes.
What does that mean? And what are you basing that on?
So as I noted, these psychological tests that we gave, they had these validity measures. She invalidated the PAI. I already spoke to the reasons why. When it came to the MMPI, that one has even more validity scales on it, has more than just one that looks at issues of exaggeration, has 3. One of them is just generally, are you exaggerating symptoms of mental illness? And that one was very elevated. There is a third one on there that looks specifically, are you endorsing symptoms that even the very ill, psychiatrically hospitalized patients don't tend to endorse? And she endorsed a number of those to the point where that was elevated as well. So we give these tests, it's indicating to us there might be some feigning and exaggeration. We keep that in mind when considering the things that she is telling us.
And I'm going to jump all over the place, so I apologize, but did she also take the MMPI-2 during the insanity portion of her evaluation?
Yes, we gave it again.
Were the results consistent with what you just talked about from the competency evaluation time she took the test?
Yes, the second time we gave the MMPI-2, it was again invalidated due to exaggeration, and both of those scales that I've referenced were elevated.
And did she take it again with a Dr. Leach? And did you review the results from Dr. Leach, who's a psychologist, with regards to the MMPI-2?
Yes, she was given this test a third time. To my recollection, those results were not invalidated. But I don't remember specifically anything else about that testing. I'd have to go back and look through the notes.
Do you have your notes there on that? If you're not, I can approach with
I have the summary that we wrote.
Someone must have clued her in because she exaggerated. Hey, Jill. She exaggerated twice, and then the next time she didn't. That's weird. Bye, Shadow. Come back when you need
All
to.
that we wrote about that third one is that
She's like, I'm just here for the snacks.
she was getting close to those cutoff points for potential over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness.
Would that be consistent with the prior two MMPI-2 tests that she taken, both during your competency and insanity evaluation?
Consistent in that there was exaggerating of symptoms, inconsistent in that both of our tests were invalidated because of that.
Okay. And what does that tell you in the big picture with regards to her self-reporting, especially when she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder?
Unfortunately, I'd say that the indications of exaggeration or feigning undermines her own self-report.
In your report on the competency evaluation, in several sections, you allude to psychosis as to whether or not Ms. Stauch was hearing things that weren't there or seeing things that weren't there. Why do you note that in your report? What's the relevance of that?
During competency evaluations, we are taking into consideration what defendants say to us, but we are also observing them, looking for any signs of mental illness. Given that psychosis is one of the biggest things that we see for people who are eventually found incompetent, we're always assessing for psychosis in these types of evaluations. Individuals with psychotic disorders sometimes don't have the insight or awareness that they're ill. So we are looking to see if they are evidencing any signs that would indicate that they are potentially distracted, potentially hearing something that might not be, I want to say audible, but might not really be in the room, or whether they might be otherwise distracted by symptoms of psychosis.
Did you see any symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Stauch during any of your interviews with her during your entire time you spent with her?
None.
Does that also apply to insanity? Is psychosis something that you may be looking for in a defendant claiming to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Same reasons or different reasons?
With sanity, I would say that the number of qualifying mental illnesses is even more narrow than issues of competency or incompetency. But frequently for sanity, psychosis is one of the primary issues that might result in somebody ultimately being opined insane at the time of the crime or found insane at the time of the crime. There are other mental illnesses that could qualify for that, but the specific legal definition of insanity requires a mental disease or defect. And the definition of that is essentially a mental illness that impairs one's perceptions or understanding of reality, which is psychosis.
And of course, that would have to go back to the time of the crime, that they were experiencing some kind of psychosis at the time of the crime. And that's what led them to commit the crime, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, a psychosis or some other mental illness that impairs the perceptions and understanding of reality.
Is psychosis common with people who are found to be legally insane?
It is one of the primary reasons that might lead to somebody being found legally insane.
Can you give the jury I'll say hypothetical because I don't want to infringe on anybody's rights, but a hypothetical of someone who might be insane at the time a crime is committed based on psychosis.
Sure. I think an obvious example might be, let's say, somebody who is diagnosed with schizophrenia. Maybe they started to exhibit signs and symptoms of mental or of schizophrenia during their early adulthood. They have a strong background or history documenting their schizophrenia, and then let's say they do murder a family member because they believe they have a delusion that that individual isn't really their family member, but is some sort of imposter trying to take over the government, and they are therefore trying to save the world by murdering this particular individual.
And so what's the second part of the insanity evaluation that you look at? Because it's much more than just having a severe mental disease or defect, isn't it?
Yes.
What's the second and third component of the insanity evaluation?
So the first one is whether they meet the threshold of a mental disease or defect. And then the definition of insanity here in the state of Colorado, there's two parts. The first one is that mental illness impairs their understanding of right from wrong. The second part is whether that mental illness impairs their capacity to form the specific intent as it's written in the specific crime charged.
Is that also referred to as the specific culpable mental state?
Yes.
And it could be intent, could be knowingly, could be recklessly, could be after deliberation, that kind of thing.
Correct.
And so I want to talk about the right from wrong in an insanity case, and I'll use your hypothetical. A family member is murdered due to the belief that they're going to take over the government, and they felt like they had to kill. Is that basically what we're saying?
Yes.
And the mental disease that it's severe enough to cause them to think that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the mental disease or defect has to be tied directly to their understanding of what was going on at the time of the crime, potentially their motivation, their behavior, their emotions, and their thought processes at that time.
And so if they did not have the capacity to know right from wrong, they would think it would be right to kill that family.
Right, essentially for a greater good.
So would they do anything to cover up the fact that they killed that family member if they thought it was the right thing to do?
In the sanity evaluations that I and some of my colleagues have conducted, sometimes people don't, and sometimes people do.
Is there also an issue? Well,
Y'all don't get me wrong. I'm not defending anybody that kills anybody. And I know Lori Daybell was a different state. But if that is a definition of incompetence, well, wait, Lori Daybell was found incompetent at first. But that's exactly what she did. She thought that her kids were, what did she say? Zombies? And she was killing them for the greater good or something, right? So how did she ever get found competent? I mean, I'm not defending her. I'm just saying. Because if that's what incompetent was, how did she ever get found competent? Because she said that the whole time. That, like, even at her sentencing, she said some bull crap about that.
I mean, in your hypothetical, would it be uncommon if someone was truly legally insane to say, what's the problem here? I had to kill this person. Don't you understand that?
I want to say that we do frequently see that where the individuals stick around following the actual murder. They don't run away. They don't try to hide. They don't try to obscure evidence.
Oh,
And
because she
the
tried to
second
cover it
aspect
up.
of it, forming the culpable mental state or having the capacity to do that. Is it really the nature of the killing that kind of dictates their actions, determine whether or not they had the capacity to form that intent?
Yeah, when it comes to the capacity associated with the specific mental state, as evaluators, we take a look at the statutory language associated with each of the crimes to see what is the mental state that we're looking at. And we look at those definitions, with intent, specifically discusses whether they have a conscious objective in mind. Knowingly is more of whether they have an awareness that their actions are going to cause a behavior or that their actions are going to cause a result. Recklessly is whether they are consciously not paying attention to the fact that their actions could cause a result. So we take a look at those definitions and we think through that cognitively in terms of what were they demonstrating at the time of the offense, even in their own self-report. What are they saying that they were thinking? What are they saying about their own behavior? And we're really looking at whether or not they have the capacity to make judgments, reasons to think things through.
Is the type of weapon that may be used, does that come into consideration when you're making that type of evaluation?
Oh, today's Nurses Day. I didn't know that.
It can be. I would say it's not often a central focus of the evaluation.
Let's jump into your insanity evaluation of Ms. Stauch, okay? Let me see how we're doing on, Judge, we're doing okay on time? All right.
Yeah.
We now are in February of 2022. Defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is it the same process on how the state hospital is informed and then you and Dr. Gray are appointed to do the evaluation for the insanity?
Yes.
So did you request anything in addition in the discovery, the police reports, things like that, in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
We did. For the sanity evaluation, similarly to the competency evaluation, one of the first things we do is consult with both sides, defense and prosecution, to ask why was the issue of sanity raised, what are the concerns you might have, or lack thereof. In our sanity evaluation, we received a number of additional records from defense, Mr. Tellini specifically and his team. We reviewed the discovery material. Again, we reviewed the competency evaluation that had been written by Dr. Grimmett that had been new at that point in time. We also reviewed our own competency evaluation. And in addition, we conducted some collateral phone calls with individuals familiar with Ms. Stauch.
And who did you contact, the individuals who are familiar with Ms. Stauch?
Oh, wow.
We spoke with Al Stauch, her ex-husband. We also spoke with Brenda Acquard, her aunt. We made attempts to contact 3 other individuals, but were unsuccessful.
And as part of the things that you talked about with Mr. Tellini and his team, was that obtaining hospital records, medical background on Ms. Stauch for your review?
Yes,
And did they provide you with medical records for your review?
they did.
Did they provide you with any medical records from Canada from this alleged inpatient psychiatric treatment that Ms. Stauch's telling you about?
There was ultimately nothing from Canada.
Again, I'm jumping ahead. I apologize. But during the interview, did Ms. Stauch talk to you about a Dr. Fleischman or Fleischman? Is that sound familiar?
Yes.
And was that an individual that she said she was having therapy with for a year in Florida?
Yes.
Did you get any records from a Dr. Fleischman with regards to psychiatric treatment that he may have done with the defendant?
We ultimately didn't. If I'm remembering correctly, Ms. Stauch told us that we could receive that information from a social worker working on her defense team, an individual named Kyle. But ultimately, the only thing associated with Florida that we received was a letter that accepted her into intensive treatment at House of Freedom.
What was that about? Do you recall?
Our understanding of House of Freedom is that it's essentially some sort of residential treatment for substance use. But Ms. Stauch clarified for us that all of that had been in error, that she had gone for just a day but didn't stay when she realized what it was for.
Did you have any indication back in her personal background that she even lived in Florida for a year period?
There was nothing
My cave.
to my recollection that she lived in Florida, just that she frequented Florida.
And I apologize. I already asked you who you talked to on the phone, the relatives.
You did.
Okay. Did you review the discovery again in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
Yes,
And why did you do that?
because 2 years had passed, and sometimes it's very hard to remember who you saw a couple of weeks ago, let alone a couple of years ago.
Sure. So tell us about the interview, and we're going to get into some video portions for the court's benefit. If the court wants me to jump into the videos before the break, or we can wait and do it after the break.
Let's try to go about 3:15.
Okay.
I don't know where that puts your evidence, but let's try and do that.
Well, at this time, there is a stipulation for the admission of the forensic interview for the insanity evaluation that was conducted on March 24th and June 29th of 2022. And so in my hand, I have People's Exhibits 723 through 728. Each exhibit is a morning or afternoon session with the interview with Ms. Stauch. And they're broken up based on how we received them in discovery.
And defense, do you agree?
Your Honor, that's correct. We had stipulated that both insanity evaluations performed by Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, we submitted in evidence, as well as the videotape recording by Dr. Lewis will be submitted into evidence. Well, neither side is going to play the entire piece of all the interviews, but then bits and pieces may be played as each party wishes.
Right. I think for purposes of the record, though, because there's 6 of them and they are all videos, but it sounds like they're of different sections. For purposes of the record, you need to identify what each one is.
Sure, Your Honor. And if it helps, People's Exhibit 723 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 22-1. People's Exhibit 724 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022-2. People's Exhibit 725 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022-3. People's Exhibit 726 is Stauch, June 29th, 2022-1. People's 727 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022-2. And People's Exhibit 728 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022-3.
Right. Exhibit 723 through 728 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let me just get to my notes here. What I'd like to do now, Dr. Torres, is I want to play a portion of your interview that was conducted on March 24th, 2022, which is a portion of People's Exhibit 723. And then I'm going to have some follow-up questions afterwards. This is about 7 minutes long.
From where?
Over here.
We're going to play it on the TV screens.
I'm at the feed.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 723, starting at 1828 in the interview and stopping at 2532.
whereas I've given everybody else the option, if you would, it's only about 7 minutes, but if you want to step down and be somewhere else, if you want to stay there, that's okay too.
I think this is okay. Thank you.
You mentioned that
I just want to make sure the volume's good, Your Honor. We paused it at 18:32.
As it'll go.
around the time the
Did you want to ask the jury if that was sufficient volume?
That work, that's about as high as it'll go anyway, so not much I can do about it after
We have
that.
some control over here too. It's not all the way up on here.
Okay. All right, sounds like.
started creating different personalities. Yeah, could you tell us more about them? So, I wasn't allowed to go to people's houses in the night, or I was scared to let people come to my house and spend the night because I didn't ever know if he was going to have like an episode. Like when we had like episodes, we'd have to like go into the car and drive around till he passed out and sleep. You know, and then sleep back in the house. So I didn't ever know like if I had friends staying for the weekend. Like I didn't want them to be exposed to that, you know, because people pick on, you know, people pick on, you know. So that around the time I was like 10 or 11, I just started like almost like being able to like take myself out of the situation and let another part of me be the one getting molested. And that was when I came up with Harmony. And Harmony can like tell you about the beef and depth. I try not to do it because I've stored it in a place far away, you know what I mean? But so I started let Harmony be the one being molested and not me. Because that way, if my friends ever ask me, you know, like, why come you can't come over? I could create like a perfect picture in my world that you can come over one day, it'll be great, we'll do this, we'll play ball, hang out. I didn't want them to go to that world where they had to know, like, I was getting molested because my friends would have been like their moms and stuff like that would have been like, you need to tell somebody, you need to do this. And I was always scared of losing softball too, so that was like my outlet.
So you created her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a personality, so did you create anyone else?
When, remember, I told you I lived in the trailer? That was in 1996. That was during the Olympics. The U.S. women's gymnastics team had won a gold medal. And that I played another personality doing that. That's Christina Brigana, and she's friends with like Harry Strub, Dominic Dawes, and a bunch of people that are on the team. And like I had the whole trailer to myself, so she would like be able to like create apparatuses and like do like balance beams off stuff, you know, like because maybe days my mom would be gone, you know, and so that was just the way I would cope with. No, and not knowing if my mom was ever going to take us back there. Because I knew she would. Every time she said she was never going back, we'd go back. So that helped me do that year. Because I had to stay really good in school. You know what I mean? Because my plan was like to get out one day, you know, do really good, which I did end up doing really good in school. You know, I have a doctorate degree. But like, if it wasn't for being able to use these different, I guess you could call it like personas or whatever. I wouldn't have been able to make with her.
We have Harmony. Christina was the other one.
That was from when I was little. As I got older, there was more like Leticia, and there's Taylor, and there's Maria. She's protector. They like I don't sometimes like if you look at like a lot of my different social medias, they have different names. Different page, different one point. You could always tell if she was going to play softball because, like, if I was in Leticia, like Leticia, I'm ambidextrous, so I could hit left-handed and left-handed. And like sometimes people wouldn't understand when I go to the plate, and they'd be like, "Hey, you need to hit left-handed, and you need to like," because there'd be like a runner, if you know about baseball. If there's like a runner in second and third, they're like, "You need to hit left-handed." But if I was in that personality, I couldn't hit left-handed.
So we have, as you got older, there was Letecia Taylor. Mm-hmm. You said Taylor was the protector?
Yeah, Taylor's my main no, Maria's my protector. Taylor's my main personality.
Thank you. Maria.
Mhm. Victoria is the only personality that I have like empathy in because I store so much of, you know, trauma. If you want me to like be like if a friend's talking to me and they need me to give them advice, I have to switch to Victoria to actually try and be empathetic at all. Like severely empathetic, you know what I mean? I just don't have to.
All right. Taylor's the main personality. Maria's the protector. Victoria is the one who has the most empathy and kindness.
And then Letecia, she's bipolar. She would be doing the most. Like you'll notice when I'm on Letecia. Actually, the psychiatrist the other day came to take on this. She was doing the most. She's bipolar sick, and she was up for 4 or 5, 6 days at a time. You know what I mean? So I think it's Kepler or something like that.
You're currently on Kepler.
Kept something. Yeah, that kept from. I was gonna put me back on the Zyprexa, but I'll be eating too much on it. I don't like it.
So who are we talking to right now?
Yeah.
Okay. When you say Taylor is the main personality, what do you mean by that?
It's like, okay, so you notice like with Letecia, she's like more like into her like thug life. I guess you can say like rap music, that kind of thing. But Taylor's everything is like Letecia all wanted to be because she gets to be like, yeah, kind to everybody, but like successful. She has a whole separate world, you know. She's married to Tyler. They have kids.
This is everything that Taylor wanted to be, and Letecia is married to Tyler.
No. Taylor is everything Letecia. You got it backwards. Yeah, Taylor is married to Tyler and have 3 kids, Ariana, Alicia, and Adriano.
Okay, we stopped it at 25:32. Before we get into what Ms. Stauch had to say here, who is present during this interview?
It was just Ms. Stauch, myself, and Dr. Gray.
And why was there no attorneys in there with you?
We don't typically allow the attorneys to be in sanity evaluations with us.
Why is that?
The primary reason is because we would want to prevent any potential interference by an attorney, whether it would be a prosecutor or a defense attorney or somebody telling the defendant to withhold any information or to elaborate further on any information.
And was that Ms. Stauch that we saw in the video?
Yes,
Is it the same Ms. Stauch that's seated to my left with her head down on a notebook here in between the 2 attorneys?
it is.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So let's talk about what she's saying. What impact does it have when she says, I created these personalities?
When it comes to dissociative identity disorder, that's not the understanding in terms of what that looks like. It's not about creating or having control over several distinct personalities.
And so what is dissociative identity disorder, and why do you say that's not about it?
Dissociative identity disorder, in short, it's when somebody is experiencing 2 or more personality states, and it's usually accompanied by some sort of amnesia, blackouts, a period of not remembering what you were doing. It's a complex diagnosis. Essentially, the the different personality states themselves are not controlled. When an individual has this diagnosis, they might not even initially be aware that they are exhibiting different personality traits, hence the blackouts or the loss of memory for periods of time. And the emergence of these different personality states, we call them alters, but the emergence of them can be very random, not necessarily I'm going to now go into this personality state and now I'm going to go into the second personality state. So the fact that she told us that she created them herself, in terms of our conceptualization, we started to wonder about the possibility that she was exaggerating or feigning this particular diagnosis.
And does this relate back to the competency evaluation when you asked her directly about the way she answered on the psychological testing with regards to, I believe you said 3 different personalities?
That, I would say, was more in retrospect. When we were doing the sanity evaluation, I don't even recall remembering that specific detail from the competency evaluation.
When you went back and reviewed that, that's when you saw that detail?
Yes.
Okay. What about the fact that she mentions that one of her personalities or her personas was involved with the gymnastic team and that she's friends with the gymnastics team? Is that something unusual, perhaps, to have that persona?
Again, for me, it was her report that this was a creation of hers, and that it's associated with something that was happening, per her report, in 1996, the Olympics that year. And if I'm remembering correctly, she noted that that was just another personality that she created at that time.
With people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder, would they know the other personas?
Sometimes.
Explain.
So it's going to be, I'm going to say, case by case dependent, but the research suggests that the clinical presentation of a dissociative identity disorder, they used to think that there was no memory or awareness of these other personalities that one might be experiencing. But now it's thought to be more porous, meaning that there is some awareness that this might be happening, but it's going to be a case by case thing.
We're going to see some more examples of this in some videotapes, but just one last question about this. You mentioned earlier that there's some amnesia or blackouts. Would people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder remember what they did when they are in another personality?
They might have some awareness of it, and sometimes they might not.
Is it on a spectrum? Are there more severe issues with people who may suffer from that diagnosis than others?
Yes.
And is that consistent with all the mental illnesses in the DSM-5? Some are worse than others depending on the person.
Yes, even within a particular diagnosis, someone might have a more severe presentation than another person.
The next portion of the video we're going to watch looks like it's close to 10 minutes long. It's going to be on People's Exhibit 724, starting at 14:48 and ending at 24:55. Again, if you want to sit back here or sit up there, whatever you're more comfortable.
This is fine, thank you.
$14.48, yes.
And just decided to get married, so that would happen, so I think we probably should, just a little bit, like, know each other. but it was to keep from having to do those crazy things that were posted. We wanted to make sure whatever we did never hurt anything to do with children. So it was good on that, but then early in our marriage, Albert goes to Oklahoma. He's away at Oklahoma, he's away in Colorado Springs for training. And I'm taking care of the kids on his weekends to make sure he didn't lose his weekend. So I would have the kids on his weekend, but he would be in Oklahoma and he'd be in Colorado Springs. So like a lot of our marriage, I'd say 85% of it, we never even lived together. We never lived together until Colorado, like officially lived together. Because
Funny night.
yeah, that was when we moved to Colorado Springs. Because we moved to Colorado Springs in March, but he didn't come yet from Alaska. Now I got the kids in school and stuff, so we really didn't live together. And so I started working at French, and I got back from probably graduating high school, and then we had all went on the cruise. So really, it was August 2019 when we actually like lived together. So it was more of like almost like a convenience. Like I feel like the marriage of convenience was I did everything for the kids. I took care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? I worked and we could buy whatever we wanted because we both had really good incomes. And I know that whatever, but that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's what it more so like.
When you started dating Albert, were you still living in North Carolina?
So this was South Carolina.
Living in South Carolina?
I was living in South Carolina.
Did you and Albert ever have any problems with the
No, like, okay, so our mom is a nurse practitioner for a psychiatrist. A lot of extensive experience in psychiatry. She would constantly tell Albert, I needed to be on medication or I need to be doing it throughout our whole marriage. You know what I mean? So that would cause a lot of problems. Like even if you look at the report that she wrote police before I got arrested, she talks about, you know, in there about, you know, 1 minute I'm this way, 1 minute I'm that way. You know what I mean? So like basically was married to him and her. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't necessarily a lot of physical. There was not, you know, any physical abuse. It was a lot of emotional abuse. He's a narcissist. So, you know, he's the victim and everything. And he took advantage of my mental, sometimes I way my mental status would be, and like go to his mom about it, and they'd all try to like, you know, tell me I need to be on this meds, I need help for this, or I'm crazy, and I'm, you know. So it was more so mental and emotional. You know, there's never any physical up until the end. When we got custody of the kids, he thought I was in cahoots with her, which I guess you can kind of say I was. So if you look at my phone records, you'll see my plan was leaving, but I didn't want to leave the kids. Several messages you can see me say, I don't want to leave the kids because I know they will get taken care of. So we had custody of them. But their mom, she started dabbling in drugs, but she wasn't ready to get the kids back yet. So my plan to her was always like, I'm gonna let you know right before I leave. You better have a house, you better have everything together, and then I'll help you get the kids back to the lineup. So when he found out that I, what he called it, was in cahoots with her, that's when he started getting violent and aggressive, like throwing lamps in the house, throwing like, there's a video on my phone they have where he stopped the car, because I record it all the time, because I wanted to keep all that evidence for Landon to have. And he's beating the piss out of Gannon, and he's flinging stuff like irate because he thinks we're all in cahoots against him to get the kids back. And he's like, you're just trying to take the kids from me. You're trying to get them back to their mom. So once I got the Colorado Springs and we lived together, that's when it became like that. Never, there was no hitting me with his hands. It was just flinging stuff in the house, being angry, slamming doors, punching doors. Like he would get like that because he swore down I was working with her. Which I guess you can see it as me working with her, but I felt like if I left, they wanted to be taken care of. Like, he's going to do schoolwork. He's going to make sure they clean. Nobody, he wouldn't. So he doesn't have that nurturing piece or that ability to multitask or none of those things. So in a way, I was kind of working with her to get the kids back home, but I guess he took that as me going against him. I was doing what was right for them. You know. I would leave.
And so the kids would have been his two kids.
Right. If you look at all the school paperwork, who always talked to, up until he realized what I was doing, that I was collecting evidence to get the kids back home to her, because she had already promised me that I could see the kids whenever I wanted in Carolina, like that she would not take them out of my life. She had already told me that. And so, like, once I started collecting, he would notice I'd be driving down the road and I'd have the phone on. And I'd just start collecting everything. Because I'm already a paranoid person. But I knew, like, if I start collecting stuff, you know, like, I would have it to give to her for everything. Because I wanted her to get her sobriety first, get a home, whatever. And once he noticed I started doing that, that's when it got a little bit violent with him speaking. I was trying to set him up and take the kids from him. His weren't paranoia. His was just because he knew I was right. He knew that everything I was collecting was preparing for when I left. Because if you even look at my phone searches on the evidence, you'll see that, like, I was like looking for a place to stay. I was like getting everything in order. I had already told Gannon, like, on Wednesday, I'm going to call your mother and tell her what's going on, but we gotta wait till Wednesday. The reason I said wait till Wednesday because I was starting that flight attendant job, and I wanted to make sure that everything had went through my flight attendant, that I had been like officially hired. I was going to the training, everything before I said something to her that, hey, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? Here's our plan. This is what we're going to do to get the kids back. They wanted to go with me, but I told them, I was like, don't charge me with kidnapping. They can go across the country. We got to have a plan, you know, so. But that was always the plan. So they can call it cahoots, whatever they want to call it. But my plan was to make sure I know that Rhonda and Matt would take care of that. So Amanda's mom and dad. I know as long as when I was in South Carolina and I had the kids, they were the only two people that helped me with anything. I had by myself. So I knew they would be safe with them. Whatever I needed to do to prepare them to have them, that was the application. So.
And about how many months, maybe before this alleged defense happened, did things take that where he really became aggressive?
I know it sounds minimal. I've created so many different personas in my life and so many different ways to cope with everything I've been through. The sunlight is one of them. Like being in somewhere warm, being somewhere where I can use those coping skills to help me when I have a flashback, you know, when I wake up from a nightmare, so I tried to talk to him about it. And I said, hey, Colorado and me just don't, you know, like it's causing me to get worse mentally. I was having more of my manic episodes. I was just like having more episodes where I forget and lost the time. And a lot of it was because I didn't have those coping skills. Like you can't play softball here in Colorado. You know what I mean? Not during the months that I'm used to playing back home. And so, you know, all these skills I built over time were taken from me in Colorado. So when I got here officially in August, it was weird because I had to do outside duty work too. For teaching, you know, to have like outside duty, stuff like that. I was freezing in September, you know, and I was like, I wanted to do something else, or let me go be a flight attendant where I could do warm sometimes. And I'll set my schedule where I'll be with the kids a few days a week, and I'll be a flight attendant a few days a week. Because I knew mentally I needed the outlet because I'd used it all my life. That's when he took offense to it of like, if you're going to be a flight attendant, there's nobody going to be here to watch the kids. And I was like, I'll be here on these days, but these days I want. So that was around September, October of 2019. Because I had applied for a flight attendant job and I was supposed to start it the next year because they would have like a waiting list or whatever. That's when it got like that, when he saw that I was actually going to be leaving or be gone part-time. He can't operate without having someone do everything. So that's
We just stopped it
So
at
full of crap. Oh my.
24:55. Before we get into the content of what Ms. Stauch is saying, could you give the jury understanding of the form of questions you're asking? In other words, are you suggesting the answer when you ask questions, or are you wanting to get information from her, and explain why you do that?
Sure. During a lot of these forensic evaluations, we like to ask questions in an open-ended manner to give the defendant the opportunity to explain their life story or their perceptions to us. We try to avoid, to the best of our ability, yes or no answers. We definitely don't like to feed them information, especially when it relates to diagnosis that they can then regurgitate back to us or to someone else. So the questions we ask tend to be open-ended.
And is that what we see in this last segment we saw? Is that kind of how the entire interview went? You would ask a question and you would get a answer and there would be rambling and there'd be nonstop talking. Is that the sense of how the whole evaluation went?
She did have a tendency to ramble during our evaluation. I think that there were times where maybe we asked a question, especially as it pertained to the offense, where she spoke at length, easily 30 minutes, 40 minutes before we asked any follow-up.
In regards to the segment we just
Wiggles, she told them she picked her personalities. One of them was married and had kids, and she named all 3 kids. She's full of crap.
watched, did you or Dr. Gray ask questions about her relationship with Al shortly before the crime?
We did.
And is that the response we're seeing where she's talking about, I was gonna leave Al, that kind of thing?
Yes, we were trying to understand the nature of her relationship with Mr. Stauch since it's relevant to this case.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to several pretext phone calls that were conducted between Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And is what she's saying in this last segment consistent with what she's saying in these pretext calls, where she's asking him, are we going to be together? Are we going to get back together, bring our family back together, over and over and over again?
I do remember that from the pretext calls. Yes, this report would be inconsistent with that specifically. And I might suggest that both things could be true at the same time.
Sure. It's complicated, right? It's a relationship. You don't know all the behind the scenes information that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
How about when you talk to Al Stauch on the phone as part of your insanity evaluation? Did he give you information about their relationship just prior to Gannon being killed?
He also noted that things were rocky, to say the least, that there had been some thoughts about separating and that no actions had been taken at that time.
What about when she talks about living in Colorado and not being able to play softball and she needs to be in the sun, that kind of thing? Was that any relevance to your evaluation when it comes to insanity?
When it comes to insanity, the primary focus of that evaluation does tend to be at the time of the offense, and it's helpful for us to have an understanding what the defendant was going through. I'd say even up to a couple of weeks before the actual event, just to understand what was their emotional state, what symptoms might they have been exhibiting at that time. Did they undergo any particular stressors that could have exacerbated symptoms of mental illness at that time?
I want to talk about the stressors. When we talk about dissociative identity disorder, is there a triggering event that might commonly be seen in people who suffer from that mental illness that causes them to switch personalities?
There can be, and at the same time, it can be random.
In this clip, again, she mentions switching personalities. You recall her saying something about that?
I'm trying to remember. specifically what was said during this clip. Would you be able to remind me?
Sure. She mentioned something about being able to switch personas based on the weather and how she can adapt to different things. And do you recall that line of her answer? If you don't, it's not that.
Not specifically, no.
Yeah, this would be a good time to take a break if the court likes.
I was going to ask about that, actually. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. So something that Mr. Combs said.
I am not familiar with that. I am trying to remember if I did an episode on what's the guy's name? Like Billy Mulligan or something like that? I know I did one story on, there was a guy that claimed he had DID and he robbed someplace. I can't remember his name though. Let me look real quick. Oh, I did do one on him. He was the first person in the United States to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. Oh, my hair was so pretty back then. That was before I layered it because I was tired of it being thick and hot and heavy, and now I wished I hadn't done that. Okay. That is Girl in the Green Dress. I've not heard of that one. Yeah, this was Sybil. Were those based on real people? I'm gonna have to look that one up. But this is the link to my episode on Billy Mulligan. And then I did another one. Oh. I think it might be this one cuz it says who did it, Kiko or Dwayne? So it might be this one. I know there was one where some guy robbed a convenience store and he ended up shooting somebody. Yeah, it was Jim. It's always Jim. Jim McIntyre. He did it all. And so on this one, this guy claimed it was DID, that his other personality did it. Yeah, it's It sounds so made up, but it is. The mind is so complicated, and the fact that your mind can splinter like that, it's fascinating and terrifying at the same time. But the things your mind can do to protect you, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's for protection. Your brain tries to protect you from the abuse. Did he? I don't know.
All rise for the jury, please.
The weird thing about Dahmer is there was an interview with him and his dad after he was in prison, and his dad said that he had the same fantasies and urges as Jeffrey did. He just never acted on them. Is that not insane? That's crazy. Can you imagine? So does that mean being a serial killer is genetic? I think they need to study that. Yeah, but doesn't reintegration take like intense therapy and stuff? Like that's something that's really, really hard to do. Really?
Thank you, Gail. Seated. Court will recall
I mean,
20 CR 1358.
Marty's going to show up any minute and say squirrel. But they would have to. And this goes back to Dr. Lewis's theory, I guess. They would have to. Because, like, look at, for instance, John Wayne Gacy. He was a respected businessman. He went to church. He was on, like boards, community stuff. I don't know what all he did, but everybody was shocked. He was an upstanding member of the community. Nobody believed that he could have been a serial killer. Yeah, she is a joke. Yeah, BTK is another one. He's another one. He was a deacon at his church. He had a family, but then he had this whole other life. But I don't think that's multiple personalities. So that's just two sides of the same coin. Like they had a secret life. Yeah. The smiley face killer had a daughter. He was divorced though, but he had a daughter. Yeah.
Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you just very briefly because of something that Mr. Combs said to me. Regulation of room temperature in this room has been challenging. So I want you all to know that if you need to bring something in, such as a jacket, a parka, a scarf, a wool cap, or gloves, mittens, those sorts of things, if you need to bring that in and you've forgotten to do it, and you've left it back in the room and we need to take a break for you to go get that, we're happy to do that. So just let us know if that's
But the
if
other
that's
day
an
it was
issue.
hot in there.
So with that, Mr. Young.
Thanks, Judge. Same thing for you. If you need
I
to-
appreciate it. Thank you.
You and I didn't have an opportunity to go over these videos prior to your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
And
Stay
so
by
you
the
don't know what's
microphone.
coming up on the next video. Is that a fair statement?
I don't.
I'm going to do a better job of kind of giving you a preview of that, and then I'll ask you what to look for. Would that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. So the next video is we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're going to fast forward to an hour and 19 minutes and 26 seconds. We're going to play a 3-minute clip. In this video, I'd like you to watch for evidence of dissociative identity disorder. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on what that means to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch in that disorder based on what we see on the clip. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right. So with that, Your Honor, we'll like to play 1 hour, 19 minutes and 26 seconds, and we'll stop it at 1 hour, 22 and 25 seconds.
That's the thing, okay? So Letecia believes that Sam Hunt are always together. Y'all know who Sam Hunt is? Country singer, right? Okay, so he always like kind of laughs at me about this because I be telling him Sam Hunt writes these songs about me all the time, you know what I mean? And so we went through, when I'd be in my bipolar episodes, like we had everybody convinced back home that Sam Hunt was Harley's dad because Hunt's their last name, you know what I mean? And then I don't know, because I be getting like this ego of like, why wouldn't you want to be like, I still do the same thing now, even at the jail, and I don't have nothing but an orange suit. You know what I mean? But I still be thinking the most, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I am aware of the discrepancies in my personalities and being, you know, working with special needs kids throughout the time I have. I know when I recognize something's abnormal to be around somebody. I'll be like that. And then next thing you know, I won't come out of my room. Especially around like holidays and stuff like that. Like, I won't come out of my room. I'll just be sitting in my room the whole time. Like in my marriage, Albert would be like, why don't you come in here and watch TV? And I'd be like, no, I'm staying here. Why do you want to stay in here? But then I go into the mode of like, well, I mean, I spent a lot of time in my closet growing up. Why not? You know? And I would just not eat, flow with me. You know, the world's going to end. I want to die. And then I'd fluctuate back into it again. So, like common sense, I knew something, you know, wasn't right. Like, I'm not a stable person. I'm not a person that you're going to say that being a professional that I am. Went through all this time with schooling. How do you think I did this? Because I didn't see. You know what I mean? I'd be so excited. I'd be doing this degree and that degree and that degree. How did I get them all? Because of those times. But then there'd be times when I wouldn't be turning in my schoolwork, and I'd have to message the teacher and be like, "Look, the rest right now, you know, like next week I'll catch up and do 3 weeks worth of work, but just not this week, you know." And so, like, you learn that's just not normal. Like, if you guys, one of y'all came to work with each other like that, and you consistently came like that, you'd be thinking one of two things: are you on drugs, or is something really wrong? And I don't do drugs, so. Like, the more and more that happened, you know, like, I became cognizant of it. And then Harley, as she got older, she started noticing. She was like, Mom, you'll be this personality, then you'll be this one. And then she just learned to, like, you know, like, to deal with it. And then sometimes they can't even pry me out of the room because I won't leave for days, you know. So as it happens more, you.
So we stopped it at 122.25. She's talking about discrepancies in her personalities and that she's aware of them. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does that impact, if it impacts it at all, your diagnosis or lack of diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder?
Well, as noted before, awareness of the different personality states in dissociative identity disorder, it's complicated in that you can be aware of them, and at the same time, you might not be so aware of others. But that being said, when I watch those clips, despite what Ms. Stauch is saying, to me, it sounds like she's trying to explain different mood states as opposed to different personality states. And it sounds to me as though she's trying to explain to us that she can be manic and then depressive or have depression, kind of reflecting a bipolar disorder. But what's particularly marking is that idea that she can anticipate when she's going to come out of a depression. As she noted in the video, she talks about having all this energy to have all of these degrees, and then she might be depressed, not want to come out of her room. She might not do the work associated with teaching that she's supposed to be doing, but she can catch up on it the following week when she comes out of this depressive state. I mean, in bipolar disorder, again, you can't anticipate or plan when you're going to be manic or when you're going to be depressed. Those are not things that one can control.
Regardless of what was going on with Ms. Stauch when she was in school, she was able to complete her schooling and eventually obtain a doctorate degree. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what she said.
So when you talk about she may have been depressed at some time, it didn't mean she didn't black out and forget about the schoolwork. She just knew she had to go back and do it in a future time or at a later time.
That's how it sounds to me.
She also mentions in this clip that Harley, her daughter, knew about her different personalities. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Did you or Dr. Gray try to contact Harley Hunt, her daughter, during the course of your evaluation?
We did.
Were you able to talk to her?
We talked to her only briefly, but we never were able to conduct an interview with her.
And why is that? Do you know?
Ultimately, she said that she needed to seek some legal counsel before she could speak to us.
Do you know whether or not Harley Hunt eventually talked to law enforcement at some point during this investigation?
My understanding is that she eventually did.
And do you know whether or not she actually testified in this trial?
I'm aware that she testified.
Would it be surprising to you that she testified that she didn't know anything about her mom?
Your Honor, I want to object. This is an inappropriate question asking this witness to comment on it.
No, I think you can I think the question is phrased is objectionable. You, number one, you are reciting what some other witness had to say and you can't testify. Number two, I think that you can rephrase the question to ask her in a hypothetical fashion, if a witness had testified or if the facts were to establish X, what would be your opinion? I think you can do that.
And I understand. I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. If Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what Ms. Stauch said in the video, would that impact your decision on whether or not she had? Well, let me strike that. Would that tell you whether or not she was being credible when she told you that Harley was aware about her different personalities?
I'm going to object to the question asking her to comment on the credibility of the witness.
Sustained. You can't ask somebody to comment on the credibility of someone else. You can ask her whether or not it would be consistent or inconsistent, but you can't say that it's credible.
Well, we're talking about Ms. Stauch. You're doing an evaluation and you're relying on her self-reporting to certain things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would that self-reporting be impacted if you knew Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what she said on the video?
I would say collateral information is always very helpful in these types of evaluations.
And obviously at the time that you're doing the video interview with Ms. Stauch, Harley Hunt was not cooperating with you or anyone else. Is that right?
I don't know if she was cooperating with anyone else. She just politely declined to participate in our interview with her.
Okay. The next clip I'm going to play is at 1 hour and 27 minutes and 34 seconds. We're going to stop it at 1 hour and 33 minutes and 24 seconds. And in this particular clip, Ms. Stauch will be talking about delusions or hearing things. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about what she says about that. Okay?
Okay.
So with that, we can start the next clip.
Minutes ago, you said you hear voices, that they're all your personality,
Right.
and that's it.
Yeah, and the devil. But you know, there's always the devil. The devil was trying to tell you to do something. Like when I was on the hike in January 26, the devil was telling me to jump off the height because it had to be a white family to jump off the height. That's the devil. That's like cosmic powers trying to like come in and intervene. That's going to be with all of us. You know what I'm saying? The closer you are to God, the devil's going to come get you all the time. You know what I mean? But as far as like, you know, I don't believe in this whole thing that people say, and no disrespect to y'all, good jobs, but for me, I don't believe in this whole thing where people say, oh, these people are talking now. These are your cosmic powers and your personalities. Like all my personalities will go talk to me and be like, why don't you just slap that girl? Like, those type of things. But I don't get drugged with these people beyond this whole best thing when they be doing that stuff. Like none of that. But there's always the devil that has you to do that. You know what I mean? Like running a Jeep off in the form of chance for you to run a Jeep off. You know what I mean? But I don't believe in the other stuff. So, you know.
So you don't believe in which other stuff.
I be seeing people come in and they be on meds and they be swearing up and down, like, you know, like, these people were telling them to do this. And I'm like, what? You know what I mean? It's only gonna be the devil. Like the devil told me to jump off the hot different. But ain't gonna be just random people sitting out somewhere telling you this. Like, this ain't how it works. You know what I mean? Yes, does my different personalities tell me to do different things? Yes, but that's still a part of me, just in a separate world. That's not, you know, I don't know. I just feel like they be just a little bit. I believe in, if they want to say wrong, that's the devil or that's yourself. I mean, even if you got 5 cells, it's them. It ain't, if you, that's people not on drugs like me now. People that be on meth and all that. I be seeing them coming there and they be swearing up and down, you know, the most craziest stuff is going on. Like I don't believe in that. I feel like it's the devil. Not, I mean, have I? Yes. I've been in forms of psychosis in my life where I've felt things. Or maybe you can call them delusion. But on a regular basis, no. Like if I'm in a different world, like if I go to a world like a Janelle's world, I see everything Janelle sees. But that's because I've created those worlds. I've been able to be like, I know what Janelle does. Or if I go to Christina Browning and I'm doing gymnastic stuff around cell, like I know that I can make a balance beam, or you know, I put apparatus out or whatever. But I know those are things that I leave this place to go to that place, so I put them. You see what I'm saying? It's not something that, you know, there's, you know, oh, that looks like the sun is in here. Like, no, it's not like that. I actually created those worlds. I know what goes in there. I put it there. You know what I mean?
Sounds like it's almost a conscious choice on your part.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Except Maria. Now, I don't have a choice on that part, because if I can't control going to Maria, that I can switch back and forth, but I cannot switch to Maria without it being triggered. Like you'd have to put me like under some like, you know, drug-induced setting or something to trigger to get Maria. I can't forcefully switch to her, but everyone else I can, because it's a conscious way of doing it. You know,
You should have done some.
like every time I go to court, I tell Miss Robinson, the lady out here, she goes with me to court. I'll be like, bye-bye, Miss Robinson. I'm leaving. She's like, don't leave yet. And I just go to a whole other world. Like sometimes I'll be calling my name. She'll have to like snap me out of it. And I'll just be
She
in a
should have
whole
done
different
some more
thing.
research before she decided to use
But
this excuse.
I created that as a way to deal with things in life. It's
She
not something
created that. Yeah.
You know, that
Nice try.
chemical imbalance or something, I don't think. But then Maria though, she's a trained sniper now, so she can do the most.
Where did she get training to do?
But Maria does for hire. She got trained from Russia. She does for hire, but she's from Mexico. She got trained for hire. She does $1,500 per minute. She does different things.
Per minute?
So you see her come out, she's talking about eliminate this person, eliminate that person, but there's only certain people. It's pedophiles, people that like sexually molest people, people that rape people, like those that need to be eliminated from the planet. These are people, you know, you can say, well, you're a Christian, you're supposed to not say that, but Maria's not Christian, so she don't say that. Those are people that just need to be completely wiped off the face of the planet. Because if you're going to sit there and hurt a child and pedophile and molest them and all that, then you need to be breathing.
So we stopped it at 133.24. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, there is.
Let's start with her conversations about the devil and the devil telling her to do things. Okay. What's your take on that?
Our take on that is ultimately, it seemed like an exaggerated symptom, that one specifically. She talked about auditory hallucinations, hearing personality states, again, in dissociative identity disorder. The research related to clinical presentation says that's possible. Hearing the devil wouldn't be associated with a dissociative identity disorder. Hearing the devil could be associated with a psychosis. But again, given Ms. Stauch's history, there's nothing there to corroborate that she's had any significant psychosis that persist, that one might hear that symptom and say that symptom goes with this particular clinical presentation. What was also striking was, at least as it pertains to issues of psychosis, is that individuals who do have a psychotic disorder specifically are usually hesitant to draw attention to their symptoms. They can be difficult to assess because they might deny symptoms, or they might just withhold information as it pertains to those. So the fact that Ms. Stauch just very openly told us about this hallucination, hearing the devil and hearing the devil at different moments of her life, it's just not a particularly credible symptom in the way that she presented it.
The way she presented it was in reference to the hike that took place on January 26th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so, for the sake of argument, if in fact the devil was communicating with her, did she have ability to say, no, I'm not going to jump off a cliff? In other words, she didn't listen to the devil.
Yeah, that's important.
Why is that important?
When it comes to issues of psychosis, people sometimes hear hallucinations that command them or tell them they should behave in a particular manner. Some individuals with psychosis have difficulty controlling their behavior in light of that, and some people can control their behavior in light of that. It kind of depends how sick they are at the time.
And she mentions again to you and Dr. Gray. Incidentally, Dr. Gray is asking specific questions about psychosis, it sounds like, during this portion of the interview.
Yes.
And she understood those questions and is responding to those questions. Is that fair?
Yes.
She starts to talk about her different worlds. And was that a common theme throughout the interview?
Yes, generally speaking, whenever she spoke of these other personality states, she frequently talked about how she created the personality states, she created the worlds, she could move from one world to another on her own volition. with the exception of Maria.
Now, how does that fit into a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder?
Doesn't.
Do people who suffer from that disorder describe their different personalities as going to different worlds?
I've never assessed somebody with a legitimate dissociative identity disorder to be able to know if that's how they usually describe it or not. What strikes me is that it's convenient that the one personality that is particularly important and relevant to this evaluation is the one that she has no access to.
Talk about that in just a second. But with regards to going to this world, for instance, too much information, but when I'm having a problem trying to go to sleep, I go to a beach and I think about sitting on that beach and listening to the ocean. Am I suffering from some kind of dissociative identity disorder because I do that?
I would say that I would need to do a more thorough assessment.
No further questions.
I have a second cousin that was abused. Her and her sister both. They came to live with us for a while. And the youngest one, when things were happening to her, she went to Disney World in her head. Never been to Disney World, but that's where she went in her head. She made it up. She pretended she was at Disney World. But she didn't have DID. That's just what she did. In her head, she pretended she was at Disney World while it was going on.
Yeah, I did. All right, well, I guess maybe I'm off. I don't know. I'm never going to think about that again. Let's talk about Maria, okay? You just said that there's an exception to her different personalities with Maria. How significant is that to your evaluation?
As I said, Maria ultimately ends up being one of the most relevant personalities associated with the evaluation of her sanity at the time of the offense.
Yeah. This fundamental.
She talks about all of these other personalities. She explains to us that she is unaware of a couple of her personalities, that she learns of them through the evidence. She seems more aware of a separate set of personalities. And then when it came to Maria, she said that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any given time. Just like she noted that she can move from one world to another in these other personality sets, Taylor, Christina. I don't know that I could remember all of the names off of the top of my head. When it came to Maria, she said that she couldn't do that with Maria. But it's also interesting to me that she seems to have an awareness.
When I have an MRI, I pretend, well, I don't know if pretend is the right word, but I envision that Jesus and I, because I'm a Christian, we are swimming in the ocean, riding on the backs of manta rays and sharks and whales and all that kind of stuff, because I love the ocean and I love ocean animals, and that's what I do when I get MRIs and PET scans and those kind of things. But luckily now they just put me to sleep for MRIs. That's how bad I am in an MRI.
Of Maria's existence in terms of her being a trained sniper, where she was trained.
How do you solve a problem like Maria?
The idea that Maria speaks different languages. All of that seems a bit far-fetched to me in terms of this idea of dissociative identity disorder. Because dissociative identity disorder the minority of, well, I'd say the majority of individuals who experience it as multiple personality states coexisting at the same time within them, which is where the identity confusion comes into play. It's not usually presented so overtly in terms of, I have this separate personality with all of these different qualities than me.
Is it inconsistent to say that she knew this much information about Maria and yet at the same time say she can't control switching over to Maria?
To me, I would think that if she had no access to Maria, I would expect her to have less of an awareness or understanding of that particular personality.
While we're talking about Maria, at some point during the interview with Ms. Stauch, whether it was in March or in June,
Hey, Michelle.
did you ask to speak to Maria?
We did ask her if we could.
And how did she respond to that?
She essentially said that she couldn't just switch into Maria. She noted that, I think she said a little bit in there, that something would have to trigger that particular personality to come out of her. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, during the course of our assessment, she said that we would need to bring out specific evidence or discovery to help her return to that state. Just how she noted that she was aware of these other personalities. We asked about what Maria was thinking at the time of the alleged offense, and that's when Ms. Stauch told us that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any point in time.
I'm going to fast forward to November of 2022. Did you review an interview that was conducted by a Dr. Lewis with Ms. Stauch in her insanity evaluation?
I did.
And did you see a portion of that interview where Dr. Lewis said, "Hey, can we speak to Maria?" And then Maria appears talking in a Spanish accent?
Yes,
Was that Ms. Stauch in the interview?
it was.
Was that inconsistent with what you saw when you asked her if you could speak to Maria?
I would say, generally speaking, it seemed to be. Dr. Lewis asked multiple times, to my recollection, before Maria emerged. I also saw Dr. Lewis doing something with handwriting, and I'm not familiar with whatever technique that was.
Okay. We may be watching that at a later time, okay? The next segment I want to talk to you about is reference to Maria again, and it's in reference to an incident that happened when she was being transported from South Carolina to Colorado, where there was an assault on a deputy. Do you recall that information?
Yes,
And do you recall talking to her about that information?
briefly, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this clip, and then I'll ask you some more follow-up questions about that. And just so the record's clear, we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're now at 1 hour and 39 minutes and 2 seconds, and we will stop it at 1 hour and 41 minutes and 10 seconds.
If you look at that report where the drive here, that lady was trying to get me with her gun. And like you can see on the camera, well, I kept on telling her, like, I knew exactly what she was over there doing and thinking. And I kept telling her, like, I know what you're doing over here. I know you're out to get me, you're trying to shoot me with your gun. Like, I knew all that, you know what I mean? So like, that was a time, an example where it was very heightened, where I was like all over the place thinking they were out to get me with the stuff, and that I was trying to read what she had going on, and she was trying to shoot me with her gun. I don't know if you saw that report, but like you could see it in there where I keep looking at the cameras telling them this. That was an example of a time that it was like very, very high.
She keeps on. She keeps on.
And those perceptions that you get are always accurate, or
From like the premonitions.
no, on the when you get real paranoid and it seems like you know what other people are.
Yeah, because like think about it. In that instance with that lady, that Deputy James, it was pretty accurate. She ended up did having a gun on me. So therefore, what else she'd been doing with a gun? Pointing at me. She was trying to kill me with it. So like, that was a perfect example why it was accurate, you know what I'm saying? And of course, Maria came. That whole incident happened when Maria came, and she's just going to regulate all, you know what I mean? So, it's usually always accurate. Like, the whole incident with the guy trying to tell me I hit somebody. I didn't really hit somebody, but these people were out to get me the whole time, and I kept telling them, like, look, there ain't no way I hit somebody. Y'all were setting me up. Like,
You were
who hit somebody and there's no mark?
into jail. Of course they had
So
guns.
I knew they were doing that because his last name was Sanchez and Maria's last name is Sanchez. So how did that happen? You know what I mean?
Okay, we stopped it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 10 seconds. Was it clear to you when you're talking to her that she's saying Maria was the one that kind of took over and assaulted the deputy on the way back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Looking at the interview with Dr. Lewis, where it's alleged that Ms. Stauch turned into this persona named Maria Sanchez, talking in a Spanish accent, did you review the video of the assault coming back from South Carolina?
I did not.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
See, these guys are ready for it. I got to find the exhibit number.
Yeah, I want to see it again. No, she kept yelling. She keeps on. She keeps on. No accent.
Let's try People's Exhibit 338.
Or well, except for her country. You know, her normal accent. No, she didn't.
I didn't rehearse with them either.
She did not. I did not see the Talento. I really need to watch some YouTube videos about her. I watched that chapter, and the only thing new I learned was that her
For the
teeth
record, we're playing 338.
revoked in 2016. I know, that's hilarious to me. She keeps on. She keeps on. Stupid. You are in custody for murder. Yes, they're gonna have guns. Yes, I would love to see them. They had her on suicide watch.
Oh. She keeps threatening me. Stop. Well, she keeps threatening me.
Stop it.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
No,
she got out of the restraints. She keeps on. Threatening me.
Put your arm down.
I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down. Put your arm
But she
down.
keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not
Tisha,
to her.
Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not to her.
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would.
Then give me your arm now.
I said I would with you. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. This.
Stop resisting.
I'm resisting. I said I would with her. Well, the other
They're
one.
double locking. Go ahead. I got her on.
Yeah, we
I have to talk.
Stop
I'm not.
resisting. Yes, you are.
Okay, we stopped it at 1:56. You heard several voices on that.
Yes.
Did you ever hear a voice that was consistent with the voice that you saw in Dr. Lewis's interview of Ms. Stauch, where she was talking in this Spanish accent?
I did not.
Did you recognize Ms. Stauch's voice in this video clip?
I did.
And is it the same Ms. Stauch that you evaluated and the same person seated in this courtroom that you did your insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Is that consistent with or inconsistent with what she's telling you that she turned into Maria when she assaulted this deputy, the video we just watched?
It's not consistent with the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos.
But is it consistent with what she's telling you, that she switched worlds or switched personalities and Maria went into protection mode and assaulted the deputy?
I would expect that if she had gone into this personality of Maria, that it would be presenting as the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos, meaning with a Hispanic accent.
We're now going to go back to your interview and we're going to stay with People's Exhibit 724 and we're going to go to 2 hours and 21 seconds. And this is about a 10-minute clip. So if you want to sit down, but just to kind of give you a preview of what we're going to be talking about. Again, it has to deal with dissociative identity disorder, her switching personalities, and then actually talking about events close in time to the crime. Okay? It's up to you if you want to sit there or back here. Okay?
Did you say this was just 10 minutes?
This is about 10 minutes, right?
I can stay here.
Okay. We'll go ahead and play it.
What the timestamp?
2 hours and 21 seconds. We're going to hit play.
If I turn the volume on.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. This kind of relates back to a few things. So you've mentioned flashbacks. Can you describe more what that feels like for you? Yeah. So anytime that I feel like I'm threatened or something is in trouble, danger, threatened, kind of way, I'll always have a flashback of like me trying to protect my mom. Like there was one time when my mom's boyfriend Greg was like beating my mom and he threw her through the glass window at the front, and I ran around the house, got the bat, hit him in the legs and knocked him down. So like I'll have flashbacks of those times with those things happening. I mean, I try to like, I did therapy before. We try to like reframe it, you know what I mean? I did that before through the school district. It just doesn't work for me. I would still have that flashback, and then that's why sometimes I switch personalities and go into protective mode, because I'll have that flashback and I'll think I'm back in that same time. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you know, I text my boss and tell her that my stepdad died. I had a flashback that morning when Lena came into my room. I thought, I guess it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I texted my boss and told her that my stepdad died. That was because I was having flashbacks the whole time and nightmares of the day when my stepdad died, because I weren't really sure if he was dead or not. You know what I mean? And it happens a lot, because like I can see somebody walking on the street and I'll be like, that looks like him. One of the triggers is red and black. Okay, and I know you have red and black on. So I can even watch like NC State. That's one of them, you know, basketball. You go to NC State game, red and black. You know what I mean? Because it's surrounded. It's not just one, it's surrounded.
he would come in with red shirt on and black. And he always named this as like his whole thing of like his mom. So his mom was killed supposedly by his stepdad. So he always wears red and black to like commemorate, you know what I mean? But I can see somebody walking on the road with red and black on it, and I'll have a flashback of stepdad coming in the room, turning lights on. He'll go, "My name is James Lowry," and he has this whole like monologue thing that he does before he heightens up to the beach. You know what I mean? And so that happens. That's why when I was driving one day on the back roads, I was thinking there was somebody walking, and I was thinking it was him. And so, like, it gets scary because, like, what if one day I was to, like, try to run that person over, like, thinking that was really him, you know what I mean? So those are the kind of flashbacks I have, and most of them, I'd say 90% of them have something to do with him. Me and Kyle call him Jackass James just because we, like, don't see it presently so much. Jackass James, because that's what, you know. Other that I have flashbacks is from fire because the house burned down when I was younger with my mom. And my mom blamed me. And I called 911 and I got in trouble for calling 911 because my mom was saying that the way they read the report, she wasn't going to be able to like get the house fixed on her insurance and like same thing. Got in trouble for calling 911 when said that here. What happened was I was trying to cook for my siblings and I had a pod and curtains used to not be in there now, whatever. And I had to run go get my little brother and I was trying to find my sister. And when I came back in, it caught flame on the thing and it burnt my mom's whole kitchen living room. So like anytime there's something hot, I can smell it. Like I can smell the fire that's out there. Like sometimes like if for example, it can be something small, like people could be doing like a wood fire in the woods, like, you know, burning trash or like a bonfire. I don't do bonfire because I will be at the bonfire and I'll just be like, no, like, and I'll have a flashback of the time that the fire happened in the house. The reason we moved from North Carolina to South Carolina was to show and shock our house and set it on fire because we lived in the very neighborhood. So I'll have flashbacks of my mom calling me, telling me that everything we had worked for was burned in the house. So those are like just some examples of what happens. I mean, I can almost like feel like it's burning, or I can almost feel like I'm there. I smell it, I see it. You know what I mean? And then I'll remember everything. And it's almost like it's different than when I switch personalities. When I switch personalities, like I go to those whole different. When that happens, and I have a flashback in that same place that it happened, like I just visually.
She's so
And
stupid.
so much from my stepdad. Like I could never. I tried the psychotherapy and the whole reframing it. I don't expect me to reframe getting molested by a person that your mom married and trusted you. What? How do you want me to reframe it? That's what I'd always tell him. Like that he didn't do it because he did. That just doesn't work. And so like I tried doing all that, but I couldn't. Anyone that looked like him, anyone that freaking like walked like him, like anything. Throughout my whole entire life. You know, and especially with the whole like whenever he come in with the whole like James Larry, if their person's name was James, I'd always cringe and like, you know what I mean? When I read this sounds bad, God forgive me. When I read the scripture in the book of James, I can't even go to the scripture in the book of James without having those flashbacks. And that's bad. Reading my Bible. Can't even read that section because that's his name. But I'd be thinking like, as good as James was, because James was Jesus' brother. How? This is James. Like there's something wrong here.
Jesus out of this.
My brother, she gave my brother Dakota James his middle name, and I don't that. So those are like times that things is like reading a flashback of him. Like when they did my brother's graduation, we walk across the stage and they were like, he graduated high school and I was there. And they were like, Dakota James Lowry. I literally was like, freaking don't tell him. He is not like his dad. You know. A lot.
So you're saying that these flashbacks are more than just a memory.
Oh God, yeah. I'm telling you, almost like you're right there. See, coach, all your senses are activated. You know what I mean?
I also recognize that red and black is trigger for you, that you're experiencing the flashbacks today when you saw me.
So when you first said something to me, I didn't say anything to you, but that was the reason I didn't. Do you remember when you first were like, how are you doing? And I didn't say anything to you? I told myself, like, you know what I mean? Like, she has nothing to do with Jackass James. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, don't think I try to disrespect you in any way when you first said something to me, but I go into like that defense mode on it. My friend, when she comes to visit me on the video stream, she won't. She won't wear it. Like, she won't do it because she knows that's one of me. That's what that is wrong for her. Like,
You're such an.
and I, you know, I went to school, like, I'd go watch ball games at North Carolina, but if we played NC State, I'd be like, oh, hell no. Because I'd just, like, surrounded by a sea of red and black. Nah.
And you've mentioned triggers. We've talked about several different triggers that you have. What exactly is it that they trigger?
Well, if they don't trigger a flashback, which is usually what happens, it kind of depends on what my mental state already is. So basically, if it's just, I'm a little heightened, it'll be a flashback. If I am in severe protective mode, like scared for my life or someone else's life, it will go into anyone's enemy, and I'm protecting those people around me. One time we were at Burger King, this was in January of 2020, and this guy, he came in, and he was trying to pick on Lena about the drink machine. It's literally, like, I felt like she was, this guy was trying to do something to her. He looked like James in a way, sort of, kind of like body shape, everything. I get on the table at Burger King, and I'm like turning out the whole entire Burger King, like, to protect her. Like, I feel like that's my job. But like, I have to do it first before Maria does. If Maria does it, I'm not going to remember it. And if she does it, it's going to be bad, because then it's going to be somebody who is trying to hurt somebody else who's going to be hurt. You know?
I want to start with the last thing she said there. She said, I want to do something to protect people before Maria does, because if she does it, Maria is going to perhaps take it to a different level. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then she went on to said, I can't remember what Maria does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How significant was that to your evaluation when you're considering dissociative identity disorder?
It was important to us during our evaluation. And I suspect we'll talk in more detail about it, but we had her delineate the events leading up to this offense. And she does, I use the word speculate, because she has told us that she doesn't know what Maria is thinking at any point in time. But she, at the same time, tells us that at the time of the offense, Maria might have thought that the individual who was killed, ultimately Gannon, was Letecia's stepfather.
Did she ever tell you at any point during the entirety of these interviews how she was able to tell you what Maria did?
You guys remember that judge that said, sir, this is not Burger King. You cannot have it your way.
If she doesn't remember what Maria does?
No, she's never able to explain that to us.
She talked about flashbacks at several times during this portion of the video. What's the significance of the flashbacks, and why were you asking follow-up questions about that?
Flashbacks, again, were relevant to
Yeah, I don't see
the
Turtle
question
either.
of mental state at the time of the offense. As I noted, she said that Maria, well, we were asking follow-up. I'm going to answer the second part first. We were asking follow-up questions because her description of these potential mental health symptoms at the time of the alleged offense were somewhat layered on top of each other, and quite frankly, a bit confusing to follow. So,
I can hear her
you know,
voice stand in my
throughout the
head.
course of our evaluation, she would talk about dissociating, and she would talk about these missions as though she were in a manic episode. She would also talk about dissociating, and then the issue of flashbacks, which in itself is a form of dissociation, but not a dissociation as it pertains to a different personality state. So we were looking for symptoms potentially associated with this post-traumatic stress disorder, and flashbacks are a presentation associated with that. But given that her own self-report was confusing, difficult to follow, not really consistent with any of the specific presentations that we would expect for dissociative identity disorder or psychosis or even flashbacks associated with PTSD, we were asking follow-ups.
Was it inconsistent with how she described the flashbacks? Initially, she says, when I have a flashback, I switch personalities. Do you remember that?
She has said that, yes.
Did she later on come back and say, flashbacks are different than me switching personalities?
Yes.
What significance does that have, if any?
Again, it's trying to understand what is this clinical diagnosis that we're looking at. When it comes to flashbacks, flashbacks are when you feel as though you are specifically reliving a traumatic event from your past. It's more than just seeing something and being reminded of something that happened to you in the past, which we all probably experience from time to time. There's nothing particularly pathological about the latter one. But when it comes to flashbacks, usually an individual exhibits behaviors that are notable by other individuals because all of a sudden it's as though the person is no longer here in this awareness and reality because they are essentially reliving something that has happened to them in the past. So it's noticeable.
Did you see any evidence of her flashing back to anything while you were interviewing her during this period?
No.
It seems like that you were asking questions, and I guess I can ask, what were you trying to figure out what the triggering event was that would cause her to switch personalities during this conversation?
During this conversation, I think I was just trying to get a better understanding of what is it that she means when she says flashbacks. It's not uncommon to see in these types of evaluations people using psychological jargon without really using it correctly or understanding exactly what it means, which is, again, why we ask open-ended questions. So I was asking what she meant by flashbacks, because as I noted before, throughout the evaluation, she seemed to layer or conflate or use terminology, but seemed to mean something else. So I was just trying to get a better picture or understanding of what it was that she was trying to communicate.
And is this the first time you're hearing anything about red and black being some kind of triggering event for her?
That clip might have been the first time that she specifically stated that. I'd have to go back and watch all of the interviews to be sure about that.
Okay. But you recall her talking about that, and were you the one wearing red and black, or was Dr. Gray wearing red?
No, I was wearing a red and black coat that day.
Did you notice anything unusual when you first met her wearing your red and black outfit?
I remember when she came in, because that was the first interview for the sanity evaluations. She seemed a bit sullen, a bit, she wasn't as polite or bright as she was when we did the competency evaluations.
Speaking of that, did you and Dr. Gray perform some psychological testing during the course of these interviews?
Yes.
Did you have her remember phrases or words or numbers and sequences of numbers?
We did, yes.
I'm asking way too many questions in one side. How did she do on that? Let's talk about the number sequences first.
Sure. During the competency evaluation specifically, we gave a very brief cognitive screener. It's called, well, in short, it's called the MOCA. It's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test. It literally takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes to administer. And it looks at a variety of different cognitive domains. So things like
Talking about colors, Travis, my husband, his mom was unalived by his dad when he was 5 years old. And it was late at night, he was asleep, but he heard them arguing outside. And he got up because the noise woke him up, and his dad came in the house and told him to get a blanket. So the assumption is that the blanket was used to wrap her body in when he took her to dispose of it. And yeah, it is very sad. And Travis got a red blanket. Red is Travis's favorite color. Everything has to be red. Everything. He loves red. And you would think he wouldn't like red, that he would avoid red because his mom's body was wrapped in a red blanket. But no, he loves red. It's his favorite color. I think it's weird, but I guess maybe it reminds him of his mom. I don't know. But he does not avoid that color. That's his favorite. So I guess my husband's mom was unalived by his dad when he was 5. Never found her body. Dad was never caught because they never found her. So, we had just been married. The month we were married, his dad had, forgot what kind of cancer, but he had cancer and he was in the hospital, and the detectives showed up because they were like, he's dying. We just want to close the case, right? So, he was in a hospital in Palm Beach, and the detectives from Polk County, where it happened, went to the hospital just to get I guess a deathbed confession. And they wouldn't, his then wife wouldn't let them in the room, wouldn't even let his kids see him. And thank God for the charge nurse, because she was like, I'll call you when she's not at his bedside and let you guys visit. Yeah, it was very strange. Yes and no. He did, but it was weird because when we were dating, he was in town and he called Travis and was like, we're in town, but we won't be here long enough for you to come see us. But there are pictures where I've seen where he went to visit him and stuff, but I don't think it was a very close relationship. But yeah, they stayed in touch. But none of his dad had, gosh, I don't know, 9 siblings, and he only one of them, yeah, just one of them has anything to do with him, because he believes that his dad killed his mom, and so all of his dad's other brothers and sisters don't have anything to do with Travis. But I mean, he heard the argument. He gave his dad the blanket to wrap his mom up in, so yeah, he believes that he did it, and the rest of his family doesn't, and so they don't have anything to do with Travis. It's sad. And he has a younger brother that was 2 years younger than him. So he was 2 or 3. He doesn't even remember his mom at all. Travis at least remembers her. Anyway, I just said, I didn't mean to bring you all down. I just said that about the colors. Like, she's like black and red triggers her. And in Travis's case, instead of being a trigger, it is his favorite color. He loves it. And I guess maybe because it reminds him of his mom. I don't know.
Attention, short-term memory. And when I say short-term memory, I'm speaking about being able to remember words over the course of a few minutes. It also looks at abstraction abilities, naming abilities, a little bit that looks at executive functioning, which is kind of an umbrella term that encompasses cognitive abilities associated with reasoning and problem solving and planning. But she did fine. She did fine on all of that. There wasn't anything noticeable that would call our attention to her having cognitive deficits or a cognitive disorder.
What about brain damage? Anything to indicate that she may have had brain damage?
Nothing specifically.
Did you administer what's called the Montreal Cognitive Assessment?
Yes, that's what I was just talking about.
Okay. Just happen to have that in my hand here.
Okay.
I hand you what's been marked as 7:6. People first 7:36. Recognize that piece of paper?
I do.
And what is that?
This was the brief cognitive screener that I was just talking about that we administered with Ms. Stauch during the course of her competency evaluation.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 736, is that a fair and accurate copy of the test and her results of that test, or at least her documentation of that test as you did it back during your evaluation?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 736.
No objection. Exhibit 736 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In People's Exhibit 736, on the right-hand top corner, there's a picture of a clock.
Yes.
Could you describe that particular clock and what Ms. Stauch did as a result of that examination?
Yes. That particular task, we call it clock drawing. Essentially, it's when we ask an individual from scratch to draw a clock, to put in all the numbers 1 to 12, and then to set the time to 10 past 11. We usually try to make sure that there is no clock in the room that they can copy. This particular, I'm not a neuropsychologist, so I'd say neuropsychology is not my specific specialty, but I do understand that this particular test is sensitive to some sort of brain impairment when that is present. So Ms. Stauch's clock drawing it's fine, for lack of a better term. She has the circle, she has all of the numbers, and the hands are appropriately set to 10 past 11.
And are you familiar with whether or not Dr. Lewis performed a similar test with Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes,
Did you see the results of that particular test?
I did.
Were they consistent with what you saw during your evaluation?
They are not.
Why?
I don't remember exactly
Dumbass.
what those other clocks looked like. Vaguely, I do remember that one was a clock, but all of the numbers were stacked on possibly the right-hand side, could have been the left-hand side. And I think there was a second clock drawing that looked significantly impaired, but I don't remember the specifics of it.
You have an opportunity to review Dr. Lewis's report in relation to her opinion, Mrs. Stauch's saying.
Yes.
And did that was that a big part of her opinion indicating that Ms. Stauch may have some kind of brain damage as a result of the clock that she drew November of 2022?
Yes.
So she's gonna feign with
At this
one
time,
and not
I'd
the
like to
other.
go old school and publish this exhibit by just holding it up in front of the jury.
That's fine, or you can just pass it to them and.
Okay, so you can do that's definitely old school. I will pass it to the jury. We'll have them take a look at it. We'll pass it through.
I'm old, so it's just school.
Clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
And while they're doing that, can we approach just to?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
For the record, the jury, everyone had a chance to look at that. Okay, Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is again, People's Exhibit 724. It's going to start at 2 hours and 16 minutes and 57 seconds. In this particular clip, we're going to be hearing more about Maria and who she protects. And then I'm going to ask some follow-up questions with regards to dissociative identity disorder and your evaluation in regards to that disorder, okay? So with that, we'll play the next clip.
With your dissociation, you said for apart from Maria, there's a level of conscious awareness about it. Would you say it's like daydreaming in terms of other lives, other personalities?
Yeah, it is actually a whole world. The daydreaming to me would be just somebody having like a good imagination. You know what I mean? No, it's like a whole entirely different world. Like, for example, if you were to talk to Harmony, Harmony can tell you exactly what it was like to be abused in depth, like detail by detail. Every sexual part question she'd want to answer, she could do for you. You see what I'm saying? So I try not to say that's like daydreaming because that's like real. You know what I mean? Where if, I think the other ways to like explain it. Maria, like I said, she doesn't have awareness that everybody else is just her world and she's protecting me. And there's not people consistent in her world. Like, for example, Maria wouldn't know you. The only people consistent in Maria's world is Chance, Harley, and like people that she's been sought out to protect. So it's not really daydreaming, it's an actual job that she has to do. And the kids were part of that world. Like, anybody want to do something to Gannon, Lane, Harley, Maria feels like she can get them too, because I've spent my whole life not having adult protection. I'm going to give them protection in 5 different forms. And that's because it's more like different worlds that are created, not necessarily just, like when I do it in a courtroom, I go to that whole world, not like the people can go with me, not me just making it up like, oh, I'm at the beach. not like that. It's actually me going there to the beach to win the month.
I
I'm
feel
making
really
any
sorry
sense.
about bringing up things. Let me ask you some questions about what we just saw. Again, she talks about Maria and she talks about who she protects and who she's in the world. Now she's expanding who Maria protects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she includes Lena, Gannon, Harley, and I believe she said Chance, if I recall correctly. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
What significance is that, knowing that
Who's Chance?
we're going to see eventually her interview where she seems to indicate that she turned into Maria when Gannon was killed? What's your take on that?
I would think, or at least, my understanding of dissociative identity disorder, these different personality states have their own
Oh, thank you.
details associated with them.
I didn't know his name.
To me, in terms of Ms. Stauch's self-report, her presentation, it has always been confusing to me how all of the personalities seem to have an awareness of Ms. Stauch's own history. I'm not necessarily an expert in dissociative identity disorder. There are some people who devote a large chunk of their work to that practice. I am an expert in forensics. I'm an expert in clinical diagnosis. I have some awareness of these diagnoses. But that being said, in terms of my understanding of the conceptualization of that disorder, there just seems to be too much of an overlap in terms of what Ms. Stauch says about these other personalities, the way in which she can control going from one to another, the ways in which they overlap with each other.
Did you or Dr. Gray ever consider the fact that she could just be making this all up?
Yes.
That she could just be winging it as she's talking to you, and she must have slipped about talking about protecting Gannon in this segment?
I don't know that we ever thought of it specifically like that. I mean, we did consider the possibility of feigning or exaggerating, simply given the fact that she exaggerates. She seems to exaggerate in her self-report to us throughout these interviews, the psychological testing, the fact that her self-report during the sanity evaluations is at times consistent and at times significantly inconsistent with her self-report at the time of the competency evaluations, as well as the collateral data that we had available to us. She tells us that these personality states have been present since her adolescence, and she specifically mentions that Maria shows up. I don't know exactly when, but she mentioned to us that Maria was around when she was 16. You would just think that somebody would have seen something, maybe not a mental health professional, given that her mental health treatment was somewhat spotty. But even the individuals that we spoke to, nobody had heard of this or knew anything about it.
Talk to Al. Did you talk to Al Stauch about these things?
We asked him, I don't remember the specific question, but we did. We asked him if he knew of her behaving erratically, going into different personality states. We asked him specifically if he was aware of somebody called Maria Sanchez. And overall, no, he didn't endorse seeing or knowing anything about this.
And would Harley Hunt, her daughter, probably be the best person to know about those things because she's been with her whole life.
We had hoped to ask Harley that question, but as I said, we weren't able to speak to her ultimately, so we didn't get that opportunity.
Why did you ask Ms. Stauch whether or not she was daydreaming or words to that effect? Do you recall that question?
Yes. Again, given her tendency or the way that she was presenting to exaggerate, I wanted to see what she said in response to that question, because of her self-report of creating these identities, creating these worlds. To me, it sounds more like a fantasy. It sounds more like daydreaming than actually what would be expected with dissociative identity disorder in terms of not having that sort of control. So I wanted to see what she said if I asked her, are these daydreams, or how is it different from a daydream?
During the entirety of both your competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation, did she ever tell you that she couldn't recall what Maria did, or that there was a blackout and I have no recollection of what happened?
She said it largely to two major events, one of them being this alleged offense. The other one was when Maria emerged at age 16. Ms. Stauch was telling us about some arrest or some problem she had gotten involved in. I forget exactly what state this occurred in, if she was in North Carolina or South Carolina at the time. But it had something to do with a bottle shattering. And then, if I'm recalling correctly, I think she said that she may have assaulted someone else, but she said that it was Maria who did it in protective mode and that Ms. Stauch has no memory of it.
Okay. Kind of want to finish up today's testimony with going back to your hypothetical on insanity. Remember that?
Yes.
The family member felt that he was going to power to change the world, and he wanted to kill that family member because he wanted to prevent that person from doing that.
Sure. Yes. Close enough.
In that hypothetical situation, would you expect the person who's charged with a crime, if they are truly legally insane, to make up stories about how the crime happened?
No, I would expect more consistency from one report to another. Often when people are arrested, they're interviewed by police. I mean, sometimes they refuse to be interviewed. But whenever they are, it's helpful to read what they say to police because it's so close to the time of the offense. If there's a video of it or an audio recording, even better, because I can see it with my own eyes or hear it with my own ears. But usually when an individual does ultimately meet the insanity defense, there's more consistency. There's documentation about a history. There's information enough to substantiate the claims in the self-report and what was occurring with that person at the time of the offense.
And is that in large part because they didn't have the capacity to know that it was wrong, therefore they don't have the capacity not to admit to it? That makes sense?
Say that. I think there's some double negatives in there. I'm trying to follow.
Let's go to your hypothetical.
Okay.
Charged person or the person claiming to be insane says, I killed my family member because if I didn't, they would have changed the world. And nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a reason for that individual to lie about the reason why he did that if they didn't think it was wrong?
Usually, again, in the evaluations that I've done, the issue of lying or changing the story doesn't often come up. Usually the story or the presentation is pretty consistent across time periods. Sometimes there might be a couple of details that are off. They're usually not large conceptual details, but I would attribute that just to issues of normal memory, forgetting, across time, because sometimes we see these people for evaluations years after the offense has actually occurred.
And Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is about an hour and 14 minutes long. We're going to wait and do that tomorrow. Friday, that's right. We're not here tomorrow, so Friday. But this is going to be the next clip is where she describes the events leading to the death of Gannon and the events surrounding that, at least the first version events that she gives you. Okay, are you familiar with that part?
Yes.
I may remind you again on Friday, but that's where we'll start out Friday morning. So now's a good time to stop, Judge.
Dr. Torres, you can go ahead and step down for now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Remember, you can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV and go on the internet. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel or turn the page and do not give it experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal.
Day 16.
Yeah,
Something that's able for.
Yeah, we just need to figure something out.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then court will be in recess for indefinitely, I suppose. Hopefully just only a few minutes, and then we'll see where we are. Is there anything else that we need to take in?
Just so the court knows, we're going to be playing lengthy clips this morning. I think one's an hour and 14 minutes, one's just under an hour, and then the rest are shorter clips. So I plan on playing those longer clips straight through and then asking questions afterwards. So Dr. Torres probably will come back here like we've been doing in the past. So if something happens during the clip, I don't know.
Yeah,
Just let me know and we'll hit pause or something.
that's what I'm trying to.
Something happens. Like what?
Yeah, because it sounds like that first one would be, and we play that first one, and then that would be about break time.
Yeah, I've got some introductory questions. We'll play that hour and 14 minutes, and you're probably right. We'll probably be close to a break.
Okay. I guess tell the jury that it's going to be a while, but a little bit.
No, I was gonna go back. I want to go back and check on the outside.
Right, we'll be in recess then, and go from there.
For returning client privilege or open the door to you. And I'm just putting so that the court can consider this, and obviously the court's decision on the degree of waiver that would be is going to make an impact on whether or not we call Ms. Troll or not. She is currently up in the write-in office of public defender about this. She would be available, but just notice as soon as possible.
Sure. Well, and I've been thinking about it, and here's what I can tell you, because this is it's a first as far as I know, because of the COVID impact and because of WebEx, because prior to 2020, there was no WebEx at the jail. And then once COVID started, there was some. I might be inclined to allow testimony only that a visit occurred, for the simple reason that if this had been in 2019 and the issue had been raised and Mr. Young had come forward with the visitor log, it would have showed a visit. And I don't know that that necessarily would have waived attorney-client privilege. However, if there is any testimony that they found Gannon's body in Florida, I think that that likely would, because it conveys two facts. Number one, Gannon's not alive. And number two, Gannon was found in Florida, which brings in all kinds of issues about, well, when was the last time that the defendant knew that he was alive? When was the last time, or where was Gannon the last time that the defendant saw him? So that may be an issue. It's not something I'm going to decide today. I know you'll want to have an opportunity to make a statement on it as well.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a brief record about that.
Sure.
This whole thing comes up based on the questions of Dr. Moore, in which the defendant was notified that Gannon's body was found in Florida. The gist of the statement that the defendant gave to Dr. Moore, whether she knew about Gannon's body being in Florida yet or not, is not really material. The material part of that statement is that she said she was never in Florida.
Right.
That's the important part. The subsequent cross-examination from Mr. Cook says, hypothetically, what if her attorneys walked in, which led to that whole thing about a walk-in visit. The issue of a WebEx visit is really immaterial, and the relevance of the statement, again, is her denying having ever been in Florida where Gannon's body was found, and we've obviously heard testimony that she was in Florida, very close to the place that Gannon was found. So I think going into a position of potentially piercing attorney-client privilege opens up a huge problem potentially for this case, 35C issues potentially as well. And I think because of the issues that I just laid out, I think it would be not a good idea for us to allow that kind of testimony in this case, given the circumstances that we've got here. Obviously, you've got a decision to make as to whether you allow a late endorsement or not, but I did want to lay out that factual basis as to why.
Don't worry about it. He said she wasn't in Florida. That's
going down
all.
that path with as much danger and peril that it would pose to what we're doing here.
It doesn't.
Well, and I'm glad that you raised the argument in that fashion, because some other factors that I was considering here were, number one, throw out the evidence that that potentially places the defendant in Florida at the time that this occurred. There's also evidence that she was in Florida on other occasions.
Exactly.
So to state, I've never been to Florida. I mean, a jury could disbelieve this trip thing after Gannon's disappearance and still believe that she was in Florida some other time. The other issue is that when Mr. Cook was attempting to state certain facts, and I said, you can't do that. And he asked the hypothetical, if she had been there and if her attorneys had told her that Gannon's body was found in Florida, would it make a difference regarding your opinions in this case? And the witness said no. So I just have to weigh all that out.
And I understand what Mr. Allen is saying as far as I get it. Our position would be more that we were inferring that there could have been an attorney visit before. And then the way that the redirect came across, that the log showed that it wasn't there.
Right.
It was.
Oh, I know that.
It was an attempt to make us look like we had been, dishonest with the jury regarding that. And so it would be more of a correction of that as far as like, and I understand it may not be the most relevant thing of all, but because it appears now that we were, intentionally trying to out a possible attorney visit, that would just correct that aspect.
Yeah.
And it would be solely for that. And I agree, it's a little tangential. But that would be what it would strictly be.
Yeah, and do they have records of the time?
So we have that, Judge. So there was a WebEx visit. It was at, I think, 12:30-ish in the afternoon on March 20th. For purposes of laying out that timeline, the media started reporting on it at about 12:15-ish. I'm giving you rough estimates here.
They don't.
Seems difficult to believe that they were able to get that information that quickly, get a WebEx set up, and then do all those things, but it could happen. The point, though, is still that Mr. Cook I don't think he was intentionally trying to mislead the witness, but he still used specific words, which was, what if her attorneys walked in? That's the
No.
And I.
Oh, I see. They're talking about a virtual visit versus a real visit. So what?
The other possibility would just be a stipulation to
Yeah.
them that her attorney did have a WebEx visitor on 12:30 on 3/20, and then there's nothing else other than that. And I think that would solve, the issue. But part of, the thing is that things are fluid.
Right.
And we're getting information in proceeding on it. And the time frame and how we're presenting the questions is also different. Generally, generally it would be a walk-in visit. So if you're given information that there was a visit, and then the question is phrased that way because somehow I blocked disassociated that we did WebEx back. But so I don't think it was Mr. Cook doing that. Like I said, I think the judicial stipulation could
This yarn is making my
solve
nose itch.
all of the problems and not present some of the issues that we have. But I'll let, I said, that's just something to think about.
I think it's something that everybody can think about over the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously the other issue would be, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the witness's name. That was Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, I don't know whether she has the date, but I don't know that she has the time. She must have, because it's been referenced in a lot of other questions. So there must be a time as to when she had this conversation with Ms. Stauch. And again, it wasn't immediately obvious to me at that point in time whether or not that conversation would have occurred before the WebEx or not. But there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. I think we can talk about it further on Monday. It's not a decision that has to be made now. It looks as though Ms. Stauch is feeling better. So I think probably our time would be better used by moving forward with what we have as opposed to debating what we might do.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Just to clear up your questions though about
Yes.
timing of everything. The WebEx visit on WebEx that day on March 20th was at 12:35. Dr. Moore's notes is dated March 20th at 6:27 p.m. So it would be after the visit from Ms. Strobel.
Thank you.
The one thing that I want to just have as a point of consideration is that if we then go into a stipulation or the court makes some statement to the jury about that there was a WebEx, there's no indication, and nobody's alleging this from defense, but we also don't want it to appear that we were misleading the jury, which we weren't.
Oh, I know that.
And if that sort of a stipulation comes in, that potentially could lead to a juror thinking that we were intentionally misleading the jury. And I know that's not Mr. Tling's intent. So we just need to think about those dynamics as well.
No, and I think that's fair. So we'll
maybe I'll off this, Alan, maybe we can come up with something.
Yeah.
Something that can satisfy both of us. Something there was a WebEx visit, but the log that Mr. Young was looking at didn't reflect that. So, and we'll talk, and I think maybe we can come up with something to take this out of the courts.
Yeah, and I know that see 320, that would have been right on the precipice of all of the changes. So it was new for everybody.
It was.
So okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. It sounds like you're going to ask Dr. Torres some questions. Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Does he have a trash can? Does he have a trash can? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't think these attorneys were court appointed attorneys. I thought her first attorneys were public defenders, and then it switched to these attorneys that weren't public defenders. Are these public offenders too? Just different public offenders than the first ones?
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. She was gonna be pro se? Oh, that would have been crazy.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People
Oh, this
versus
would have been
Letecia
a
Stauch. Record
much
should reflect the jury has
trial.
returned to the
It would
courtroom.
have been
Good
pro
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Torres. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Senator. Good morning, Dr. Torres.
Good morning.
We're going to show a longer clip here of your forensic interview with Ms. Stauch here shortly. But before we do that, I want to ask a couple questions about the forensic interview itself. And you as a forensic interviewer, a forensic psychologist, what are you trying to accomplish, especially when you ask an individual
Oh my God.
about the reason why they're there, the crime or the event that happened
He
that
would've
puts them in that
lost it.
situation?
He would have lost it.
At this part of the evaluation, what we're trying to do or what we're trying to get at is the defendant's story, their perception of everything that had happened to them, what they were thinking, what they were feeling, what actions they took. This is important to an evaluation of insanity because as an evaluator, we are trying to get at what symptoms of mental illness, if any, might be impacting those emotions, those behaviors, intentions, motivations, and the perception of reality at the time of the actual offense. So it's important for us to get from the defendant's own mouth their story.
And so is part of that role where you may ask them questions, much like a lawyer might do in a cross-examination? Wait a minute, you said this on such and such day. Now you're saying this. What do you mean by that? Is that something you would do in a forensic interview?
That can come up, and it's going to depend upon what the inconsistencies might be. There can be inconsistencies that are maybe less relevant to the particular issue of sanity, in which case we might not ask questions about that. But if there are inconsistencies that are important to our understanding of what they're trying to communicate to us, then we will ask about it.
And in Colorado, would it be common practice to have an attorney present during this forensic examination and the attorney cross-examine subject on inconsistencies and things like that?
That is not common practice.
And why is that?
I believe I may have mentioned it the other day, and we don't allow attorneys to be in the evaluation room, particularly because we have concerns that they might try to interfere or try to influence the defendant one way or the other. This would go for defense or prosecution. Since we're there as neutral evaluators for the court, we want to have our own opportunity to ask the defendant questions.
And during the course of a defendant, and we'll just talk about Ms. Stauch for now, as Ms. Stauch's telling you the circumstances surrounding the event, and then the actual event according to her itself, are you or Dr. Gray suggesting potential mental illnesses that may have occurred during that event?
No.
Why?
Again, we're not trying to feed the defendant or Ms. Stauch any particular information that she could then give back to us as it pertains to issues of mental illnesses, diagnoses, symptoms that might be present. We want to get her version as purely as she's able to give it to us.
And would that be standard practice for forensic psychologists, forensic psychiatrists, Friday, in Colorado, not to do that, not to suggest diagnoses to the subject as you're interviewing?
Correct.
And so with that, Dr. Torres, we're going to play this video clip. It's about an hour and 14 minutes long. You're more than welcome to sit back here during it if you like. But Your Honor, at this time, we would be publishing People's Exhibit 725 in its entirety.
Over here.
Yeah, we're going to play it from over here.
We heard.
All right, so this may be the most difficult part of the day. To talk to us about what happened on the day of the event. Maybe things leading up to it.
Where do you want me to start out?
Well, where do you think would be, where do you think it begins?
Well, I already told you guys before that I was going to leave, right? And I was just waiting to get everything in order.
Everything.
And get back
Everything.
somewhere else where I could be, mentally okay and not have to deal with like these people that wanted to find out about this car accident. So I had to escape from them.
Car
So
accident.
I started planning to get a place to stay. And I was going to work as a flight attendant. Get all that information like I told you guys before I landed back. Then stopped working at my job. I thought I was okay again. I was a good job for it. I wasn't because I still was in Colorado. So no matter where I went in Colorado, the mob, the mafia, I got people looking into it, investigator to find out where he's from, but I had to get away from him. So I got a new job and all that, was getting ready to go work as a flight attendant. It came back in January, I think it was around like the 9th or 10th, I think it was, when I picked them back up from the airport. That was that, like, transition period, getting everybody back, in the mode, in the routine and all that was. Then we went on the cruise. We went on a cruise on January 16th.
What in the heck?
Me and Albert and the kids stayed at home by themselves with Harvey and the babysitter. And it was weird because, well, I get to the port from Lauderdale, but they had lost my bags. So I was like freaking out thinking that one of these people had took my bags, so I changed my whole route from where I was going. So instead of going on that one cruise, we hopped on another cruise because I didn't know if like they had got my itinerary for where I was going. And the kids were at home, you know what I mean? So I changed my whole itinerary to go to Palm Beach. I really went to Fort Lauderdale. And I kept telling Albert, I was like, I thought I saw that guy, like, I know they're following us. And he was just like, no one's going to go to that.
Tell me about the event. Why are we talking about a car accident and a cruise? Good Lord, Letecia. What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Stream over a car. Anyway, so we end up going on the cruise. I changed the whole route and everything, and we come back from the cruise. Well, the moment I get back from the cruise, Andrew approaches me and he says, he was like, your friends came by in that black car looking for you. So I started freaking out because I know it was the same black car they came to Red Shell Elementary in and search and find me. So I told him, I said, look, I said, can you explain what the car looked like? I wanted to see if it has a black car too. So I was like, well, it could be every car, you know. So he explained the car, and it definitely wasn't Ed's car, but Ed had the beamer. I just started getting my paranoia was getting really. So I wouldn't go to the mailbox. I wouldn't go wherever. I was going to work, and I was putting, like I said, the visors up in my car because I thought that they could see me. I'd go take breaks at work and freaking out because I just started this job at District 20, and I didn't want them to think, you know, like I was just losing my mind or something. So I'd go to my car and try to like figure out what to do. So fast forward, those were like 2 or 3 days. It was Raina's birthday, January 22nd. So, you know, we're celebrating her birthday. Well, I rode all the way to get Albert's mom because I was scared to stay at home by myself. Like, I didn't know if they were going to clear our house or not. Prior to that, like, I got in trouble with the Colorado Sheriff's Office because I made a call to 911 and told them I thought somebody was in the backyard. Well, they send people out and they find out that there was nobody in the back. They say there's nobody. I don't believe it. They look at my alarm status and they're like, you could get in trouble for making false reports to the police, right? This was right in that time frame. And so I rode to the airport to get Albert's mom on Elena's birthday, and I basically wouldn't like leave out of people's sight. You know what I mean? Like people that could be around that I knew could help protect me or whatever. Fast forward on a couple of days, you know, I was trying to go to work. This would be all over the place, you know. And so January 26th, that was the day that Kobe Bryant had died in a helicopter crash. And we were going to go to church that day. Well, there was this guy who was saying he was Michael the Archangel now. That's why we didn't go to church on January 26th. It was a Sunday.
She doesn't even know how to say archangel right.
Oh, no, where my faith is in Jesus. We had a business card that said Michael the Archangel. So I'm like thinking, I even asked my, you know, attorneys this, and they got some back and forth, like, why do you think this man was doing this? He was trying to keep us from going to the church, you know? Turn the car around, and so we're just gonna go on the hike because, you know, Kobe Bryant died. I love Kobe Bryant, you know, we'll just go on the hike instead. So we're on the hike on January 26th. And I'm like talking to the kids about everything, and the woman was wanting, he knew I was packing boxes. And he like, knew about the flight attendant. Trying to go with me. I said, geez, you have to wait till Wednesday. I said, because I'm going to talk to your mom to make sure the flight attendant goes through whatever. Well, when we were on this hike, as we were talking about this, you know, like I think that happened earlier with the whole Michael the Archangel. That's when something started telling me that we have to jump, have to be a white family to jump. Because if it be a black family, it would never make TV. Which you guys know that would be definitely true because there's a lot of racism still in this country. You know? So throughout the day, like this kept happening with the whole Michael the Archangel guy, you know? And I'm like, why is this? I didn't know if the people were getting him to come as as Michael the Archangel and get him to come there. If it had anything to do with the guy from the accident, that was the leg accident or what. The Bonnie told the kid and said, look, let's just go on home. You know what I mean? Like the day's been too much of a hard day. Let's just go. Hannah was complaining with his stomach because he had like food all over. Whatever. Yes, like I told you, his bad thing on that problem. Well, we go, get ready.
I don't know. I guess they were broken up about Kobe dying. You know, I find it ironic that she cannot say archangel correctly, seeing how the CH in her last name is pronounced Ka and not Ch. It's archangel, Letitia, not archangel. Angel. It's archangel.
We go home. I hadn't gotten dinner yet. So I leave them and back home, we take them back or whatever. Me and Lena go get food, get half a meal, do whatever. Holly was at work. So we come back, feed them, do everything, you know, like a normal thing. My mind is still sitting there about this whole, I feel like it was God trying to tell me something, you know, this whole arching. You know, so my mind was stuck on that. So I was like, let's call it an early night, guys. Let's just, you know, after happened that day with the whole helicopter, it was just like not a good day that normally we have on pilot. So then we leave. I'm like, yeah, we'll go get happy, let's come back. Call it a night. And I'm in the bed, just like relaxing or whatever. And I hear the alarm of fire, 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 fire. So I just remember immediately freaking out. The next 30 minutes of that, 30 minutes-ish, was a glare. You know, like a glare. So like,
horror novel, not fairy tale.
Horror. I went into protection. And I got the dog, Lena, and took her outside because they were the first people I saw upstairs, you know what I mean? So I was thinking get the safe people out first, you know? But I'll come back and get ready to run down the stairs to go back to get G, and I had socks on. So I slipped down the whole stairway or whatever. That's how my blood gets on the baseboard. I bumped my head against the baseboard because I was running so fast down the stairs to get down to where I see smoke at this point. As soon as I see the smoke, I go into panic mode. Like, I was like having flashbacks of, you know, like all the fires I've experienced. I went back upstairs, went back out the front door again, and then realized Shannon's downstairs. Go back downstairs. And then I went back down the stairs again, and Shannon's on the sofa, and the fire is around the sofa. So I reach over to grab him, and when I do, he was like wrapped in the covers.
Like
so I grabbed the covers, I pulled the covers, and when we both go back on the fire, the last part of that was just being down on the fire. I didn't remember anything again until we were in the truck, but all of us were safe in the truck. So like, I don't remember running out at that point in time. I know that I did because the alarm doorbell camera showed that we run out the house. But I don't know if I just sit there, if it was just so traumatic. I don't know what happened from the time we went down in the fire to going out to the car. Except my doorbell, you know, the camera system. So they have camera footage. Go out, we get in the car, and I just pull off. Because again, you know me, I'm a runner. That was it, to just run away. He's hysterical, Lane's hysterical. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Is the house burnt down? Do we have a house to live in? You have to remember, for me, a fire is this size, and it speaks to me. So I go back to this house because there's fire. Well, like, the gas tank was on empty, but something kept telling me just keep driving. Like, your car's just gonna go on empty anyway. Just keep going. Don't worry. Your car's just gonna keep going. Don't worry. Somehow, in between that time, I end back up to the house again. That was a gap that I don't remember. But I text Harley according to the messages and says, "It's okay. There's a fire. everybody's okay. And I send her a picture of the fire. Harley's freaking out, like, okay, I'm on the way home. Is Gannon okay? I said, and I wrote her back on the message, and I said, he has some burns from the fire, but everybody's okay. So Harley comes in, the house is like, smelling like smoke or whatever. We're opening windows or whatever. Harley basically took charge on that part. She started just opening windows. I'm like, Mom, it's okay, calm down. So I was all over the place.
Bye, Jill.
They all wanted to, like, everybody just be together, you know, because to me, all I could keep thinking about was if I couldn't have got to Gannon, he'd have, like, burned up on the fire, you know what I mean? So I was just all over the place. Well, we all decided to lay on the sofa together. That was on January 26th. So we're all just laying on the sofa together, just trying to, like, figure out the plan. Like I said, it's okay. I said, I'll have one of my friends. He goes by the name Guam. I'm not going to give his real name. I was like, I'll have one of my friends Guam get somebody to come over and fix it. Not going to be a big deal or whatever.
Who the heck is
And
Guam?
that's where this whole, like, video goes on. And about the fires, why did he said it, you know, whatever. I remember I told you earlier, I record everything. I wanted to have that too, you know. I didn't know how it started. I was upstairs when it started. And so he's telling me that he set the fire, but he didn't mean to set it. It was like all of that. So we're just trying to come up with a plan to fix it. Now, you look at the video, people took it out of context. When I say we can sell the sofa, I don't mean you can look at our house. We have plenty of them. You gotta think of this country slang talk, meaning we can get a new sofa. And so that got taken out of complete context of what we were saying. So you gotta think.
I'm always
I
worried
meant to
about
say
what
I was
other
all
people think or say.
well, y'all were just on the sofa. I was like, God's gonna get someone to come fix it or whatever. I told you. There's gone the number to the garage. I said, hey, I'm going to go to work tomorrow, kids will be going to school. If you can get someone to fix it, just replace the carpet, whatever, I'll pay you whatever. So, like, I have memory, you know, out and in up until then, right? But where the gaps came in was what happened during that time frame. So I hear the garage open at some point during the night. I don't know if I was having a nightmare, or I don't know if the garage was really opening. I don't really know because I was so heightened about this fire. So I kept going through the house thinking that there was someone in the house. And I kept running up down the freaking garage, kept coming open. I'd open the door to the garage, nothing. I didn't see the garage being moved or anything. Again, I don't know. I remember coming back in the house and I was just like, I woke up again. I guess that's when I text my boss. I don't remember this part. The message went to my boss that said that my stepdad had died. I remember my stepdad died when I was 19. But I didn't snap back out of it until later on. That really wasn't the same day that my stepdad had died. Right? But then I think I hear somebody in the garage again. Okay, well then I go out to the garage and I tell Harley, I said, Harley, I'm going to shut the door to the garage and lock it, you know, because if you shut the door from the inside and you come into the garage, like nobody could get to the inside. And I was like that paranoid, you know. So I don't remember, but the doorbell came, I'm like walking out, I guess looking in the yard, just trying to figure out what's going on. But then I remember being in the garage naked. And so I don't know what was in my garage. So when I talk to police, that's how all the stuff came about being raped and stuff, because I don't have a flashback of that. I don't know if someone was really in the garage. To me, someone was in the garage because I was naked. When I say naked, like I was in like in raw, like,
She was in the garage naked.
I knew the door had been closed earlier, but why was the door open that I had locked earlier in the day, like early in the night? But when I get like that and I think somebody's around or whatever, I go into protective mode and I'll walk the whole time and I'll watch the yard and I'll be like on the zone of thinking someone's coming in the house, you know. I don't know neighbors in Colorado, like I know in California where I could call a neighbor, you know. And so the next thing I remember is Lena coming back in to brush her hair, which would have been at least 3 hours later, okay? I'm basing this on my cell phone records, you know what I mean? I snapped out of it when Lena asked me, you gotta remember, like when Maria comes, not, they're in that world, but like, they're not, it's protected, you know what I mean? I don't remember sending anything to the boss about my
What's happening right now?
It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So Lena gets up and I make her brushing her hair and I come back and I'm like looking around and I was like, oh, there was a fire. Why was I in the garage? Why was I this? That's when it started being like, did I dream this? Did this really happen? You know what I mean? So I go out to the garage, you know what I mean? That's when I grabbed my head and there was like matted blood on my hair. So I knew that I had really fell down the stairs. Like I thought I fell down the stairs, you know what I mean? And so the matted blood was on my hair or whatever. So I just kept like messing with my hair, like trying to figure out what had went on. Well, I knew Gannon had burns on his arms. I evaluated him that next morning when I snapped back into it. I didn't think that it was enough to go to the hospital or whatever. Because I was leaving, I had an extra cell phone. It was the phone I put in the dog food when I got arrested. So on that phone, I called in. That's how the call came in that Gannon wasn't going to school that day. They couldn't figure out like where this call came from. That's because it came in from the extra phone.
I don't think so.
Holding that Gannon stomach, he still was doing it. He doesn't want to smell around the kids when he has this accident. So we stayed out for the day. I realized on my phone that I had sent that message to the boss, and I was just like, what is going on? Like, I didn't remember sending it, but I don't know why was I thinking about I said that, what's going on, and I kept having these, at this point now, became flashbacks from the garage. And I was like, who was in the garage?
I'm sorry, this feels so disrespectful, Cannon. I am so sorry, sweetheart. But how can you not? How many jurors do you think right now are trying to hold back laughter?
But the whole time it was about Eduardo, which is the guy that Guam got to work to fix the carpet or whatever. That's who I kept like having flashbacks with in the garage. So we go forward or whatever. I told Gannon, I said, he said he wanted to stay home. I said, no, you said my friends in the car came by. I don't want you here by yourself. You're going to go with me. I said, go grab your cover. You're going to go with me for today. I don't want you here by yourself. Now, typically, I let the kids stay home by themselves because I researched Colorado law and it said that it was up to the parents and their discretion of how I could leave and had to stay home. So I never had a problem with it. They would get off the bus before I get home. No issues. We had an alarm. You know, they had cell phones, everything. But so my paranoia was so bad that I was like, no, you're going with me today. So we did the cover. I moved the cars. And don't remember that part, but it's on the camera. Moving the cars. And I drive the truck for the day. I go get a bike. Part of the moving process will be boxes like that. So I was glad that the truck was left for me to use. You know. So me and him get in the car. I think it says around like no, before we get to 10 o'clock. Albert never writes us back at all that night about anything. So the next morning, and he's like, oh my God, I'm fired, right? And I looked at my phone and I didn't see anything. So that's why at first I thought that the fire really happened, because I never got a message back from Albert, you know. But then that morning he messaged back and I said, yes. I was like, he's okay. So that's when I sent a picture of Gannon in the bed that morning. Okay? So I was like, yes, he's fine. He's laying down. You know, he didn't go to school today. I called it in. I'm not going to work. I didn't go into explaining to Albert about me sending a message, losing my mind, don't know what's going on about. I don't want him to be like, you know, freaked out 1,000 miles away. So I told Gannon, let's just go out shopping for the day. Remember, we go get coffee that morning. We go get like Dunkin' Donuts. I think they had me at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't remember going to the gas station, but they had me at the gas store. Just basically going about shopping for the day. However, when I get to the PetSmart, these black cars from my PetSmart, and you're seeing cars on the freaking camera at PetSmart. Gannon's got his switch in the car laid out. Remember, I told you he had burns in his arms and a few right here. Now, and I say they were very small. We're talking like centimeters, okay? They were anything that you would think that they needed medical attention. The car comes by PetSmart. So you see me on the cameras at PetSmart running back to the door, like looking out. My first thought was I wanted to make sure Jude was okay in the car because he was playing in the switch. Well, the car came back by. I go back in the PetSmart, come back to the door. And like, if you watch the camera footage of the PetSmart, you see me going back and forth to the door. Like,
Oh, did you?
how did they know where I was at this point? And that was Edgar's car because Edgar has a Beamer.
Never mind.
And it was not a Beamer. So I leave the PetSmart. I think they said I bought something again. I don't remember. I leave the phone. Now this is the only phone I have, which was Gannon's phone, because I was trying to hurry out to the car. So I leave the phone at the PetSmart according to the GPS on the phone. So we go out, finish the day, we get Valentine's candy, and I'm like questioning Gannon the whole time. I'm like, what did they think else when they came to the house? What did they look like? You know, like trying to get the best information I could get out of him because he's pretty good at like his age. Like, you know, like, okay, he's little. Like, if you say, was it a purple shirt? And even no, it was not purple. It was a purple shirt. That's, you know, so I knew I could get good information from him. So then we were driving on the back road, okay? The only reason we took a back road was because this called 25 was backed up. And so we took a back road to go to Castle Rock. And this guy lived in Castle Rock. I called him site. They were going to ride by this address that was on that police report, and I was going to ask him to please stop. Like, whatever he wanted. Did you want money? Like, I didn't do anything to your car. I wasn't involved in this accident. Like, you have all my information. Now, the insurance had already deemed I wasn't responsible for it and that I was on a plane.
Southern
So
people say covered.
about, you know, like, talking to this guy.
That's normal.
I probably would have chickened out when I got there, but that was my mindset. So we go on this back road, which I think is called County Line Road. We go on County Line Road, and Gannon talk about with the castles, and so I'm like looking for the castles to try to like show them the castles because there was like some castles that are like not really. Then I got mixed up, and I was like, oh shoot, I don't have a cell phone to see how to get out of here because I need the cell phone. And so I couldn't figure out how to get out there. So I'm like doing U-turns. And then I freak out because I thought the guy walking was my stepdad. So that's why I was telling the police and the people that I was trying to like back the car up and go back forward because he could be dead. And I don't know if it was just from that morning because I sent my boss that text message or what, but he was on that road. So I back the car up, go back again, and I'm freaking out because he's in the bed. This point is when I realized I'm not stable. It's like just going to talk to people or anything. So
We haven't even gotten to the event yet.
and take a break or whatever. I don't know how long the break was. I remember taking the break. I remember having me on the back of the shoulder, like, T, gotta go, like, gotta get late from school. That's when I snapped back into it. And I remember driving the car back out the highway, like out of the county line road to go back to the house. I remember I told you I was talking again throughout the day. You said something about these kids that were bullying. Not him, but Lena. And Albert wanted him to go do something to these boys. So him told that Lena got hit with something. I was going to go talk to that kid. That kid's mom lived on Wando. So we come back into the neighborhood, into the part where Wando Drive was at. Now, rewind a few days prior to that, him and the kid had been called. They're like the Smartie candy and the like rolls. Well, they had been caught a few days prior, like fashion the Smartie candies and like they were doing drugs or whatever. My opinion was he should not have got this kid. Albert made different. So I was going to go try and talk to this parent. But once I had this whole like, thought my stepdad was on that road, I freaking stopped the car at Wando and Gannon, how about you do this? Because he wanted a video game. I said, why don't you go to the mailbox, get the mail into your lap, and I will buy you that $60 game you wanted. These days now we have been shopping and I only bought him at $20. So I told her to points.
Good God.
Give you points to give you the $60 game. So go to the
How
mailbox
much
and do your laps or whatever.
cost?
So I don't know if Gannon got back in the car with me then or Gannon walked back to the house then, but we ended up back at the house on January 27th. So if you see the videos, you see me like pull in, drive back, do all this stuff. I don't remember all that. I don't know if I still thought that I was trying to like, what was said that. I just remember I went in the house and I just sit down and was like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? The alarm says I kept going to the back door and all over the house and like up and down and around and whatever. Well, what threw me off was when I got back to the house, right? The alarm showed there was motion in the house, but there couldn't have been because I set the alarm before I left, but I put it on alarm stay. Because the dogs are in the house, people would say that could have been what triggered the alarm. No, our dogs are in crazy. That's not what triggered the alarm. Couldn't have been. And so I ran downstairs thinking, okay, well, maybe Guan had Eduardo come over here and fix this, carpet or whatever. So I ran downstairs, whatever. At some point in time, like I said, I don't remember getting walked back in the house and drove back with me. But he then comes back into the house. Said he's going to go play on the game. And I said, did you do your laps? And I remember us having that conversation. Then I go back upstairs to work out. What the police have about January 27th, absolutely not true because it's January 28th. Okay? So the day goes on through that, right? Everything happens. I don't know where Gannon's at. Called the police. All that was going on. Everything that happened on that time was going on. They came in our house with, I think it was like a 15, 20 body cams. You can clearly see, and I've watched these body cams until I've made myself sick, that you can see these body cams come in and nothing is out of order. Nothing is happening. Nothing is wrong at all. And I've watched them over and over and over until I've obsessed on them, When Harley comes home, Raina come in that day, we were going to go eat sushi. Gannon is not a fan of sushi. So at this point in time, I'm like, we'll figure out something else again. Gannon usually is home by the time that if the sun's not down, it'd be 6 o'clock. But it was raining. So we get in the car, they have us on the car raining, like leaving in the rain. So right there across the street, ask this neighbor if we've seen him. no, you haven't seen him. So we pull back up. I start freaking out. I'm pacing the house. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Because I'm like, he's doing this flipping hiding challenge. Now, reverse back to this hiding challenge. They have a YouTube channel. YouTube channel, their mom and stepdad made. And like, if you find their YouTube videos, Cool Kids Tube is their YouTube channel. They would do these hiding challenges where like Elena would be in the box. And they would pretend like they were getting shipped all these places. We went over to in the mom.
Oh.
Nothing we thought was bad about the kids want to do YouTube videos. Flashback forward. So I said, he's doing this hiding challenge. So at first, Reese was talking to me. I'm just sitting there like, man. He said, do you want, and I know this is going to fall on the video, do you want me to check the house? And I said, yes. Because I knew my challenge police had trained. You can't tell me this many police came in the house and didn't find him. You can't tell me that. That's because it was not true. So they did all this, whatever. The night goes on. Robert calls me back, and I'm wreck at this point. I'm telling him about this craziness, and I'm telling him about the garage. It's all over the place. All the stories, it kind of like started like throughout the day. It was convoluted. Rain was all over the place. And I'm going back and forth about this and the fire. So he sends the officer back to check on me. According to the report, the officer comes back to check on me, and at this point is when I got scared. At this point, I know Gannon enough to know when his meds wears off, he's gonna eat everything. At this point in time, we haven't even eaten dinner. I haven't even fed the kids. We never even made it to our dinner trip. So that's when I became really, really, really worried. All of us are in the house. And we're like, they went on different searches, whatever. I stayed at the house to make sure of anything, if anyone called, if anyone done anything. That was the last thing on January 27th before it hits January 28th. January, you'll make it on January 28th.
Yeah, they
You
would
want to keep on January 28th, or did you need it?
telling them.
Okay. So then January 28th, which would hit 12 a.m. in the morning, right? The January 28th comes on. There's people like whatever, there's a knock on the window. My bedroom window, right? So I had decided that we were going to all sleep upstairs. The reason for that was I get paranoid like that, and the only way I can protect Hardy and Lena is I have them near me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, look, all of us are sleeping up here. We're gonna all be up here. I knew I wasn't going to get much sleep, but for the kids, they were going to sleep upstairs. I dozed off for a minute. There's a knock at the door, being at the window. So the knock at the window happens, and I literally go to the window, but I don't see anybody. I remember getting in the car, driving out, because maybe that was Gannon, maybe it was. I drive. Video shows me driving out of the neighborhood, like out of the yard, but coming right back or whatever. Or I can't remember. I don't remember that part, but I do know the video shows me like going out to the car or something, and I come back inside. I keep hearing the same loud noise. And so I laid out like this, hear the same loud noise, and I know Edgar was on his way back over. Edgar wasn't going to be there when the police was there. But he didn't want any problems or whatever. He was like, I'm going to just go out and look. What does the black car look like? I knew Edgar was going to be on his way back over that morning because they were going to help me move all the stuff to Florida. That was his whole plan, to show back up that morning anyway, not even knowing what had, that Gannon was missing. So Edgar was coming back for that morning anyway. So I thought Edgar was getting there early or whatever. But I didn't see him out there outside. When I laid on the sofa like this, heard it again, I forgot. At this point, I think someone's in the house. Now, I didn't have my handgun on me because when the police came earlier, if you look at the footage, they had my handgun in the car. They searched the car. Search everything on the body cams. And this is what we came up with between you know, me and like putting details together my team. My handgun was in my car because it was on the video. So I don't know if I went in the back door or if he came in through the garage. But I kept telling him I keep hearing someone in the house, and he was like, "No, you're just paranoid. You're just afraid. You don't know where Gannon's at." So again, me, Harley, Edgar, Angelica, that's Edgar's family, and Lena were all in the house. Harley, Lena, I think Angelica was laying down, and Ty was on his way back. Ty goes to school in Florida. Ty was on his way back here. Whenever that noise again, I realized my handgun is in the car. I said, I never drove my car. It was in the car all day. Me and Edgar jumped up, okay? Here, and I started going down the stairs slowly, and I went back up the stairs. And I was like, downstairs. Now, I don't know who's downstairs, what's going on. I don't even know if anyone's in the house or if it's just the people looking or what's going on. When we go back downstairs, Edgar has the other handgun on him. Crossing over the front stairwell is someone in it looks like a cape. So it's like a cape wrapped around them. Goes straight into the back bedroom. As soon as I see him go to the straight back bedroom, I'm gonna instantly go into protection mode. I went to go grab the gun off, like from Edgar, because I thought the person in the cape. I didn't know who it was. I happened with the whole Michael the Archangel, the whole thing had happened with my stepdad, and when I grabbed it from him, the gun hits me and then hits the person in the cape. At the time, I didn't know who the person in the cape was.
There's a person in the cape?
Standing on top of the bed.
Oh, there's a person in a cape.
It was standing on top of the bed. And so later on, when I sat down with my attorneys and we put it together and realized it, I didn't know until that point that it was Gannon standing. Because prior to that, I thought the whole like cape thing. We put it together over and over and over, and I sit and I cry with them. I did this with them and everything. The only thing that comes to my mind is that the way the cover was wrapped, that's what had to look like the cape, was the way that he had the cover wrapped around him. They can think what they want, whatever about me. I never was purposely hurt Gannon or hurt anyone that I would have thought it would have been Gannon. Never in a million years, okay? Never. I had these kids all over the country. If I was going to do something like that, it would be somewhere in another country. Like, come on, like people want to kill people doing it because they want to take someone's life. That's not what happened. They paint me as this monster and I did all these crazy things. I never once knew it was Gannon. I, in fact, didn't even know it was Gannon until later on. The reason I didn't is because Lena, I guess the noise woke Lena up. If you read the report, Lena told you that she helped carry Gannon's body. That report in her interview, she says on that Gannon's body is not moving. That's because she was there and she helped carry Gannon's body to the car. I couldn't get him up the stairs. I didn't even know it was Gannon at that time until I moved the cover. I lose it. Like I am all over the place, like screaming, crying. That's how Lena hears me. Lena's helped me. Now Harley's still asleep. She hasn't woke up to any of this. Harley's a hard sleeper. Lena helps me tote Gannon up the stairs. I'm throwing up like blood, the side of him. Like I literally don't. Gannon is still alive. Gannon is barely talking. Okay? We try to get him up steps, which we did. We take him upstairs. I'm like all over the place. We get out the garage to go to the car. Not blank out because at this point I think I was in complete and utter shock. And I'm throwing. I know I'm throwing up because I see all this later. So when I tell you I know I'm doing something, I sit back and written time and figure this out because I was just on it. I remember being in the car on the passenger side, and we were taking Gannon to the hospital. But I was on the passenger side, okay? Now my leg's bleeding, which if you look at the footage from the hospital, you can see where I got hit with a bullet. Okay? So my leg's bleeding.
What?
That's probably why there was a little bit of my blood on the car. I don't know at this point. I don't know if she went back in the regular party. I don't know anything because I remember waking back up in the car and being like, there's no palm trees. Now you say, what is palm trees? In South Carolina, when you go to the hospital and those palm trees, it's on the Grand Strand. That's why it's called Grand Strand. The beach, and then there's palm trees. I didn't see the palm trees when we were in the car, so I didn't think I was on the right road.
Oh my God.
Passenger seat,
So welcome back.
not in the driver's seat. Next thing I know, when I wake back up, I hear a loud noise, like a howling noise, like a noise, and it reminds me of like when my grandpa died, and he made like this noise. That was the noise I heard when I wake back up and I'm in the garage, in the car. Now we look at camera footage, and my car does go out 5 minutes. So leave the neighborhood. So what we put together is that it must have been when I went out in the car hearing the noise, that must have been when Gavin took his last breath, and I was still out of it. Go back in and park the car. Or come back to until Lena must have came back outside to the car, and Lena's asking what's going on, what's everything. I go in the house, Harley's face, Lena's face, they're all just like white, like they've seen a ghost, like they don't even know what.
Is she making any sense, or am I just not able to follow it? Why does she keep talking about the video? On the video, you'll see this. On the video, you'll see that. Stop talking about the video. That's just making it more confusing. She's trying to make her story match the video, isn't she? Stop eating my flowers! Wiggles made me these. And Shadow thinks they're a treat. They're not a treat. They're my flowers. You don't eat them. Don't eat them.
What's going on? Police, like the whole world.
Don't eat my flowers.
This ain't really going on. Like there is no way this happened. Like there's nothing wrong, y'all. Everything's fine. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be home. That's when I started going through like all the motions of, going to go get this part, because to me it wasn't really going on. Like this was, you can't even compare this to a nightmare. To have gone through that, you can't compare it to a nightmare. That is far from a nightmare. And to know that he was speaking to me and Lena as we were trying to take him off the stairwell. And then it was like, none of it.
Did you see that?
So I just started going into different personality of like, this ain't really going on. We got to find him. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Start saving, Jill.
I guess somehow I go on to the airport. I don't remember any of that, but I'm on footage going on to the airport. I'm on footage just talking to people and saying, like, we're going to find him. Like, I don't really, remember that vividly. But I know I did it because I've seen it. I'm not going to lie and say I didn't do it because it was there. It's like me talking to people, me doing it. I got just disassociated, and I was like, this is not real. That there is no way this happened. So, Edgar, another male, he's a family member, and I'm not going to say their name. somehow during this mix, when I was like going crazy trying to go get Albert, and I was screaming at everybody talking like it's an accident, it's an accident. I think they have one of the things reports where I was like, I didn't ever know it was Gannon, but I really didn't.
Gonna buy it.
Someone in a cape. The reason he was taller was because the bed was sitting, like, you know, you think a twin bed, he was standing on the bed. So to me, or to whoever I was, thought that that was a person in a cape. That's the only reason. At all that the gun would have went. That is the only reason. And like, I played this back, like I said, 50 million times in my head, like, was I in the right mind to turn the light switch on?
No.
My mind was in the protective mode because he wasn't there. The police was there. He wasn't there. Where was he at? Like, this was somebody in the house. It was probably someone trying to molest him. It was probably someone trying to hurt one of us. So what I was already going through with my stepdad earlier in the day, Maria could have thought it was my stepdad. We could have thought it was anyone who was trying to hurt anyone else in the house. She's going to protect. That part of me goes in protection mode to protect everyone else around me. So there was never a moment. So there's no murder. There's no hurt. There's no intent. Look, I had everything I wanted in my life. Career, this, that, you name it. There was no reason to hurt anyone in my home. I gained absolutely nothing out of hurting a child. But abuse, negativity, shit, crazy as an evil stubborn, I took care of this kid since he was 1. So like, go through that. No, I had to carry him upstairs if he was dying. There's never, I could never in a million years tell anybody what I was not okay. I was not okay before because I felt working down with someone in a cape. Like, how do you even explain that again, small, that you think it's someone in a cape?
Not one tear.
You know?
Recounting the death.
But then what happened after was even worse because I never even moved again. Not going to incriminate anyone. The male person, I'm not going to do that. Because it wasn't any intent there to harm anybody. There was no intent for anything. I went crazy thinking I could raise humans in the bed. I was driving him around the Burger King, trying to get him Happy Meals. I freaking took him back to GameStop to get that $60 game that I told you about that I told him he could get earlier. That's how freaking crazy I was going. But I was like, he's going to wake up. You know, I don't know if y'all know Andrew Womack. I tried to find Andrew Womack's house, but he brought his son back from the dead from 5 hours at Memorial. And I grew up watching the Daily Gospel. Andrew Womack. So I just kept thinking, like, God gives people powers to bring them back from like this is not supposed to be happening. All my people not even believing this is even happening. That's how my mind shifts. Older male person finally at some point told my mom that I had completely lost it because I told you my mom came out here. My mom, brother, they were all like, you have lost it. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. They already knew, but they weren't going to, you know, involve themselves in it. Like, you are going crazy. You need to go to a hospital. I didn't have anything to do with body being moved. I really kept saying he has to get back to China. That's where his grandma and grandpa have a farm, and that's where he was like, the person left me, couldn't carry him anymore, and the whole thing was him to be buried in South Carolina. It wasn't to be like, you know, something else. That was the whole thing. I was not well enough to get him there. That's why the male person is the person who tampered with evidence and who Never been lying. That was not me. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that. You know, with him by weapon and did do this part. I'm telling you. It was him. I started the person case that goes in the house. And the freaking, you think about a cape. What is about colors on a cape? Red, black. What do I think about? What was going on in my mind during the day for my stepdad? If someone was trying to molest him, someone was hurting these kids. Just going through my brain. Or I never, like, I didn't even have my own handgun on me. I don't even like guns. I can't even shoot them. Not even me. Maria can shoot them. I can't shoot them. So, like, yeah. And, like, for someone to get to hear the truth of it, it's like the hardest thing because people are like, oh, why didn't you turn the light on to see if someone's in a cave? What do you mean? Like, I sit there and told my therapists and people that, like, do you think I had that thought process? There was never even a thought to be like, hey, that's not even a thought I had. It is a thought is when Maria comes, it protects whoever's in this house. That's exactly what happened. There was no intent, there was no hurt, there was no ill will, there was no anger, there was no passion. I looked at every definition they have in this book because I was spent on it. None of that is right. That is not what happened. And you can't even say like there's no self-defense because you need to know I thought this was someone else. Like, how do I know who this is? I'm not in the right mindset to decide, to make that decision. I didn't know right or wrong to who this was, what I was doing. My mind goes to there's kids in this home, there's Lena, there's Carly, and one of my kids are missing. That's the mindset. That's the truth. So, I don't know if y'all heard, read, seen, whatever, but that is 100% the truth. It was on January 28th, not January 27th. I don't know why they're all wrong.
And so we don't know how body ended up in Florida. Am I correct?
No, so, okay. For leaving, so police came, they helped me pack. So, because people were going crazy in the neighborhood, they were like threatening to kill me, like all this. So the police allowed me to leave. They came and helped me pack. There's body cam footage of them packing the van up with my clothing and police are there. They allowed me to leave. Okay? I'm still in that mindset of like, I don't know what, like, this can't be going on. This is worse than a nightmare. This, in my mind, it kept being like, I'm gonna wake up and this is just one of these bad dreams. Like, that's how it kept saying, like, this is not happening. Like, there's got to be some camera popped out any moment for some show or something. I don't want to call it denial. It was more so of like, it was not reality. That was not. So they helped me load the car up. There was another male person who was, again, I'm not going to say their name because at the end of the day, they're still my family. He was trying to protect me and was like, you need to stop. You need help. Like, you've lost your mind. He was trying to protect me. I'm trying to protect him. I just kept saying, I'm going to Florida, and I'm going to drop my stuff off, and then I'm going to go to South Carolina, because I knew that's where LaRonda and Mac lived. And I just kept yelling at them, LaRonda and Mac live there. I got to go talk to them. And I know this only through their interviews, what they've said to my people. I just kept yelling, got to get to LaRonda and Mac. Somewhere in my brain, I guess it recognized LaRonda Mac or my parents, his mom, dad. And like, oh, those are the only people that ever helped me. So like, one part of my brain was like, just kept that I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, I gotta talk to them, So I get in the car. I don't remember really driving. Like, they have me on stores where I go and like stores to buy stuff and I swear upon my breath, I don't even remember going in these stores. I'm not even a driver to ride on planes. So for me to even be in a car that long, that's how much I was out of this world. And then at some point in time, I'm supposed to like meet them, and they call me and they're like, "You're losing your mind. We're not going any further. We're not going to South Carolina." I could not pick them up very him because my mindset kept saying, "I'm taking him to South Carolina to his grandparents' farm so he can have a proper burial." Because if he would have been buried, like if Albert would have had control of it in Colorado, he would have never like let mom be involved in anything. You know what I'm saying? So like I just kept saying, "Let's go to LaRonda and Max. They can make a good decision. If they don't know what to do, they can help me bring you back to life." That's when the mill person intervened and kept saying, "You're losing your mind. You can't bring somebody back from the dead." And I have to protect them too because I'm not going to go out saying their name. Common sense, you can put two and two together, the mill figures that were here, but you never hear it out of my mouth. At the end of the day, you. And he was just trying to like figure out why I was going crazy and help me at the same time figure out like this is really reality what's going on. But that was the only reason he ended up in Florida, because when they left me, he never wrote. Like, his body was never with me. His body was never in the car. They pulled the whole van apart and seen that there was no DNA evidence at all. And then the he was never in the van that I drove myself. Never, ever. It wasn't until I get to Florida and I'm telling everybody, like, we have to bring you back to life. LaRonda could help. Those individuals who flew on an airplane and went to Florida after they got off the airplane, listen, I could not pick them up to carry him anymore. That is the only reason. Or else, I don't know. My investigators have asked me, what was your plan? Was you just going to pull up at the farm in South Carolina? And I said, I didn't have a plan. There was, in my mind, that's probably what I was trying to think about doing, is getting to LaRonda and Max, but like, there was never a plan. Like, I don't know if I was going to pull up there and, lose my mind, tell them what had happened. I didn't know. I just knew running has been part of my life. So running always makes things disappear. Like, it's not real. So I was under the impression that this was all just a nightmare, that as soon as I got away from this, I was just going to snap back into it, and this was not what happened. But it never happened that way. Then I started, like, when I was in South Carolina, I was telling people crazy stuff. I wasn't eating, I wasn't sleeping. I just kept saying to people, it's not what you think, this
You're
is
in
not what
Canada,
happened.
right?
Come back to life. And like all my friends in South Carolina kept being like, what do you mean he's not going to come back? He's going to come back to life. What is going on? And I know by this point, I'm no medical professional. But I know for a fact that I was in a form. Because I never in my life have been through hallucinations. I never in my life have been through the things I was going through to explain that. To think there was a person in the cave. To think that this person was harming somebody. Never had been that hype. And it caused me the ruining. It's not about me, it's Landon's life. Landon's life, Harley's life, like, I don't know. One decision that wasn't even right. Every single day. So yeah, to me, sometimes I do check in all reality, but like, this ain't real. Too bad. And with all my heart, I took care of it. Oh, literally gave him enemas. Freaking took him to school, did everything. What? If anything, what the last 2 years. Pretty simple. Then people make up these things about stab marks. It's not stab marks. Those were from the fire. I've looked at the autopsy report to the point that I've memorized it. They say like 1.2 centimeters, 1.4. We're talking centimeters. That's from the fire. I don't care what they say. There was never anybody doing anything, slicing, dashing, whatever the hell the news puts on there. And that's not true. They were marched in the virus. Which was exactly what I told them. They were on the arms and chest. What I told them when I was going through these stories and I'm bringing them those.
I have members from Canada.
I was talking about the garage. I was talking about Mark. I was talking about the bleeding. Like, I was like shocked that all of it went together in these crazy. It was almost like I was talking a word salad all over the place. Nothing was coherent with any of those things. Didn't really understand what was going on. That ain't no approach that people take to get out of crimes. I've never been a felon, I've never been that. You don't just wake up one day and decide to start murdering people. It's because it was not meant to be. He was missing. Everything in my mind was bad. She was raping him, she was molesting him, she was gun here, she was gun there. I watched this body cam footage so much that like everybody's like, well, where was he at that night? They opened the one closet with the ornaments and stuff. I swear to you, I see it move. I see it move with the cover. And I'm telling everybody on my team, I'm like, y'all don't see that, y'all don't see that. That's where he was hiding at. That's where he was at the whole night of the 27th. How did that guy miss him? How did he come in there with freaking body cams, trained to find people, trained at kids hiding, trained at that, and miss that? How? That's why I go back and forth with everything they have. Because had he not blaming this on him, because God knows I would never blame someone else like that. Had he done that, the outcome probably be different. Yeah, absolutely.
They should be under the live stream button.
That is not some person in the house getting ready to take another kid, hurt me, hurt her. That real things like that, she doesn't think rational. She doesn't think let's do this the right way. She thinks I'm about to hurt anybody that's about to hurt the people I love. Wow.
Is she okay? She stopped talking. Oh my God. No, she just stopped talking.
You just don't know how bad I just be wanting to sit down with Landon. I can't change my mental state. But you gotta know in your heart it was not her getting it. I didn't go my whole life teaching kids. Never heard, like, I have no history of anything. Like, even the FBI testified on the stand and the prelim was like, there's no history of any kind of abuse. She did not abuse these kids. They said, like, because I was the one that always came to rescue them for everything. And now I don't even get to like even talk Lena goodbye. I don't get to say anything. And they have to, she has to think that the world I heard her brother, like, come on. Like,
I doubt she wanted to say goodbye to you.
oh,
You killed her brother.
but I looked at the autopsy report and it said like within the jaw, that it was like far away. And I'm like, but I always like try to sit there with them, try to piece together any of these pieces I'm missing. Like what what point am I missing this part? I'm missing this part. Everything is like the evidence is all consistent. You're gonna get listen if you're gonna kill somebody, you don't shoot them in the jaw. Murderers kill people. Most female people who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people and they do all these hard.
Yeah, you would know.
Not even knowing it's them and they hit them in the jaw. And they paint it as this murder. Just listen, they're like so children, like, come on. Never had a scratch on their body. Ever in their life. Ever. No, this is happening. And trying to get these people to like understand that is the hardest thing ever. Because had I not, maybe if I hadn't been going through it, I was going through the day thinking my stepdad was still alive. Maybe I like trying to replay everything. Maybe it's like I wasn't worried about these people not letting stay home that day. You know, maybe you wouldn't have left because I thought the whole car situation, people trying to follow me from the stupid car accident thing, like, and I tried thinking that might have switched, that might have kept me from being at the state I was in. And then they like painted this whole thing about cleaning supplies. If you guys have seen the receipt, with carpet.
She's talking about.
I've memorized the receipt. It's trash bags, carpet powder, candy.
She made a couple of false reports to 911 saying there was someone in her backyard, which was probably her trying to set this whole thing up because she says that's the reason why she didn't leave Gannon home by himself.
Nothing in there ever sent anyone to get cleaning supplies. Pull up the receipt all day long.
That's what I was just doing with this. I just went back and made sure everything was in the playlist. What is she doing now? Pretending to turn into somebody else?
Well, we've had a very long day. We'll probably be stopping here at this point in time. We might.
You guys hear like a lot of like stuff getting numb to like what people do and stuff. Whatever you do, you just don't ever take the whole mindset these people took. You won't ever find it in my history. Ever. You said ever nothing like that comes to children.
I appreciate you a lot more.
Worked pretty hard to consider all of the.
You say a lot, but I don't deserve this. At all. Some people would just be like, oh, I don't have anything to do with it or none. From the beginning, I got in and out of it at CJC in the beginning, and I kept being like, this is not real. But at some point, it hits you, and you're like, okay, no, those cameras aren't coming out. No, this is really going on. And people just got to see me, and they're like, wait a minute, something right.
Oh,
Like,
you're welcome.
you are like always follow rules. You don't do this. You don't do that. Like, just don't make any sense. And so I know last time you guys know that they were like, I was hard at the jail because like once they got to know that that's not who I am, things got easy. Like they weren't, I say easy, but you know what I mean? Like they didn't think of me like of how this is. They started more and more being like, there's something we're missing. And I always just like, you just have no idea what is actually missing from them. It's not because someone, that's not true. Whether you want to call it that on paper, that's on the Bible, it there's 100% no determination. Me not turning the light switch on or turning it on, off, on, me determining who was there, who was not, capered, under the cape or not, there was no determination of black for that. And I've read that, every part of that book I told you I read it. There was no determining black for that. Because in the reason,
What book is she talking about now?
because they need to be protected. So that, like, whether he was alive that day or not alive that day, I still struggle with that. Like, I'll still be at the jail, like, thinking he's there, having these nightmares, doing whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know when this will stop. Like, I didn't know if it ever stop. Like, he's doing those things.
That's a good idea, Wiggles. I wish I could have thought of a good name. I mean, I had a good name when I was doing the Criminal Minds stuff. But then when I quit doing it, I just put my name.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10 till 11, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case with yourselves, don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10 till 11. All right, for the jury, please. Rise for the jury, please.
Have you seen that trial, Wiggles?
Dr. Torres is probably here in the microphone.
I saw this
Thank you, may all
one
be
the first
seated.
time through, but I forgot a lot of stuff.
My bad, sorry about that.
I have chemo brain y'all.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. You might be surprised, but I had some questions based on the last clip that we just saw. So the jury understands, is this the last time that you
Yeah,
talked to
yeah.
Ms. Stauch on March 24th, 2022?
People know
That
me by
was
this
the
name.
first time that we spoke to her for our sanity interview, because we saw her again in June.
I meant because we saw some other clips that took place, and it looked like there was breaks and sessions where she would leave. Is this the last session on that day that you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end, you said you're going to have her come back, and we're going to talk about June in a moment. But did she eventually come back and you asked her some more questions?
She did.
Now, in this particular clip, you and Dr. Gray didn't ask a lot of questions. I think Dr. Gray asked one with about 20 minutes left. And then you said some things towards the end there. Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some,
I think my intro still says True Crimes of Criminal Minds. The True Crime and Trials. Well, I have it stopped.
Don't be suspicious. No, don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Come to take his son home. To take his son home. To take his son home.
Just because, while everybody's here. That's our favorite clip.
defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stauch did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent with what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
Where I live, you can't buy it on Sunday.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual?
She
in a forensic
memorized the
setting,
autopsy
or-
report? This seems backwards. Because that's, if you drink at a bar or restaurant, you can be intoxicated in public. But if you buy it and take it home, you're intoxicated at home. So then police don't have to come out. That seems backward. She memorized the autopsy report?
Someone that you're evaluating in an insanity
Why?
evaluation, for them
That's
to be
weird.
verbose on discovery and know everything that was in discovery.
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're
Right.
not, or they have less of an idea.
Yeah.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Yeah, and I said, what book?
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
That would be a boring book to read from cover to cover if you're a lay person. You wouldn't understand over half of it. Thank you, everybody that's watching. Thank you, my lurkers. Thank you, chat. Thank you, replay crew. If you guys are liking the stream, please like and subscribe. I am 3 subscribers away from 800. I would really appreciate it if you would subscribe. Hey, Marty, where have you been? Now I'm going to complain that you're late.
I apologize, Dr. Gray. Sometimes we have to have conversations with the judge.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres. I apologize for that as well.
I look a lot different than he does.
Okay. So we were talking about her knowledge of using words like disassociation, right from wrong, and psychosis.
With your bunny?
Are those not necessarily the right from wrong, but is disassociation a term that is in the DSM-5 in regard to dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
And does it state in the criteria in the things that might be apparent in someone who suffers from that mental illness, the terms of people may disassociate?
Yes.
And what does disassociate mean in general?
Disassociation is it's a term that is used when a person is no longer able to integrate things like memory, perception, awareness. It can be seen in a few different ways. I mean, we talk about dissociative amnesia, so not integrating memory, forgetting that you've done things. We've talked about more normal components of disassociation that we just reference as absorption. So like when you're so absorbed in a task that you are not really aware of what's going on in your surroundings. But pathologically, there's amnesia, there's derealization, and then there's depersonalization. Derealization is more of a feeling detached from reality. Things seem more like a dream than they do actual life. Depersonalization is almost as though you are in your body observing yourself, but you don't feel integrated.
This is going to sound like I did this on purpose, but I didn't. But for instance, when I called you Dr. Gray, is that a form of disassociation?
I would not say that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you then what it is, because I'm afraid of what the answer might be. The fact that she gives you this version of events, and we talked about how as she's giving it to you, you may be reflecting back on the police reports and the discovery, thinking that it's not consistent. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
When she brings up this thing about going to church, kind of at the beginning of the interview, based on what she's telling you happened on January 26, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? There's police reports that indicate
Taking facts that are not in it.
Well, the question's not all the way done, so let's wait until we get to the end of the question before we take the objection.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the police reports in this case that talk about surveillance video in that neighborhood and monitoring 6627 Mandan Drive during this entire time frame?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you recall reading them?
I likely read them, and I don't remember very specifically what those might have said.
But needless to say, there's reports that talk about movement from that house during a specific time frame. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And certainly, if she had gone to church that morning, we would see the vehicle leave on the video camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you probably don't remember if you read that report or not, but do you remember reading anything about her leaving the morning of January 26, 2020?
I don't remember that.
Okay. The other issue is, are you familiar with reports with regards to her vehicle, the Tiguan, and the GPS data that was on that Tiguan?
Some of it.
If she took the Tiguan to church, would that be reflective in the GPS data?
I would assume that it would be, but I don't remember specifically reading that.
For sure.
Well-
She's a psychologist. How does
What do
she
you
know
do as a
about car
forensic
GPS?
psychologist when someone's telling you something that you know is not consistent or is flat out not true?
Ow.
Occasionally, we might specifically ask them about that particular point. As I noted, it depends on the relevancy to the question that we are trying to answer, which is what is her mental state at the time of the offense. So this could be an example where what was happening the day before was less relevant for us. As evaluators, we're not there as investigators. We're not there to fact find. We're not there to find out, is what she telling us the truth or not? But we are paying attention to whether there are inconsistencies in self-report from one conversation to another, as well as in the other data that we have, because that speaks to issues of credibility.
Well, I'm assuming when she brings up about this Michael the Archangel handing out business cards, and that's what caused her to go on the hike, that something may have been going on there. What was your take on her telling you that?
You know, that particular point, I did have a question about it, but ultimately I don't think that it comes down to very much. It doesn't seem to be an issue of psychosis or dissociation. If it is true that there was an individual there handing out cards, it was just another point in her day.
Okay. Do you recall her talking about the video? The court reporter needs to take a drink. Wait. Okay. Do you recall her talking about a video that she made with regards to the burns on Gannon? How she video recorded everything?
Yes.
Is there any significance as to when the video stopped recording?
I don't know.
Do you recall the video?
I don't recall that video specifically.
If I told you, and this is to get what your opinion is of it, okay? Is if the video stops after Gannon says, "I'm worried about my burns," and then she says, "Well, tomorrow," stops. Is that any significance to you in your evaluation?
For the purpose of our evaluations, it just helps corroborate that there were burns on Gannon. I don't know about the severity of the burns, but it's interesting that he was worried about them. And then in terms of stopping it at tomorrow, I wouldn't know what to make of that.
Okay. She alludes to her stepfather several times during her narration here. What did you and Dr. Gray take from that?
The references to the stepfather, to me, sounds like she's trying to tell us that she was having flashbacks of her stepfather. At this point, I think we've established her self-report that she had an abusive childhood. So that is our take specifically whenever she mentions him, is that she's trying to make that point.
And does she refer back, as she mentions her stepfather, as to why she would text her boss at 4 a.m. or close to 4 a.m. that morning saying, I'm not coming into work because my stepfather got killed in an auto accident?
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on that?
I think it's curious that it happened at that early in the morning. When Ms. Stauch was talking to us, she told us that she doesn't remember specifically doing that, and that she knows that that happened because it's in discovery.
And that was going to be my next question. Did Ms. Stauch appear to refer to things that are in discovery as she's explaining her accounts?
Yes.
And in that particular moment, did it appear to you that she's trying to explain as to why she would say, my stepfather just died, I can't come into work?
It's possible. I would say that whole interview, the first time around, we had concerns that she was explaining evidence more so than trying to give us her version of what occurred, which is something that we tried to address the second time that we spoke to her.
And we're going to play that later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. During the course of her interview, she repeatedly said, my team, my attorneys, we came up with this. What was your take on that?
Again, it was concerning for us as evaluators because we picked up on that language as well. As I noted earlier, we are trying to get a pure version of events from a defendant during sanity evaluations. So when she says things like, this is what we came up with, it does make me wonder a bit further what that means, because it does sound like, again, trying to explain the evidence that is available.
Is it consistent with how she did on the psychological testing that stated she was exaggerating symptoms?
I don't know that I would say those two things are specifically consistent, but I think that throughout this case, there were concerns about Ms. Stauch's credibility, whether it was in regards to the way that she told us what happened that day, given the inconsistencies, in addition to the exaggeration of mental health symptoms on the testing that we did.
She talked to you about falling down the stairs. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then later in the interview, she talks about being in the garage naked and noticed that her head was matted with blood. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall reviewing a report by a SANE nurse in this case by the name of Van Ness?
Yes.
And were there pictures associated with that report as well?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the SANE nurse mentioning anything about any injuries to her head?
No.
Did she have any injuries to her head?
Not that I'm aware.
During the course of the interview on several different occasions, she wanted you to know that Gannon was killed on January 28th and not January 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
From reviewing the police reports, what is your understanding as to when, at least from the police reports, the killing happened?
The police reports suggest January 27th.
And would that have been sometime between 2:30 to 3:15 that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon.
And so it's real clear that she's telling you it didn't happen then. It happened the early morning hours of January 28th, sometime after midnight. Is that what your recollection is?
Correct.
Which would mean the police had already been in the house. They looked around the house. She told you she memorized the body-worn camera as well. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was your and Dr. Gray's evaluation of that?
For us, again, the timing of it was less relevant to the question that we were trying to answer. We do know that there is that discrepancy in terms of what the police reports say and what she is saying.
Was part of her, well, was your opinion was that she was trying to convince you that the police had it wrong?
At least in terms of when the killing actually occurred.
And is that something that if someone truly suffers from dissociative identity disorder and they're having some kind of amnesia because they go into a different state of mind, would that be consistent with that?
I would expect if somebody was dissociating, there would be more of that loss of time and potential disorientation, switching from one state to another.
Would that individual make it a point to say the police are wrong, they got it all wrong, this is when it actually happened?
I think that's going to be an it depends.
Okay. I seem to ask a lot of those questions. I apologize for that. Now, when she's talking about the incident that she says happens on January 28th, 2020, sometime after midnight, just so we're in reference here. She talks about, we all decided that all of us were going to sleep upstairs. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And she's referring to herself, Harley, and Lena?
Yes.
And then she goes into the details as to what she thinks happened to Gannon.
Yes.
And she somehow says, or she tells you that a person by the name of Edgar comes by.
Yes.
And Edgar has a relative named Angelica.
I don't remember.
Okay. Again, from review of the police reports and the surveillance video that's monitoring 6627, did you ever see a black BMW show up with two individuals come out and go into the house?
I don't remember seeing that.
I would just say no. I wouldn't say I don't remember.
She talks about her and Edgar going downstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you recall her saying that she sees as they're going downstairs?
She says she sees someone in the house, someone who's wearing a cape.
And in your expert opinion, is that when, if it happens, a triggering event occurs and she changes into Maria Sanchez?
It's a little hard to tell from her self-report. It seems as though that's what she's trying to imply to some degree, because she talks about going into protection mode, and she often references Maria as the protector. And at the same time, in her self-report, it seems as though she's explaining what she is seeing, presumably as Letecia Stauch, in terms of seeing someone in a cape.
And that's what I was going to ask you about, is someone who has dissociative identity disorder, are they going to be able to recall what happens as a different person? I know that's a weird question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Once that trigger event happens.
No. Not yet.
In terms of how Ms. Stauch has explained her dissociative identity disorder, she doesn't have access to Maria. She can't tell us what Maria is thinking at any point in time. So I would think that if Ms. Stauch had dissociated into Maria,
Oh, I wish you would say that word
there
right.
would be a lack of awareness or understanding or memory for that period of time from Ms. Stauch's perspective.
And would it be common if someone is truly legally insane at that moment?
But that doesn't
Would it
sound
be common for them to say, I blacked out, I don't know what happened after that moment?
That happens a lot.
Does that happen a lot in criminal cases?
I suspect it happens often enough in criminal cases.
Where insanity is an issue.
Where insanity is an issue, it's common, I would say, for people to have periods of not remembering, especially if they are having some sort of acute mental health crisis at that moment.
So in this particular case of Ms. Stout, if she had dissociative identity disorder to the point where it turned into a severe mental disease or defect as defined in the insanity statutes, would you expect her to have recall of the events that took place after she went to a different persona?
I would expect her to report more loss of memory for those things.
I think that answered, I think we're saying the same thing. So you wouldn't expect her to give you details about Gannon standing on the bed with a blanket around.
Not if she was dissociating at the moment.
And
This
did she ever explain to you and Dr. Gray how she could go from protected mode, where Gannon was part of this protected mode, to killing Gannon?
We never asked her that question specifically. However, her self-report to us implies that she didn't know it was Gannon and that she thought it was somebody who had come into the home, possibly an intruder.
But as she talks about Maria, is it clear that Maria Sanchez, based on what Mitch Stauch is telling you, knew who Gannon was and that she was there to protect him?
That's my understanding.
Protect him?
And as
or
she's
her?
telling you about this tall person who she perceived to be tall because Gannon's on the bed, do you recall her mentioning that that's what she talked about with her attorneys and that's what her attorneys told her?
I think she did make mention that that was part of the conversations that she had with her attorneys.
Oh, so she doesn't remember anything, but her attorneys know what happened?
And you know the circumstances of how Gannon was found in Florida?
Yes.
That
You
makes sense.
know the bedding material that is wrapped around him in the suitcase?
Yes.
Is it consistent with what she's telling you he has wrapped around him, this red and black blanket?
I don't remember the colors of the blanket.
At some point, she says Lena wakes up. And she says Lena actually helps carry Gannon after he's been shot up the stairs, the car, and the garage. Do you remember telling you that?
Yes.
Did you review the interview that was conducted with Lena Stauch with regards to this investigation?
I did.
Do you recall the last time she said she saw Gannon?
I don't recall the last time she said, but I don't think it's consistent with being present or carrying a body up the stairs.
If she would have said that in her interview, you think you would have remembered that, especially when Ms. Stauch says it here?
Yes.
Do you remember other interviews that Ms. Stout gave where she talks about Lena coming home from school and that she had to do her laps and went to the mailbox and rode her bike and didn't come into the house?
Yes.
She goes into the fact that she tried to bring Gannon back to life. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any significance to her saying that to you?
We considered that. So I'd say that it does have some significance. However, as it pertains to the issue of insanity, again, insanity is such a narrow focus. This is stuff that would have happened following the actual shooting. So it doesn't speak so much to the time of the offense as it pertains to the issue of a murder. In terms of the charges of tampering with a deceased human body, it has more weight on that. So it was interesting to us that she said that she took the body from one place to another and then even was hopeful to find this Mr. Womack to have some sort of resurrection.
And do you recall Lena saying anything about that in the review of her interview about them driving around trying to bring him back to life in the car?
I don't remember her saying anything about that.
Do you remember reading any police reports or seeing any surveillance video of that happening?
No.
She also tells you that she got hit in the leg with a bullet. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. We didn't follow up on that.
Had you read or seen any medical reports or anything that said she had been shot in the leg with a bullet?
No.
At some point, she says that Harley and Lena's faces are white, like they just seen a ghost. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Would you expect Harley to recall that if that actually happened?
Yes.
Would you expect Lena to recall that if that actually happened?
Possibly.
When she was talking to you about Gannon talking to her and Lena as they're going up the stairs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
She said that she was switching, or she was having different personalities at that point. Do you recall her saying that?
As they were going up the stairs?
Yes.
Vaguely.
Okay. Any relevance to that, to your opinion?
If the events occurred as Ms. Stauch has said that they did, to me, it would not surprise me that somebody might go into some sort of shock. And if she had a mental illness like a dissociative identity disorder, it wouldn't surprise me if that would cause some sort of a reaction or exacerbation of symptoms. And at the same time, it's unclear to me from Ms. Stauch's report who she was dissociating into, or what exactly was occurring, how much of it was her or one of the personalities that she shares worlds with, as well as when events occurred, when she looked at the body to find out it was Gannon's body, given some inconsistencies.
I'm going to use the word you used, if this happened, if she's switching personalities and going through this dissociated state, would a family member notice that right away?
I would think so.
Would Harley notice that right away?
I would think somebody would see something.
Would her brother Dakota Lowry notice that right away when he got it?
Potentially.
What about Al Stout when she picks him up at the airport hours later? Would he notice something like that?
I would think so.
In fact, in the DSM-5, does it not state that family members would certainly notice something obviously strange with an individual who suffers from dissociative identity disorder?
I would think eventually, if it was a severe presentation of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about how sometimes it's subtle and it's not readily visible to other people when somebody's switching from one state to another. But that being said, family members might notice a loss of, family members might notice that person reporting a loss of time or even seeming to forget things that happened in the day, potentially even forgetting who they are. It just depends on how the specific illness presents in that person.
She talked to you about not knowing how to shoot a gun. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what she told you earlier about how she took the gun away from Edgar and shot this intruder?
It is somewhat inconsistent, and at the same time, I could see somebody saying that they don't know how to shoot a gun, but still being able to carry out that act.
Is it common for people who own guns not to know how to shoot them?
I would hope that people who own guns know how to shoot them.
Do you remember saying that she memorized the autopsy was wrong, it was only one gunshot?
Yes.
You remember attributing the stab wounds to saying they weren't stab wounds, they were burn marks?
Yes.
What was your take on that? Her inconsistency with what actually happened in the death of Gannon Stauch?
Again, it was noted that her self-report of the events didn't line up with the police reports or the other evidence available.
And did she ever mention to you anything about blunt force trauma to the head that was in the autopsy report?
No.
She goes into talking about whether or not she moved Gannon's body afterwards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
She said she didn't want to incriminate anyone, and so I'm not going to tell you a person's name. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in the police reports or anything that you reviewed indicating that someone helped her move Gannon from A to B?
No.
Is it pretty readily noticeable in the police reports that Gannon's body was taken to the Palmer Lake area first,
Yes.
that his body was then picked up,
Yes.
and then later drove to Florida?
Correct.
And did she tell you, did she at any time
Bears,
explain
lions,
how all that happened?
maybe.
No.
You know, but it's a park. You're not allowed to do that in a park.
In fact, Dr. Gray, I believe the question that was asked with about 20 minutes left was, so you don't recall going to Florida, or words to that effect? Do you remember that question?
Yeah, he had asked how the body ended up in Florida, or we were trying to clarify her statements because she seemed to be suggesting that she was not involved in that.
And again, she indicated that she wanted Gannon to have a proper burial in South Carolina on his grandparents' farm. Do you remember saying that, her saying that?
Yes.
Is that inconsistent with not moving the body to the East Coast, I guess?
It would imply that at the time of the shooting, or around the time of the shooting, that she had some thought that the body should go to South Carolina. We know it didn't end up there.
Okay. But in your opinion, is that kind of inconsistent? One hand, she's saying, I didn't have anything to move in the body. The second hand, she's saying, I wanted to have a proper burial in South Carolina.
Again, I feel like both of those things.
I can see taking a gun if you're going to go out in the woods and you might come across snakes, or where I live, snakes, alligators, bears, panthers. But if you're in like Garden of the Gods is where they went hiking, isn't that like a national park or something? So you wouldn't be allowed to shoot animals. So I don't know why she would take a gun.
Could exist separately from one another. It's just interesting to me that she would have had the thought that the body needed to be moved, given the circumstances.
And do you recall her telling you and Dr. Gray that a male person, a family member, helped her move the body?
Yes.
And do you know who that family member was?
No.
Did she ever tell you who that family member was?
No.
Do you know who the only male family member who was here at that time was?
I think it might have been her brother.
And would that have been Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
You just have a second, Your Honor. At some point, she says, I know I was in a form of psychosis, hallucinations, person in a cape.
Yes.
Is that common for someone to say those words if they are truly, in fact, experiencing a psychotic
point.
event?
Only if they have good enough insight after the fact to be able to relay that information.
And she said that she read certain books cover to cover. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yes.
In specific, when she was talking about, I didn't know right from wrong, I read a book cover to cover. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it lead you and Dr. Gray to the understanding that maybe she did some research prior to coming in and giving you this statement?
The verbiage that she used during the interview suggested that.
And when she said that, is that when she said, I'm telling you the 100% of the truth? It was on January 28th, not January 27th.
Yes.
She showed emotion, what appeared to be emotion during the video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that happen when she would talk about what others were saying about her?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion when she
I
talked
know
about
she's
bringing
pronounced it
Gannon up
wrong.
the
It's driving me
stairs and his
crazy.
last breath that she talked about?
Not in the same way.
Does that contribute to your initial diagnosis of, correct me because I'm going to wing this, is it borderline narcissism?
Yes, a personality disorder.
Is that the narcissism you're talking about where she cares about herself?
I think it can be expressed in that manner.
She talked to you about CJC, which is the jail, right?
Yes.
Not being real. Do you remember her saying those words?
I don't remember that so clearly.
We won't ask questions about it, or I won't ask questions about it. Towards the end of the interview, she says, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall from the autopsy whether or not Gannon had quite a bit of hydrocodone in his system when he died?
I remember reading that somewhere.
Now, she comes back on June 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Was that date already in plan, or how did that date come about as for her coming back for you and Dr. Gray to interview her?
That was the soonest that we could set the interview, given some vacation time, but also we were waiting for some documents, I believe, from Mr. Tolini as it related to possibly interviews with family members. We were waiting for something else in addition.
Okay. And so up until this point, had you made an opinion with regard to Ms. Stauch's sanity?
Not yet.
You're still gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to play a portion. Let me see how much time we have, Your Honor. Do you want to start it now, or do you want to wait and?
Council approach for a minute.
Yes. We're gonna go ahead and start the video and then we're gonna take a lunch break. So if you want to have a seat in the back, you can do that. And so for the record, Your Honor, this is going to be People's Exhibit 728. We're going to start it at 57 minutes and 33 seconds. And we'll stop it when I see you look at me and tell me to stop it.
Around dark, Charlie comes home, we go to stuff we're supposed to get, or whatever. And at some point, we were gonna go eat sushi. That's when we started. Would have been Friday,
I think she washed her
85,
hair.
16 or whatever. So then we started looking for Gannon. One was text Albert. I don't have any of the contact numbers of anybody that was there. So when the police come out, which was not till I thought must have lost track of time, but I was just confused because he was doing the timing challenge. We would come out hiding by dark because we would have to eat dinner. He just wasn't there, so I was just so confused. Like, I know him well enough to know he was going to be dinner. So that's why I didn't get worried until when it got really, really dark. Because at that point in time, I'm like, hold on. But then it was raining outside. Leaving. Wasn't sure why maybe didn't walk home, so we tried to go find him. But that's when we called the police. The police showed up, which would have been hours later. But they know I never left the house. Evidence. So the cops came out, looked around the house, they did interviews and all of it. Because I couldn't figure out where this hiding spot was at. Because when we did this, whenever all the YouTube challenge rules, we went over like, don't do this, don't do that, don't hide in certain spots that you can't breathe, or don't, you put yourself in a bind. And the kids had their own YouTube channel, so they did this when they went to their moms too. So. It almost felt like this wasn't really going on because I'm like, okay, now how in the world did you hide? And the cops have came in here. They're looking for you. They're looking through the house. They went in the cars. They're like, we go. Go in the cars. I gave them permission to go to the house. Or if anything got an order, they walked in every room. Anything got an order. Anything here. Anything there. Because nothing happened. Nothing got an order. So that's when I just started being like, okay, where's this hiding spot? I thought at the time maybe it was just like at a friend's house. And then like I know that guy had people going to that junior kid's house or whatever. So it gets dark and we're all just sitting there like trying to figure out what's going on. I was in a little bit of a shock because it wasn't like if this would have been Lena, like who went to the person's house, those are strangers or whatever, then I'd have been like, it wouldn't have shocked me. But it being Gannon going to the stranger's house, that was very shocking too. So I couldn't really figure out why. So he come back out to check on me because that's when I started panicking. Albert sends the police back to check on me. That was late night, like 11. So police come back to check on me, and I'm just in a panic at that point in time. And he's like, well, we're going to put people all around the house. There was like And this had been going on hours of searching the house. We're all upstairs because I told Harley and Lena to sleep upstairs with me because I didn't want them downstairs. I wanted them in my stuff here. But I remember going on the sofa. I don't know how long it was I was sitting on the sofa. I kept hearing knocking sounds. Well, if you ask for like the one footage of where my car just goes out the driveway and comes back in or whatever, that would have been around the time of the knocking sounds when what we did together. And that was that time when we did together. So I heard the knocking sounds and I kept trying to figure out was there someone at the door because I thought they were trying to, if I had walked out to the garage to leave at some point, but then if they'd been knocking on my door, on my window, who would have known that was our bedroom window? Like, why were they trying to get me to go outside? I just kept going up and down the stairs, going in the room checking. One of the times I fell down the stairs, that's how my blood got on the stairs because I would like hit my head with socks on running downstairs or whatever. That's how my blood got on the stairs or whatever. Kept hearing knocking, I kept going and searching, I kept asking girls, they hear that. Then Ty's dad came by. We're still coming during the night, like during the late night or whatever. At some point, I remember laying back on the sofa and just kind of like dazing out for a while because honestly, I thought this was all just like some the nightmare I was talking about. But then, hear noise, I ran down the stairs. I don't know exactly how. So my handgun was inside a car. I had already, like, earlier, like, is this your handgun? Yes, I told him, no, be careful, there's a handgun in the car, like, all that. So I don't know if he had the possession. I had got possession of them. I said, I don't know, at some point, somehow, I saw come across the like, vision down the stairs. It's like someone in the shadow. I seen a shadow running across. I ran back up the stairs, started freaking out, and then came down the stairs because there's a shadow, there's some moving object, body moving in the house or whatever. So I didn't hear anything. I heard a loud noise when I was back upstairs. If you've seen the views of the house, there was top floor, bottom floor. So I was going up and down trying to figure out where these noises were coming from. So I heard the loud noise upstairs. And his room was my room. So when I was in my room, I heard the noise again. At some point in time, either I grabbed it from Edgar and it moved like someone in a cape. Or before. I have my stepdad used to wear these like are you familiar if you're familiar with like the Native American culture? They wear these like regalia things. He had this whole red and black thing.
Oh geez, again.
Dad shirt to his mom. And it was like someone in red and black. I don't even know how quickly it happened. I just kept hearing Ecclesiastes 3:3 in my head. Ecclesiastes 3:3, Ecclesiastes 3:3. I'm still, like, you know. Because obviously, my stepdad, when he died, he got carried 602 feet on the car. When he got hit and died. My son's ran off the road. I'm sure it was fast. But that was just what I kept saying in my head, make it fast. Ecclesiastes 3:3. I don't know how long had transpired after that. But when I came back through, Lena was freaking out. She was just standing there. I don't know what I said to her, but then she tried to help me take Anna upstairs, take him to the hospital. If you look at me before, you'll see she talked about trying to help carry Anna.
I hope that's not true.
We just had our days all running together because so it was very traumatic for her too. But when we tried to take Anna to the hospital, to the car, and to go outside, I don't know how long I was sitting in my car. I just was in the passenger. Okay. Like I was in and out. One minute I could see myself in the passenger side. Next minute I couldn't figure out who was driving the car. And I didn't see palm trees when we tried to pull out. And that's why I think I must have thought I was in Carolina, because there's palm trees going to the hospital. If you've ever seen a picture of like how like Rodeo Drive goes down with palm trees, that's exactly how it looks in Carolina. Then you go down to the beach and there's Grand Strand Hospital there, which I've been to many a times. Yeah, that's Grand Strand. Then on, I think I was complete and was shocked because I was trying to like get a better life. Because if you think about it, like there's a lot that went on in the Bible where Jesus was able to, right, like Jairus' daughter, bring her back to life. Many situations where he gave his disciples the ability to bring people back to life. I know at some point in time during that, Maria felt a threat. What she does, child molesters, someone who hurts children, someone who rapes women, not to mention what was going on in the garage. That's the way she protects me. Eliminate the threat. But when me and Lena are sitting there trying to go to the hospital, like, I'm realizing, like, what is going on. Mode kicked in of the I tried to give them burden. Even when at the GameStop, they tried to get the footage from GameStop. I don't know if they got it or not, but I was trying to get in the game and I already told him I was going to get it for $60. Edgar was with me during that time, but I don't know where he went during that time. Well, going back through and I was sitting in the car again on the passenger side. I go back in the house and everybody's just like, Lena's like white, like a ghost, like she's seen a ghost. I kept telling everybody he's going to be okay, he's going to be fine, and they're just asking me questions like, where is Gannon at? He's going to be fine. Find him. Because I didn't. What had happened during that traumatic experience, I wasn't real to. You gotta imagine if you were just somewhere and all of a sudden you're trying to bring somebody back to life and then now you don't know where he's at and you're telling everybody it'll be okay. Coherence, a gap. A little bit of coherency, a gap. As you can see, if you look at the evidence from then on, it just spiraled. Telling people about the people getting me. What was going on? I was trying to piece together what had really happened. You know. some point, I know it was Maria telling him about Mike was dead. But that was not what she would have done. Eliminated someone who the molested. So the stories that are on the evidence are all over the place because I really didn't know how to put together the pieces. I had time memories here and time lapses there, and then visions here, visions there. One minute I was in Carolina, one minute I wasn't. And I thought it was just a nightmare I was going to wake up from. I thought there was going to be cameras just pop out. Like one horrible, cruel joke, you know. Talking in like word salads, and talking like this, that, Googling going to Disney World, and like, so I have no idea I even done it. I have no idea what I was talking about. Talking about like the evidence somewhere it has searched on my phone. I think it was February or January or something. So I'm trying to find what to do when someone gets shot and went to shock. Like I don't even remember even putting any of that stuff in any of the searches, but all of the things that had happened over my life just all goes in one, in and out, doing this. And
And I stopped it at 113.41 just because I thought that might be a good spot.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If you go out for lunch, try not to get blown away by our Colorado breeze. And we will see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. I wanted to make a record about a couple of things. Get to it. Nope, I guess not. I already made the notes. Exhibit 728, 727 and Exhibit 728 have been officially admitted. When my court reporter came in this morning, she gave me an extra sheet because mine ended at 726, so I was adding some things in.
That was the
looks
sheet
like I
that
got
came
it.
from us, Judge, just so that
Okay.
you were tracking with that, yeah.
Okay.
if he's come now, and I'm dealing
Can you send a message to Todd? Let me get some in here. Ask him if he can go back to my chambers and get my laptop. I left it on my desk and just needs to plug it. I just forgot. All rise for the jury, please. Oh, you did it? Okay. I just forgot. Thank you. You may all be seated. We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video, and that will resume. Maybe.
I think Mr. Evans.
Just to let the court know where we're at. We're gonna start it at 113:41, which is where we stopped it.
Okay.
And then we're gonna stop it again at 149:07.
Okay.
Like, I have a hard time even believing, like, some days I just, like, hanging out in this one space until, you know, things clear up in my head. Days I'm in a bad depression and despair because I can't even, I've never, ever, the one thing I prided myself on. If I was consistent in my life on a lot of areas, I'd be in and out doing crazy stuff all over the place, very impulsive, manic, doing this, doing that, but I've never, ever. Yeah, I might have not showed up somewhere, but I'd be on a plane somewhere, but like nothing that would anyone ever changed. You're like, but there and that's hardly, you could ask anyone. You talk kids, had them across the country, this place to that place. Like sometimes I would just be manic and get everybody on a plane and end up somewhere. You know, it's a part of life.
That was weird.
Put it all together. And just looking at evidence, and then you look at evidence, and you're like, that's
When we spoke to you last time, you had mentioned that you thought it was an intruder, escape, and that you and Lena had moved the body before you even realized.
right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We got to go to the hospital, but like, I didn't know it was until we got to. We have to go out the house, up the stairs, or whatever. Like, I never even knew what was going on until we got to the house. And I heard that noise. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess my question is, why even where the body was, why move it?
That was the question I can answer for you. That would have been something that would have been like an instinct from another part of my body to do, because it definitely wasn't to hide or conceal or do any harm in any other way. 100% probably more than likely that would have been like Maria's interpretation. Like, I mean, looking back and forth. In Maria's mind, if it's a person who is child molested, then they need to be eliminated. To be honest, I know you guys have a hard job, but there's not a person here that can stand speaking. That's just natural. Rape. There was definitely a lot of the in and out and definitely switching back and forth. Because I didn't even realize. Not even the thought of being an intruder. It was more so the thought of someone in a cave. I told you the cave was red flag. To me, if I had been having thoughts of me and my stepdad throughout that whole time prior there, it's not even dead. And I'm haunted with that off and on my entire life. Like him being there, him being in a certain situation, or me being back in that house that I grew up in, or in the night terrors of all the abuse that we have lived through. So that's why it would be. If he's come now and I'm dealing with all this again, and mentally, which probably 100% his stepfather is messing with him, like how could it be? It's just how protection instincts work. Right? If you were to give me a test on protective instincts, I'm scored 90%, because that's how my brain works. And you gotta think I got Mother upstairs, me upstairs. So, and how Maria works is it's not always to eliminate people, they take them out. It could be just to remove people from a situation with everybody. And she has extreme power to that, you know, to actually carry somebody and to do those things. Like, when I'm in Maria mode, like, I have extreme power. Unbelievable. Special powers, I guess you could say. Something like that. People come back and tell me, oh, this happened since I was young. We support so when I was young. Dismissive. Maria and power to eliminate a threat.
You know Maria pretty well.
I can like an audible conversation, but I can't go with Maria. But I can have an audible conversation. Or over time, I've been able to. Incidents started happening. My grandpa used to always say, "Something's wrong with that youngin." You think country stuff. It's always wrong with that youngin. She's always hanging out with all these people. And my grandma would be like, "Oh, it's just imaginary friends." Like, no, it was beyond imaginary friends. Like, I would try to bring my grandpa to people. You know, like, everybody always thought I was just different. Had I hit my head. As it kept going on, situations kept happening, or like, I'd end up in a situation and like dead straight would not even know what it was. I went to a doctor in Florida about it one time, but I think they tried to give you all that information, but Dr. Bushman had deleted his feeds every 5 years or something like that. I tried to sign that form for you like 2 years ago, but I guess now the 5-year mark or something that they don't have it. Like, I ended up in places like that in Florida, and that's how I ended up at his office. And he's really it happened so much that finally I became to know who it was. I was here. I was not visual for Maria. But I can see Taylor, I can see Victoria, but I can't just say it has to be an extreme emotional perspective. If you wanted to see her and talk to her, you have to put me in.
Did you say to have a conversation with her, meaning you can ask for something and she?
Yeah, because like the people that come and see me, they've been coming up and they've been trying to figure out if I can find out why I have so much traumatic about growth. And I figure out why I feel the way I do about how conversation, because they wanted to feel why I feel the way I do about drugs. But through a lot of those methods, they could talk to Maria. As younger, my stepdad used to take me to Rainy Ray's house, which was his nephew. And during Rainy Ray, they always said he was just something was wrong with him, but he did bad drugs or whatever. That's when she triggered things in my memory that I came back to myself and I remember taking Rainy Ray and my stepdad at a very young age to go get the drive in the car. I just big shit. So that's why I have to wait. That plus, you know, like I'm pretty sure my mom has perfectionism or whatever. You always wanted to switch. So
Sorry, going back to what I was asking before. No, it's okay. You said you have an audible conversation with Maria. You also said that there are people coming to see you. I assume doing some sort of treatment or therapy with you.
yeah.
I'm associated with this, and that's how you talk to Maria.
No, so like it's been a couple weeks that we've been doing this, but they wanted to know why I felt that way about drugs. So, you know, when someone kind of gives you a certain small thing, like you start having those intrusive memories. Like you could not remember something, but then see something that like triggered that memory. And so as I was doing that, I triggered that memory, and that's how I could hear Maria and have the conversation with her about it. So it was part of those methods that we're doing to find out.
And who's doing these methods with you now?
Whoever might be offered.
I don't remember. All right. Well, I'm wondering, probably if you can have an audible conversation with Maria. And question now, if you can tell Maria, you know, what she was thinking and what she was.
Eventually, if you bring it up like traumatic stuff, I can dig myself into harmony, which in depth what any kind of release is like. It's very hard because that's the only way you get it like extreme. So like, well, the surroundings like what it feels like. And I've had to do that once for this process, and it's very difficult because, you know, for the other person having to hear it, you know, I go back and read their, you know, the report of what they typed about what I said in harmony, and it's very disturbing. So yeah, so
I definitely don't want to take you back to your childhood. I'm just wondering about, you know, at the time, the alleged defense.
oh, future
Where, you know, for you, the memory gets fuzzy,
right
between, you know, you're looking for getting, you're thinking someone's going to have you see the shadow. You're having kind of that repeated thought of, you see out these 33, time to kill, time to heal.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing you sort of remember is being in the car. And on some level, it sounds like your perspective is an assumption Maria took over at that point in time. And that Maria is your protector. She comes up in these situations where there's a threat. So I'm wondering, you know.
Can you talk to Maria through me is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to just say it that way.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said it a lot clearer than I did.
Yeah. How we got into work before was I had to just kind of put my mindset, like, I'm conditioned to hang out like that. So, like, I have to take my mind to hang out in that whole reliving it. You know what I mean? And then that's how I can do it.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering why Maria might have moved the body.
Yeah, I don't think you guys have any other stuff because like how we did it before was we have like the evidence she's been on. We don't have any of that. Yeah. That's how we did it before. Would have to have something for me to switch or trigger me, like going into that thought process or to. It's not really daydreaming. It's like just, we have to have something in order to do that in order to hear. Can't just be like, you know, it'll be fine.
Like,
Yeah, yeah.
have any other questions about?
I'm still a little unclear about these gaps. when you can't remember? Is that when?
Usually when I can't remember or when there's a blur around me, like let's say I would be in one of those states right now. You guys could be in here and I never even know you're in here. Things around me would not be the same. You know what I mean? So during any time, so okay, let me explain to you from how it started. So when I would get abused, sexually abused by my stepdad, I started noticing the Leticia, but then I didn't want Leticia. So if I went, I trained my brain to go somewhere else and let harmony get abused. So that way, if anyone, like when the counselors and stuff like that at school would ask, you know, like, hey, Leticia, have you been abused? I always kind of like, no, because harmony is the person that would be abused. So, back to what you were asking, that's why those gaps come into play, because I can take myself to those worlds. Like when one of the worlds is Christina, and how Christina works is when I was younger, my mom used to leave me by myself, take care of the kids, and she would try to leave my stepdad with me. But then she'd leave us by herself with a slave, and I would be taking care of kids while she was on his house. So that's how Christina came along, and she's a gymnast. So like if I have a gap or I go somewhere, I go to, when I was a child, I'd go to Christina because that was during the time of the Olympics, the 1996 Olympic Games. Everything in my house became like a gymnasium and apparatus. So everything around me was like that. Not like crazy stuff where people like, oh, there's natives. It's just that the surroundings are like that, or you know, like my body gets put in the surroundings. And that's how I had, so that's why whenever there's a gap in it, I went to this place and then something else. Or I make a mess of things if I deal with the trauma. Really. Nothing straight. If I didn't do that, I couldn't have been a teacher. I couldn't have got my degree. I couldn't have done a lot of things because of how I had to deal with something like that. It goes on into my adulthood. It doesn't just stop at my childhood, you know. Right there, because I'm conditioned to move out there. Something else might be going on in that world. It's not like I just am driving on the road and I'm like, oh, I'm over here. Let me just look. That would be dangerous. It's not like that. If something happens that causes me not to want to deal with it, then I can switch. But the thing about Maria is I cannot just switch to her personality. It has to be in the form of protection, or it has to be in the form of like getting me out of it. So like the other day at the jail, I say the other day, I don't know. I ended up in a total sleep. I didn't know how I ended up in a total sleep, right? And so I'm trying to let you see how that gap works. I remember being on the phone, getting ready to dial a number, and I heard them say, hey, you have to leave the cell 9 because they're having some construction going on at the jail, right? So they took us out of our ward, and so I can't go to the tower, so I have to get out of segregation until the ward finish. So I remember hearing them say cell 9. Well, cell 9 is where I developed Janelle, because so much trauma in segregation. That's where I developed Janelle. Well, that was the last thing I remember. Then next thing I know, I ended up SB, and SB was because I was an internal student, and they said I was trying to hurt myself. So I kind of put it all together. I'm like, why was I trying to hurt myself? But what happened was the trigger from cell 9 brought back those memories of the fact that I was going to have to be able to survive in segregation right now, meaning you know, no book, no radio, no food, nothing, started us, all that, because there's no instructions that apparently I called my friend Amy, Maria. I called my friend and she was talking in another language. And during that time, they said that I went upstairs at my body, Maria, and the deputy gave me a play-by-play. Deputy Lee said that because she was watching from another camera. She said that Maria looks this way, looks that way, and then tries to jump off. So you know how the jail, they have the rails, and there's like rails like this, tries to jump through the rails. But once I was able to come later on, like piece everything back together, Maria had called my friend, she was talking another language, and then she tried to rescue me. How she tried to rescue me was, she wasn't trying to kill me, she was trying to like bungee jump off, because in her mind, I was like, bungee jump it off. But I am the one that ended up in the truck. So then I had to go.
One of her elders tried to kill her?
Why are you going to hurt yourself? Like, so the deputy, when she came, Deputy Browder came to SD, is when I came back through. She said I was talking to her first as Maria, but then she was like, when I came back to myself as Letecia, she said, you were just Maria. And then I was like, why is my turtle suit? But then once I got everything back together, you could be together. So answering the question, what you just said, that's how it works. So the only way I'm left to piece stuff back together is like the evidence stuff, or like, okay, well, this has got to be clearly you on the camera, and I see myself. Okay, yeah, that's clearly me on the camera. Looking at it, like that's me. I don't know that's there, you know. That's kind of how I don't know if I hope you understand what I say about the gaps, but it's not like I'm just like, hey, I don't remember. It's I'm not there.
So, like when you find yourself in Orlando, who gets you there?
Well, I found out through this, is that fire? Oh my God.
I will bet you large money to drill. As one friend of mine used to say, I'll bet all of your money and some of mine.
Okay.
Where was I? Okay, yeah, so you find yourself in Orlando. How do you get there?
All right. Try not to focus on it.
Distracted.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it's just like crazy because I'm like, I don't know how to throw my fires. So what I went through about this investigation is that like they found different things in her. Said she met me before and I was all three. Someone else met me and I was tired. So there are personalities that I'm aware of. Like one of the reports they were asking about was like the FBI talking to her and she always knew you at Albany. I'm like, I don't think about that. So I think that must be one of the person that wasn't Taylor. That's not me, Letecia. So it just has to be one of the ones I either don't know about, or here I just stayed out for minutes and hours because obviously a plane ride from Colorado to Orlando, 3 to 4 hours. So you got to imagine what it's like. I did this before and ended up in Jamaica, and my daughter been like, "Why are you in the middle of the ocean?" Right? I also think that sometimes part of like one of my personalities, which is me, Letecia, is very polar. So I think you got to factor in.
Did she just say one of my personalities
The
would be
manic part too, when I just so impulsive. There's what's going on around me, you know. So I've been asking myself this question for years. In places like schoolwork, and not even know that I did schoolwork. You're like, wow, I submitted. Oh, I thought I didn't do my homework. I didn't do it. Guess that came in handy for the fact that I didn't struggle with degrees, but I also don't remember a lot about doing some of it because there was so much of that going on. And I was living when Chance died, that was the time I was thinking. It's just not been very traumatic time.
So it was other personalities doing some of the work
Right.
for your degree.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But presumably when they would turn things in, it had your name on it.
Right, but they know about me. You see what I'm saying? That's always been a thing. Like I tell the people at the jail sometimes, like me, they can call me what they want. But then when I'm Taylor, sometimes the deputies like will come by and be like saying my name, and I'm just like, hey, that's Leticia's name. Taylor's name, you know what I mean? So it's just hard to like help people with it. Or someone else who's on the outside looking in, they always thought I just hit my teeth all around. Well, I fight too much, or questions.
How would these other individuals get on a plane without ID?
And control of my body. So now they do know that I did have an ID and everything that was Maria Sanchez. But they do know that. So yes, the times that I crossed the border, which
never happened.
Times I've crossed the border have been as Maria Sanchez. How I ended up in Canada and the whole situation. So they were working on the border patrol for that. But that's why, like, on some of the questions, when I answer and I'd say, like 5 or 6, 4 or 5 or 6, because, like, when this would happen, it's not like all the time, it's only when certain things have to trigger it. You know? It's not like every day I just wake up and then, oh, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't have cognitive, I don't think I do. You could say memory as far as like you do their little memory things. Of course I'm great at that, but you catch me in the middle of a traumatic situation, I may not even be able to tell you the date. Right. So it's still the thing. When I was talking to the people that come and see me, like at the jail, like I said, I had hit my hand, but I didn't feel it hitting my hand in Maria. So when they come back and show me all the pictures of how my hand looked, and this girl had drugs or whatever, and she had like this, and she was in depth stuff or whatever. Last thing I remember is I tried to get the deputy's help, and then when they hit me. So when I switched to Maria, that was a perfect example. I didn't remember anything after that because her instinct is protective. When I hit the wall, it's Maria, and then hurts. So by the time I came back to myself, they're all like, "You need something for your hand." Hurt my hand. But I do. The reason the whole thing happened with the shit was because when I was little, I wanted a dog, and some of the dogs were dirty. We're not allowed to have dogs. So they used to make me sleep outside, like. Hurts. She was like, here, dogs put shit everywhere, dogs are gross, you know, so that's another example of why I'm clear with something, because a situation like that, I'm not gonna be the one getting shit thrown me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be the one solving the problem.
You said Maria was speaking another language. Spanish.
Maria can speak Spanish, but my friend said when Maria called her today, she was talking Russian. Because I guess my friend had to figure out what was going on or whatever.
Maria was speaking Russian.
That's what she said. Her name was Amy. Amy said that when I called her Maria, that she didn't understand at first what was going on. She heard the Spanish, but then she heard the Russian.
Don't do it.
She's like, well, this person speaks Russian better than my own friends, what she told me later on. She didn't know that I and my brain do have a Russian.
Tired of telling you no. They're my flowers. They're not
You
your
speak
flowers.
Spanish?
They're my flowers.
I'm guessing.
You can't.
I don't know anything about Putin in Russian.
So where would Maria have learned these languages?
I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those, like I told you guys last time you asked me about what did I call it, like when I'm like, all these missions that I'm on, it's probably doing something, but it's missions that, and things like that happen.
Oh, you're gonna watch
Like,
it?
don't get me wrong now, when I'm in Mania,
Don't be a good girl.
I get excited about everything, and I want to try everything new. I'm this, I'm that, I'm gonna fly planes, I'm do that. Like, yeah, but I'm never
Good job then.
Russian. So I don't. And they basic, like, hello.
Help Aunt Jude moderate.
What did you say the phone call was? All this stuff has been going on, and I've been in the hole, but I'm not like in trouble. So it would have been somewhere. Oh, yeah, because that, I had to be in that ward for 13 months, okay? And I had to survive a lot of traumatic things. Not to mention, during the time being in this ward, since being back in there, 2 people have died. So you add all that in, it's the reason why Maria would show up. One person does the radar children. The person running her name, because a lot of people we've seen have died of the jail lately. Reasons it was triggered it. I can't say, like, I have nothing to do. When I have nothing to do, it gives me time to think. When I have time to think, it brings up church memories. I start avoiding family. I had paranoia. I'm looking behind and looking at this. And, when those things are happening, that's what you know about to go into protection. Mention the thing happening to put it up. And like as Letecia, I have a jaw problem.
I'm sorry, guys.
Like TMJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like, they give me like a certain diet and stuff for me when I'm at the jail because I have TMJ on the dog. But like if I'm Taylor, I could eat whatever and I don't hurt my dog. Craziest thing, and people be always like looking at me like that. That's how they kind of can know the difference, you know. Yeah.
There's not a special diet for TMJ.
Forget. One item here for 1 minute. Yeah.
Oh, that's why.
If you're
I didn't
having
do
a
it because
flare, you
I was
just
confused
eat
by that, because if you have dreams that you don't remember, then how do you know you had dreams? You know what I mean? Like, everybody has dreams.
Okay, so you're just not sure how to answer that.
Right, and like it says having dreams that you don't remember the next day, how would I know if I don't?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading that wrong. That's just how I.
No.
She is so stupid.
That's an interesting question. I didn't kind of go along with them. I think you have personalities that you don't know about. How do they know about you?
Mm-hmm. Well, that was what I was telling you about when I saw the stuff with like the Aubrey and the Kylie. Like, I don't know. I didn't know they existed. You know what I mean? Like it had like, and the crazy thing was like it's full. Like when they look, show me the stuff, it'd be like full-blown email account, full-blown like whatever. Like, and then there was one of our personalities is Jasmine, and they had this whole thing where Jasmine went to Dubai. I'm like, oh my goodness, we're booking tickets to Dubai. And so like, you gotta imagine what it's like too when you go to like a job, like say a job interview or whatever, and then like another personality intervene while I was filling out application. Someone asked me about something, and I'm like, just looking at them like, oh.
You're so.
And the reason I bring that up is I
This
saw
makes
that
sense.
the evidence pieces. It's like, oh, you don't know what you think about that.
We stopped it at 149.07, Your Honor.
It's not how DID
Dr.
works.
Torres, we
Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Not how DID works.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I kind of want to pick up where you stopped there. There was a piece of paper that was slung over or under the glass to the defendant. Do you know what that paper was?
Yes, I believe that was one of the papers associated with one of the tests that we had given her that morning, the multidimensional inventory of dissociation.
And apparently she didn't fill out some of the questions with regards to dreams. Is that what was
It
going on?
looks like there was one question that she didn't fill out.
Okay. She talked about Dubai and going to Dubai. Do you recall just hearing that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever in this case that the defendant was in Dubai?
No.
When she alludes to talking to Amy in Russian, you recall that conversation?
Yes.
She said that was a jail phone call.
Yes.
Did you have recorded jail calls from the defendant to various people in this case?
We did, but I think that they were closer in time to her to her arrest. If she was saying that they had occurred within that past month, I don't think we had any access to those.
Did you ever see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Russian to anyone on a phone?
No.
Did you see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Spanish to anyone on the jail phones?
No.
Some kind of alarm went off during the interview. What was that all about?
It was a fire alarm. They do them at the hospital every so often, and usually it's a drill.
Okay. And so when that goes off,
She seems to think she can make up all these stories like they did this and they did that. But what she's not realizing is the personalities are supposed to be her. So you have to account for that in your own life. If they went to Dubai, you went to Dubai. So if there's no record of you ever having gone to Dubai, that means that personality couldn't have gone to Dubai. So you can't say that. She's an idiot, y'all. She's an idiot. That's not how DID works.
defendant seemed to be worried about that.
Yes.
Did you see any change in her personality, any triggering event where she turned into someone else at that time?
No.
Did you at any time during either this interview process or the interviews in March?
No.
You asked her a couple times if she could talk to Maria. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Did you ever ask to talk to Maria yourself?
I think we were addressing that with her in terms of whether or not we could have access to Maria to ask her some questions. And as we saw, she explained that it doesn't exactly work that way, but she did say that she could have some sort of audible conversation with Maria, which is what, again, we were trying to ask if that could be possible. But then she seemed to suggest that the only way to do that was if she herself was under some sort of emotional distress or triggered in some manner. She talked about bringing out some of the discovery to put her in that particular mindset. But we were not prepared to do anything like that with her.
Now, is yours and Dr. Gray's insanity evaluation the first insanity evaluation that took place with the defendant?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Lewis's insanity evaluation, that the interview was in November. The report came fairly close to trial, before the trial started.
Yes.
When she says how we got it to work before, when she turned into Maria, was there any context given about that?
It's unclear. I know we asked her if she had been, well, she had said that she was seeing someone at least for a couple of weeks. We had asked if that was some sort of therapy or treatment that she had been undergoing. She seemed to imply that it was, but it was never clear to us exactly what sort of meetings she was having as it relates to that, as she told us that she was informed not to talk about it, so we left it alone.
Would that be a reasonable triggering event for someone who suffers from a dissociative identity disorder, showing them a photograph, for instance, out of discovery?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Dr. Gray was asking questions about whether or not when she was in school, other personalities help her get through school. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray asked whose name was on your assignments, and or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was that question asked? Do you know?
Essentially, he asked that question because if Ms. Stauch did undergo schooling under one of her other personalities, you would think that that personality would be more in control than Ms. Stauch and would be filling out assignments using that personality's name as opposed to Ms. Stauch's name.
And you recall her telling you that she had identification with regards to Maria Sanchez and that name?
Yes.
And she would use it to go across the border in Mexico and get back that way?
I think she had said Canada.
We'll talk about Canada as well. Did you ever see any identification with the name Maria Sanchez related to this defendant?
No.
Did you ask the defense to provide everything that you would need to make your determination with regards to insanity?
Yes.
Was that ever provided to you or Dr. Gray?
No.
Speaking of Canada, I'm not going to play this segment, or maybe I will, but let me ask you first. Do you remember her talking about it? And she talked a little bit about it in this last segment about having issues at the border and family members had to help her get back from Canada, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you recall her telling you that she had a conversation with one of the Border Patrol agents about golf and Myrtle Beach and that kind of thing?
I vaguely remember that.
Do you recall her telling you that you could look at her passport and see that she's been to Canada?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Did you know that her passport's in evidence?
I think I do remember that.
You know that there's no stamp for Canada?
I don't remember specifically the details of the passport at this point in time.
I'm not going to ask you anything else about the passport then. Did you ask the defense to provide to you all the documentation of her prior medical visits?
Yes.
What did you get?
From defense, I'm going to look at my report as it's listed here.
Sure.
From defense, we were provided with records from Naval Health Clinic from Charleston, North Carolina, Evans Army Community Hospital from Fort Carson, Colorado, and Fort Greely Army Medical Clinic from Greeley, Alaska. And these records detailed general medical and mental health treatment that was received from February 2016 through February 2020. We also got a letter that said it was accepting Ms. Stauch into intensive treatment at House of Freedom from Kissimmee, Florida, but it was undated. We received Doctor's Care Carolina Forest records from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and this just documented one medical visit. So it wasn't anything related to mental health treatment. We got records from Grand Strand Regional Medical Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And these detailed, again, general medical visits. There wasn't anything associated with mental health treatment there. It covered varying dates in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020. We received South Carolina Department of Social Services employment records. We also received employment records from Whitefield School District. We received an unsigned letter from Rhonda Niederhauser. And that letter talked about stress-related health and mental health symptoms experienced by Ms. Stauch in December of 2019. We received emails from Ms. Stauch to State Trooper Rusty Sanchez related to some accident follow-up that she references to us in our interviews. We received Humana military records. This only detailed bills associated with general medical and mental health services from 2015 to 2018, but there was no details. It was just billing. We also received a number of documents that were authored by Defense's social worker, Mr. Kyle Varville, that were related to in-person interviews that he conducted with different individuals who were familiar with Ms. Stauch.
Any of those documents that you just read, did they have anything to do with any inpatient psychiatric treatment?
None of them.
You alluded to Dr. Niederhauser's visit in that report. Do you recall in her medical record whether or not she asked the defendant if she had any prior psychiatric treatment or psychiatric inpatient treatment?
If Dr. Niederhauser asked that?
Yes. Is it in her medical record?
I don't remember. That is a question that is typically asked, but there was no indication of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Do I need to show you her medical record, or do you recall it not being in there?
I recall it not being in there because I don't recall it being in there, but I'm also happy to look at it if I'm misremembering something.
No, and I guess that's a good way to put it. Obviously, if it was there, you'd probably do some follow-up to see what that was all about, right?
Yes.
Same thing when she booked in the jail. I think we talked about that yesterday. She denied having any prior psychiatric treatment, either inpatient or outpatient.
Yes, I think the only time she's really mentioned the inpatient psychiatric treatment would have been from that hospital that she wasn't able to tell us what hospital it was in Canada.
Okay. I want to go back to you trying to talk to Maria during this last segment we saw. Did you have an opportunity to look at Dr. Lewis's interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, in November of 2022?
Yes.
And did you see times where she was able to at least appear to have Maria come out and talk to her?
Yes.
Did you see any triggers, anything that she had to use to trigger some kind of traumatic event to have Maria come out?
It didn't appear that there was anything associated with a traumatic event during those particular interviews.
In one portion, does she appear to write something on a piece of paper, slide it over to Ms. Stauch, and then Ms. Stauch responds using her right arm, and then goes back and forth, and then she switches to using her left arm?
Yes, I do.
Then Maria somehow appears and she has a conversation with Maria, and Maria has a Spanish accent. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, you didn't get an opportunity to go back to talk to Ms. Stauch after that evaluation, I think.
Correct.
Anything about that interchange impact your opinion as to whether or not Ms. Stauch has dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Why?
In terms of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about what it is and what the criteria is. And throughout this entire evaluation, we've always had concerns about potential feigning and exaggeration. The reason we have those concerns is because the things that Ms. Stauch talks about are symptoms that pretty much anybody who has watched movies or had some sort of access to television would know that this is what multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder looks like in terms of speaking about amnesias, blackouts, different personalities. We've talked about how the typical presentation for a dissociative identity disorder tends to be more subtle, and at the same time, how someone would have seen something, someone who was close to Ms. Stauch. But there's no corroborating data from collateral interviews or even from the mental health record. Ms. Stauch talks about having this mental illness since she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere. Essentially, individuals who have genuine dissociative identity disorder do experience significant problems with their functioning. Usually it does rise to the level of needing some sort of psychiatric treatment, probably inpatient hospitalization. Those individuals are disturbed by what they are experiencing. And there's a quality to dissociative identity disorder that is involuntary, and it's not something that can be controlled, which is why it is disturbing to those individuals. They tend to be overwhelmed by the symptoms that they are experiencing. In addition to that, they tend to be ashamed about their experiences. So there's a tendency for them to essentially try to withhold some information, maybe minimize that information. They don't want to readily put it out there for people to know I have dissociative identity disorder. They don't enjoy having this condition. And Ms. Stauch's presentation in our interviews would suggest otherwise. One of the most striking components to me is that she doesn't particularly seem to be disturbed by having all of these personalities ending up in different states or different countries. And that's meaningful to me. So taken together, the lack of substantiating information outside of Ms. Stauch's self-report is not enough for me to be convinced that she actually has this illness.
And did you consult with Dr. Gray about the reasons why you felt it wasn't there?
Yes.
Does he agree with your conclusions?
He does.
And I'm not going to ask you about that again when we go forward, but did you have enough information to rule it out, to not even consider it as a rule out in your diagnosis?
We felt that we had enough to substantiate that this is not what was going on with Ms. Stauch.
And even though another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis, wrote a report saying she does have this, she diagnosed Ms. Stauch with that disorder, anything about her report or the interview that you reviewed change your and Dr. Gray's opinion?
No. Again, looking at the timeline of everything, considering the fact that we saw Ms. Stauch in 2020 for the competency evaluations, her presentation then, her presentation when we saw her for the sanity interviews, we noted that this claim of dissociative identity disorder and the symptoms that she was proposing, they change and they seem to increase over the course of the 2 years from the time of the offense to the time that we saw her and even to the time that she was seen by Dr. Lewis.
Okay. I'm not going to show him your clips. We're going to talk about your report, okay? Is your report and the way it's written, is that dictated by Colorado statutes?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. The Colorado statute indicates certain information that does need to be included in these types of evaluations. So the evaluation that we submitted is pretty standard, meets those requirements in terms of outlining Ms. Stauch's background, all of the information that we had access to, the information that we attempted to seek but didn't actually get by the time we were able to do the evaluation. And then in terms of the sanity analysis, within our test, within our report, we have the culpable mental states outlined, what they are, what the definitions are. We have the general account of what occurred from the police reports. We have Ms. Stauch's self-report and the analysis of whether she, one, has a mental disease or defect as is defined in Colorado statute. And then we would have gone into the analysis of how does the mental disease or defect impact the behavior at the time of the crime, except Dr. Gray and I determined that she doesn't meet that threshold for a diagnosis that would be considered a mental disease or defect here in Colorado.
And I want to talk about that a little bit later in your testimony. Is part of the insanity evaluation in Colorado also include another competency evaluation as part of that?
Yes, it does.
Please explain that to me.
For these types of evaluations, regardless of whether the individual has already been evaluated for competency, it's important to address the issue of competency at the time that we are doing the sanity evaluation. That step comes first before we get into the defendant speaking about what happened to them at the time of the crime, because we want to make sure, since mental health issues are usually involved in these types of referrals, we want to make sure that the individual is not currently experiencing symptoms of mental illness that would impair their understanding of the evaluation that they're doing, of their defenses, of moving forward with this. So it's an ethical component. It's in the statute as well that it's a part of these types of evaluations. But if we were to find that somebody had a current mental health symptoms that were impairing their understanding of issues associated with court, we would stop the evaluation right there, refer them back to the court saying they were not competent so that they could get some form of treatment before returning to finish the sanity evaluation.
And so obviously in this case, since you went forward with the evaluation, did you and Dr. Gray find her to be competent back in March of 2022 into June of 2022?
Yes.
And is that in your report?
It is.
Is your report 22 pages long?
It is.
Who gets this report?
This report is submitted to the court. I believe we directly submit it to the clerk, who then distributes it to prosecution, defense, and the judge.
So the basis of the report is to go to Your Honor.
Yes.
And then we get copies?
Yes.
And you get a subpoena, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. Who wrote this particular report? You or Dr. Gray, or?
Both of us.
Did you consult on the entirety of the report?
We did. Essentially, I took the lead on one part and he took the lead on the other part, and then we reviewed each other's parts and added anything additional that needed to be there.
Let's talk about what diagnostic impressions you had with regards to Ms. Stauch as part of your insanity report.
Okay.
What did you find?
Ultimately, we stuck with some of our impressions from when we saw her for competency. So we diagnosed the personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic qualities. We also provided a rule-out diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder versus unspecified anxiety disorder.
And why did you not seek further information with regards to those two disorders?
Regarding those two disorders, essentially, we felt that we had all of the information that could be provided to us at this time. We noted that in her history, there's a lot of mention of generalized anxiety disorder. We wanted to give credence to her self-report of the abuse that she experienced. She did report nightmares, some intrusive thoughts, the idea of flashbacks that could be associated with a post-traumatic stress disorder. There just wasn't sufficient information to reach the threshold to say with confidence she has these diagnoses at this point in time, or rather at the time of the alleged offense.
Okay. Did you look at other dissociative disorders with regards to Ms. Stauch besides dissociative identity disorder?
We considered them.
Were you able to make a diagnosis on any other dissociative disorders?
No, the way that she presented her mental health symptoms, it was pretty clear that she was outlining symptoms associated with dissociative identity disorder. There are other dissociative disorders.
Why
But
hasn't
she doesn't
her colleagues
quite
told her
capture
she's saying that wrong?
the nature of those
Drives me
specific
crazy.
conditions.
Is there anything else that I'm missing with regards to what you put in your report with regards to that disorder?
Which disorder?
The dissociative disorder. Anyone?
Okay. Yes, we did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder.
Now, I want to turn to the question of legal insanity. I think yesterday we talked about that being a legal term.
Yes.
Is there any relation to the type of disorder that you may diagnose someone with to insanity, the legal definition?
Here in Colorado, it's a mental disease or defect, and the definition associated with that is essentially a mental health issue that impairs somebody's understanding or perception of reality.
Is that kind of the first step in the evaluation, or in Dr. Gray's evaluation with regards to legal insanity, to see whether or not there is, in fact, a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
If you do not find a mental disease or defect, do you stop there?
Essentially, yes. If there's no mental disease or defect, then there can't be anything that impairs their capacity to form intent or their ability to understand right from wrong. Both of those things have to be tied together. So if one condition doesn't exist, then
it's dissociative,
legally
not
there would be nothing
dissociative.
impairing the definition associated with the sanity evaluation.
And so, just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that the mental disease or defect has to be the cause or the
I used to work with a nurse that said, now watch me say it wrong. Instead of antibiotics, she said antibiotics. Antibiotics. That was it. Antibiotics. Drove me crazy.
reason why an individual may not have the capacity to know right from wrong or have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
Correct.
So if that's not there, there's no reason to look at the other two, correct?
Correct.
I want to do that anyway.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
What are some of the things you look at in determining whether or not someone may have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
For that, we look at what the specific culpable
since
mental
I've met
states
you.
we're talking about, which are included in the definition of the charges. I believe I may have said this the other day, but in these charges, we have the culpable mental state of with intent, knowingly, and recklessly. All of those have specific definitions. With intent, the definition is whether that person has essentially a conscious objective to create or have the actual action associated with the statute occur. So more simply, for that one, that's related to tampering with evidence and moving the body. So is that action done with intent, with a conscious objective in mind? Whenever we're considering that, we're thinking, what does it mean to be conscious? We are looking at somebody's ability to think, reason, form judgments. We also take into account issues associated with emotions as well, to see if there's anything that is making it so that that individual is incapable of forming intent. It's a very high bar to meet. I'm not sure that I've ever seen somebody who a mental illness lacks their capacity to form intent. Certainly, intent can be skewed because of irrational thoughts, things like delusions, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case here. So we also look at the other culpable mental states, which are knowingly. And knowingly is just, do you have an awareness of what is going on? So again, we consider, what does it mean to have an awareness? You have to be awake, conscious, have some sort of understanding of what's going on. Recklessly, the definition is...
And doctor, I'm going to stop you there because that doesn't apply anymore in this case.
Okay, thank you.
But there is another culpable mental state that I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's called after deliberation.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to read you the definition of after deliberation, and then ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Okay? Have you heard that definition before?
Yes.
And I really want to talk about the facts of this case with regards to that culpable mental state. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
When you look at this particular case, do you look at the facts that are presented to you, for instance, things that Ms. Stauch did before the crime?
Yes.
Do you look at her actions during the crime?
Yes.
And do you look at her actions after the crime?
Yes.
And are all those things taken into consideration when you and Dr. Gray are deciding whether or not Ms. Stauch is legally sane or legally insane?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you look at in this case with regards to the facts when we talk about after deliberation?
When it comes to the facts, there's a lot of information in the police reports that outline Ms. Stauch's whereabouts. Even afterwards, there's a lot of information that outlines her whereabouts, the varying stories that she told to the police as it pertains to what actually happened with Gannon. We take that into account. I feel like when we're conducting a sanity evaluation, we do tend to focus more on what it is that the defendant is telling us in terms of their perception of what happened. Hopefully what they are telling us is somewhat in line with what the facts of the case are. However, even in this particular situation, Ms. Stauch outlined having some, she says, paranoia. I might say it sounds more like a hypervigilance or being on guard that someone is watching her or tracking her associated with this accident that occurred, and the accident did occur. So it's not a delusion. It's a reaction to something that did happen in her life. We are very focused on the time of the actual offense and her perception of what was going on with her, as well as what's going on afterwards. All of those times we are looking at, is there some sort of mental health issue that is impacting her behaviors, her thoughts, her thinking, her emotions at all of those stages? Usually the police reports can't tell us the perspective of the defendant, which is why we rely so much on what it is that the defendant has to say. As I said, we're looking for a mental disease or defect. And if we can identify what that is, we are looking at how does that impact the behaviors, the emotions, the motivations, the intentions that are happening throughout this period of time. In terms of what happens afterwards, there's always the question of how does the person respond to the actual crime? Does the person call the police themselves? Does the person try to hide evidence? Does the person run away? All of that's important when considering whether somebody's insane at the time. And what's even more important is the why, if you can get to that.
Fortunately, in a lot of murder cases, you don't get to that why, right?
Correct.
And that's usually because there's only one person who survived who knows why.
Oftentimes.
Now, we didn't talk about the capacity to know right from wrong, but it sounds like you incorporated that into your answer a little bit. Is that what you were saying?
Perhaps. I know I was saying a number of things. I mean, we're looking at both of those definitions as it pertains to the issue of sanity. And we've gone on about capacity to form the culpable mental state. And the other one is whether or not a mental disease or defect impairs the individual's capability to understand right from wrong.
What about the autopsy report and the nature of Gannon's injuries? Does that help you and Dr. Gray evaluate whether or not she had the capacity to form the intent to kill or the capacity to form after deliberation with regards to it?
Autopsy reports give us some information in terms of what happened to a victim factually, but it can't tell us exactly what was going on with the person who committed the offense.
What about the capacity to know right from wrong? The fact that Gannon's body was discovered in Florida and the evidence suggests that Ms. Stauch drove his body left. Does that impact any opinion with regards to the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, I don't know if it's so much those details that weigh in on the analysis of somebody's capability of understanding right from wrong. For us, it's whether or not there's a mental disease or defect that would undermine or impinge on that ability. And Ms. Stauch, even if we were to believe that she had a dissociative identity disorder, she speaks about how after the actual act of shooting Gannon or the person in the cape, how she dissociates and that it is her personalities that are trying to help cover up what it is that occurred. Even so, there is no particular mental illness that is impacting Ms. Stauch's ability to understand what is right and what is wrong. And there's no clear mental illness that would appear to impact any of the personalities that she told us about as it pertains to understanding right from wrong.
Does that also apply to her decision-making, her ability to make decisions? Does a mental illness come into play when you're rendering opinions as to legal incidents?
Yes.
Same analysis?
Same analysis, that there is no mental disease or defect that impairs her understanding of reality that would make it so that she was incapable of forming judgments or thinking things through. Even in her own words, at least as it pertains to the shooting, Ms. Stauch talks about how she thought that there was an intruder in the home. She reaches for a gun. She hears these words, Ecclesiastes 3:3, time to kill, time to heal. All of that suggests that there is some capacity to form some intent. She's not lacking in that.
I think you answered this question already, but knowing me, I'm going to ask it anyway. The diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, does that raise to the level of a mental disease or defect?
It does not in this case.
Ultimately, what is your final opinion, along with Dr. Gray, with regards to the defendant's sanity at the time that Gannon Stauch was killed?
It was that Ms. Stauch was seen at the time of the crime.
And did Dr. Gray sign the report, this 22-page report that you both authored?
He did.
And obviously you signed it as well?
Yes.
Wow, 22 pages reminds me.
Those are my
of
questions, Your Honor.
34
Thanks.
days.
Cross-examination. Me.
Yeah. Oh, wait till Dr. Lewis gets up there. You're going to love her.
Dr. Torres, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am very good. I want to kind of first just clear up some procedural history on this case, so I think that everybody has a little bit better understanding of how some of this stuff occurred. You're aware that myself and Mr. Cook are not Ms. Stauch's first set of attorneys.
Correct.
She had a different set of attorneys for a little over a year.
Yes.
And those were the ones who were actually involved with the first competency evaluations.
Yes.
And then at some point in time, Ms. Stauch was pro se.
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay. And are you aware that when somebody is pro se, they would be given all of the discovery and access to the body worn camera and everything else for the period of time that they were representing themselves?
Yes.
And so there wasn't the fact that she had reviewed all the stuff and had access. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
She
Okay.
didn't say there was.
And then at some point, I think it was May of 2021, myself and Mr. Cook took over the representation of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
Surely not.
And when the statute, the not guilty by reason of insanity statute in Colorado is kind of designed for a flow of information from you to me and me to you and the district attorney, is trying to get everybody as much information as possible.
Yes.
And generally, when you guys, if there was something that came up in one of these interviews, sometimes then you would either email me or call me and said, can you get this type of documentation that we're looking for?
Yes.
And there was efforts. I mean, it appeared to you, there was efforts we tried, when you guys asked for stuff, we tried to get it to you.
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was cooperation by the defense and the prosecutions. Everybody cooperated to try to get you guys as much information as possible.
Quit trying to save your butt and ask a question.
And just to be clear, you don't judge differently information given by the defense than information by the prosecution. And what I mean by that is you were given reports written by my social worker regarding interviews that were done in South Carolina.
Yes.
You don't necessarily disregard that or give that less weight or reliability or credibility than you would necessarily with police reports.
Correct.
The social worker is a professional person.
Oh my God.
A professional person, you would assume, is going to try to give you accurate information.
Yes.
And kind of, on that train of thought, is there concern by forensic evaluators at the state hospital regarding implicit bias?
Could you say more?
Well, and I'm asking this, and I'm doing it, not making any accusations or disparaging or anything. I'm just exploring the implicit bias. You would agree with me that things are difficult at the state hospital right now, as far as staffing, bed space, and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it's having its difficulties.
Okay. The state hospital is actually currently under a contempt order by a federal judge.
Yes.
And that's in regards to competency.
Anything.
Yes.
And that's in regards to that the state hospital had been taking too long to get competency evaluations done for people that are in custody.
Yes.
And it puts a strain on the state hospital.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay. And there's actually a significant backlog.
Those first set of questions were to make himself look better or to clear his name or whatever. Like, you know, I just want to let everybody know that when the first competency request happened, I was an lawyer. Those questions were not necessary. That was ridiculous.
For people who are in custody in jails to get into competency evaluations completed at the state hospital.
That remains true.
Okay. And if Ms. Stout was to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, she would more than likely be housed at the state hospital.
Yes.
And if she was housed at the state hospital, she would take up resources at the state hospital.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I can see what you're trying to say. And I would say that that doesn't go into the analysis of a sanity evaluator. And to the best of my understanding, the beds that they have set aside for individuals who are adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity is separate from those that they have for people who need competency restoration treatment.
No, and I understand that as well. But as far as one of the issues at the state hospital is a lack of staff, is as far as like forensic nurses, other forensic types of staff, that's difficult at the state hospital right now, correct?
They are having that problem, yes.
And wouldn't somebody who, regardless of the bed space, if they were on, you're adding an extra person who has been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, isn't that person going to take some resources away as far as staff?
I could see that, but again, as an evaluator, that's never something that we're considering.
I know, and I understand that. I understand the professionalism of both you and Dr. Gray. But is there, I guess that's my question, is there any concern that there could be implicit bias? So a bias that you're maybe not even aware of that could affect an evaluation?
I don't think that there is an implicit bias in the way that you are describing it here. Obviously, biases are a thing, and we do our best to check our biases as often as we can.
Okay. And then, like I said, I wasn't meaning that in a disrespectful way. I was just asking questions
Did you not listen
regarding
to
it.
the
So
same interview we did?
let's talk a little bit about, first start with disassociation, and then we'll kind of move on to dissociative identity disorder.
Okay.
Have you ever actually treated anybody who had dissociative identity disorder?
I have never treated anybody with dissociative identity disorder.
Have you ever diagnosed anybody with dissociative identity disorder?
Not yet.
Okay. And so then when you are presented with something that you may not have a ton of personal experience with, what both you and Dr. Gray will do is you'll go to literature to see, you know, what is this dissociative identity disorder? How does this look? How does this present? And you will use that in making your evaluation.
Correct.
And that's what you guys did here.
It is.
And you guys were actually kind enough. We had emails exchanged. I gave you guys some articles on dissociative identity disorder, and you guys gave me some articles and everything as well that end up actually a very lengthy book on dissociative identity disorder that you guys, you know, use to make this diagnosis and determination of Ms. Stout.
Yes.
And so as far as disassociation, it's kind of a tricky term, isn't it? I mean, as far as what exactly it is, there's some differing standards, especially in the book that you guys gave me, as far as what exactly disassociation is and when it occurs and what causes it.
That's one of the issues of the controversy around dissociation and dissociative identity disorders.
Well, and let's talk, I mean, historically, it's been somewhat of a controversial diagnosis.
Personality disorder
Yes.
is a better name for it. in my opinion.
You know, it goes, I think initially there's diagnosis of it all the way back, you know, late 1800s, there was diagnosis of it. It was kind of there and thought of a lot. And then it kind of, as we started learning more about the brain and how the brain chemically works and everything like that, it kind of fell out of favor. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And then we had, kind of pop back up again in the 80s and in the media and the movie Sybil, which everybody watched as a kid, or at least I did. And it was kind of in the forefront nationally, but still there was a lot of controversy regarding it amongst the mental health community.
Yes.
But it would also be fair to say that in the last
It's like 1% of
10
the
to 15
population.
years, there's been a lot of scientific
It's
study
not
and
very
data that
common
has
at
come
all.
forth to kind of confirm that dissociation actually occurs and is a real and actual phenomenon.
I think that that's fair to say.
Okay. And while the exact definition of what occurs off, it's more or less, it's an altered state of consciousness.
Dissociation?
Yes.
Yes.
And it can be anything from, I'm like I do almost every night for the last month and a half. When the day is done, I get in my car and I leave my office and all of a sudden I'm home and I have no memory whatsoever of the drive. That's kind of a disassociation, isn't it?
Yeah, they describe that as a normal,
Yeah.
non-pathological type of dissociation that anyone can experience.
And that kind of gets me into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Disassociation, some of the literature and everything kind of breaks it down between adaptive and maladaptive disassociation.
Okay.
And adaptive disassociation could be when disassociation is positive and it helps a person, in their day-to-day life, and it's useful for them.
I feel less familiar with the research that makes this particular separation, but I am following you.
Okay, well, I mean, as far as the altered state of consciousness and disassociation, I mean, to some degree, in kind of personas. I mean, and some of it uses personas and disassociation a little interchangeably, but oftentimes people have different personas, and it's adaptive. For example, we talked about this with Dr. Grimmett, when I come into court, I've got a tie. I speak differently than I do with my children. And once I come into the doors and everybody's here, I don't have to think like a lawyer. I take on the persona of a lawyer. And that's a different persona that I have with my children.
Sure. We all tend to behave differently depending upon our context.
Yes. And kind of the theory or the thing with dissociative identity disorder is amplified to a degree that it's become non-adaptive or maladaptive, that the person has different personas within them, but they don't have the authority or ability to control the shifting between the two of them, and they're much more pronounced as far as the differences between the personas.
I think that is a fairly accurate description of one of the criteria of dissociative identity disorder.
Okay. And again, for it to be a disorder, it would indicate that it's impacting my life. And so just calling it a disorder would indicate that I don't have the ability to control it.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you're using as far as whether or not somebody has that disorder or not, being able to control it would be much more like me. I'm a lawyer here, and then when I go play with my kids, that I'm not serious. I laugh. I do stuff.
Right.
Like that.
It becomes a conscious decision, so to speak. And as well as with the idea of it being a disorder, that would suggest that it has to have some sort of impairment in your functioning. So is it impairing your relationships, your ability to work, your ability to have an education, some other part of your life?
And also, a disassociation can affect how memories are stored.
Yes.
And to some degree, would you agree with me that happens that can be adaptive and that can happen with normal people. For example, a soldier who is in war and has experienced trauma in that. So they have their soldier kind of persona, and then they come home, they're on leave or everything with the family, they'll have a different persona.
Yes.
And they may try to disassociate the memories of those traumas and keep those trauma memories over here while they're at home interacting with their family.
Hey, Teresa.
Like just trying not to think about it.
Yes. And trying to keep, and it's easier because that memory, and this is part of the theory of disassociation, because that memory was stored when I was in my soldier persona, it's a little bit easier to keep it over there when I'm in my other persona.
Okay.
Then have you seen some of the literature that reflects that?
Again, I haven't specifically read anything that outlines it in that matter, but I'm following you, and I believe that that is something that can happen.
Can happen, and that would be adaptive.
Yes.
And people you're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in your job.
Yes.
They're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in their job. I'm exposed to secondary trauma. And keeping that memory at bay when I'm at home with my children may be an adaptive or semi-form of disassociation.
I don't know that I would use that term. And at the same time, I think that that is something that we all naturally do.
And again, then part of the theory when we go to dissociative identity disorder is those memories are stored with the other persona and they don't necessarily have access to it.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, and that's kind of in the theory and kind of going into that, into how dissociative identity disorder is informed or caused. I mean, the literature is pretty much in agreement. It's almost, as far as dissociative identity disorder, is almost always and exclusively caused by childhood trauma.
There is a very high correlation with that.
And generally, it's not just one instance of childhood trauma. It is complex or long-standing childhood trauma.
I think it either has to be fairly severe, it can be prolonged, and everybody responds differently to the issue of trauma.
Sure. And I guess that's actually a good point. Not everybody who suffers childhood trauma, not everybody who suffers complex childhood trauma develops dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
And what are the different types of factors that would cause somebody who suffered complex childhood trauma to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Some of the factors are going to be related specifically to that person's personality, how sensitive they are to issues of trauma. Some of them might even be related to the context or environment in which they are raised and whether they have support in place to help them deal with trauma versus not having that.
Especially the lengthy book that you gave me, a lot of it, sometimes it talked about how dissociative identity disorder can be connected or can kind of grow through attachment, especially disorganized attachment.
Yes, it is, again, correlated with that type of attachment style.
And just what is disorganized attachment?
Disorganized attachment, like I'm going to take a step back from that question. It's a much lengthier response. There's different attachment styles. All of us have some sort of attachment style. There's healthy attachment styles, and there's less healthy attachment styles. Secure attachment, that is when essentially you've been raised in a family, you've learned to trust your caregivers. I would also go ahead and say that attachment is something that forms when you are very young, probably within that first year or two of life. So there's secure attachment whenever you have learned to trust your caregivers, that they will be there for support. And for the most part, relationally growing up, you don't tend to have too many difficulties as it relates to attaching to a romantic partner. And then there's less healthy forms of attachment. We'll just go straight to disorganized attachment. I think they also call it ambivalent, avoidant attachment. Essentially, whenever somebody is raised in an environment, and again, thinking you're very young when this happens or when this forms, where things are inconsistent, you yourself have some sort of confusion in terms of whether you can trust a caregiver or not. When we're considering issues of abuse when you are very young, it can result in problems in attachment style. This can affect your relationships in the future. Disorganized attachment or ambivalent avoidant. It's when, or is it anxious avoidant? Anyways,
I think it's anxious.
yeah, thank you. It is anxious avoidant. There is ambivalent attachment, but we won't get into that. Anxious avoidant is when you feel like you need that security, you want it, but you're not sure that it's there. So
This is all
you might
irrelevant.
also be semi-avoidant to trust individuals. You see this in the push-pull that you sometimes see in relationships with people who do go on to develop a borderline personality disorder. And even in a dissociative identity disorder, as we've noted, that attachment style can be present.
Okay. And Your Honor, would this be an okay place for a break?
It's your call.
I would, because I was going to play a video, but I got to get that hooked up.
All right.
So we could do that. That
No,
would be great.
It'll work. You can make it work.
Thank
All
you.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone back in the jury room at
I was
say
gonna
3:20,
stop
we
at
should
the
be able
break,
to start
but
on
he's
time
gonna
at that
play
point. Don't
a
discuss the
video. I
case
wanna
among
watch
yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you at 3:20. All rise for the jury, please. Oh, you're already there. Dr. Torres, I just remind you that you're still under oath. Now, it sounds like we're good to bring the jury in then?
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back.
Oh, that's sad. How old were you when you were adopted? There were so many kids when I was a pediatric nurse that I just wanted to adopt. People just seriously, it's sad. I couldn't have kids. And people that had kids either didn't want them or mistreated them or just didn't take care of them. It was so sad. I mean, it was fun being a pediatric nurse, but it was sad too. Marty.
Don't go you.
Look at me.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Mr. Tolini.
And Dr. Torres, I'm going to play a short clip from your interview with Ms. Stauch. For the record, this clip is from March 24th, 2022 at time mark 34:20, and it's just right about 3 minutes.
We'll talk a little bit about the abuse that you suffered.
Oh,
We were physically abused. So like, some people might not consider it physical abuse. This depends on your perception of it. But like belts, mop, big broomsticks, switches, like wasn't a bad kid at all. I mean, I might pop off with a mouth and have a smart mouth, but I never.
We're having some technical, let's give it a second. If not, then I'll just ask you about it.
The way they upbringing of people, like, you know, the whole spare the rod for the child type thing from scripture is very Bible Belt, Southern Baptist, like that's what the community is. So feeding people with sticks and make you go get your own switches and stuff like that is common. You know what I mean?
Making
Now,
them go
the
get
part
jobs
about
is a
putting in the
punishment.
closet all the time, that's like the extreme, because that's not part of the spirit rod for a child type thing. To keep me from finding out what my stepdad was doing, my mom. Sorry, with the like abuse and stuff, that was going to keep me. But they knew I was smart enough to figure it out.
You ever see your stepdad? That your mom or your other.
So when he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant, that was when we were living on the base. That's, I call it military police, 911. I got in trouble because he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant because he hit my mom and she went across the kitchen table and busted her head open and an ambulance had to come to the base. I was always told that that was my fault, that he lost money because he got demoted. We were on base, and they told us, like, my mom would be like, oh, so, like, you know how bases are by range, like, the different houses you can live in. So we had to move into a smaller house because he got demoted, and, like, everything was my fault for calling 911 for it. That was the first time that, like, I like, really remember vividly, like, how the abuse was, and then it only got worse. And we went back. It would be consistent fights, consistent blood, consistent sleeping in cars, running from him. His own family wouldn't even like when he was like that when he was there. And like my stepsister Amy, we lived like adjacent to the house with her grandma. We wouldn't stay with us on weekends because she knew how bad it was. Like everyone knew, no one wanted to like. Basically, I used to stay across the street because the community, you know, they didn't want to come over there because he'd get so bad.
And so she's basically describing an incident where her stepdad hit her mother so hard she was knocked unconscious and busted her head open. She called the police. The police came, and then her stepdad, because he was in the military, was demoted, and the family suffered. They had to go to a smaller house and lost income, correct?
Yes.
And that incident was documented both by Aunt Brenda and by her mother actually confirmed that incident took place.
Yeah, I remember her aunt, because we spoke specifically with her aunt, largely corroborated that there was abuse going on in the home.
And that specific instance in the reports done by Mr. Marvel, that was given to you, and the mom admitted that occurred.
I don't specifically remember that simply because I don't remember every single detail.
Sure.
So what does that
I
prove?
could approach. Okay.
Nothing. That she was abused. That's not an excuse for her killing.
I'm approaching you with the report from the social worker that we provided to you.
Thank you. Yes, it does summarize that.
First, you got the minute. Go ahead.
And then in other parts of that interview that you did with Ms. Stauch, she talks about James sexually molesting her and that she would go to her mother to try to say, you know, he's doing this, intervene, help. And that what she relayed to you is that her mother wouldn't do it because last time we got the police involved, the family suffered financially.
Yes.
And as far as the impact that would have on a child could be substantial as far as trauma.
I think it counts as trauma, yes.
And well, and not only the sexual molestation being the trauma, but then the rejection by the primary caregiver of protecting.
Yes.
And again, just for the record, the book that I keep referring to is Disassociation and the Dissociative Disorders, Past, Present, and Future. It talks about the correlation between children who suffer childhood trauma and the ones that develop dissociative identity disorder. And it talks about one of the issues that there is a significant correlation is betrayal.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And betrayal, it could be, but this is that type of instance that you have a step parent or something who is committing the act, and then the child goes to the caregiver to try to get help, to get safety, to get this stopped, and they refuse to intervene. That
I think all of that can be subsumed under emotional trauma.
Emotional trauma. And kind of when we're talking about the phenomena of dissociative identity disorder, this would be the type of thing that could cause it in a child who still, I mean, she's describing the sexual trauma starts 9 and continues on until she leaves home.
Yes.
And so a 9-year-old child still needs their mom. They still even need, the stepdad for food, shelter, and kind of how we went back to attachment. Children need emotional support as well. And so they need that attachment from their caregivers, correct?
Yes.
And the theory behind dissociative identity disorder is, especially when the other primary caregiver is not intervening, the child has to make a split. And the abuse memories, the emotional trauma goes in one personality, and those memories are shielded from the other personality, who can then go to the mom, go to the stepdad for food, shelter, and emotional support.
That is the theory around how dissociative identity disorder can come to be from issues of trauma.
Okay. And both the reports that we gave you and your interview with Aunt Brenda described a very turbulent upbringing.
I agree.
I mean, it seemed James was a very violent and abusive alcoholic.
Yes.
And while there was no direct corroboration of the molestation, would you agree with me that James seemed to engage in conduct that it would at least raise concerns regarding molestation?
Yeah, we're not negating
Okay.
the abuse that Ms. Stauch says that
awful.
she experienced when she was
so
young.
Sorry.
And there is some comorbidity between pedophiles and substance abuse in the DSM-5.
I'd have to read the DSM-5, and I would say that there's comorbidity with substance use
And
with a
study.
lot of disorders.
Sure. And also when you talk about, one of the things when you look for molestation is somebody who crosses boundaries can be a concern.
Crossing boundaries, yes.
So, and there was documentation that Aunt Brenda talked about to us, and I believe with you, of James would often walk around in his underwear with the kids present.
She mentioned that, yes.
And James giving her, after Miss Stauch had moved out, giving her younger siblings alcohol to the point that they passed out.
That detail I don't remember.
Well, after she moved out.
That could be a concern as far as somebody crossing boundaries in regards to molestation.
It's certainly a concern about parenting behavior.
Sure.
And it has nothing to do with her unaliving her stepson.
It's somebody who has
It's an excuse.
Dissociative. Well, let me rephrase this. The theory and the literature seem the theory and the literature supports
I wonder
that
who came up with this idea.
dissociative identity disorder is a defense mechanism, is primarily a defense mechanism dealing with substantial childhood trauma.
Yes.
And kind of in that vein, and I think you were, stating this in regards to some of the questions Mr. Young had, because it's kind of a defense mechanism and it's impacting, a child when they were growing up and everything like that. And every child is different and the trauma is different and everything like that. It often presents itself differently in different people.
Oh,
Yes.
now she's paying attention.
Sometimes it can be very subtle and sometimes it can be more pronounced.
Correct.
And there's lots of theories, but nothing really definitive for an explanation as to what causes severe substantial DID and what causes minor DID, or what causes a child who could suffer this horrible type of trauma and seem to relatively function okay, and another child who could experience this type of trauma and be an absolute mess.
Correct. There's no consensus.
There's no, and that's with a lot of psychiatry. It's not, I don't want to say not an exact science, but there's a lot of nuance to it because it's how different people's brains develop and how they react to different factors.
Correct.
There is some differences amongst how much memory would be shared between different personas.
Yes.
And there are differences between how aware, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the term host persona, how much awareness they would have of the other personas. There appear to be differences between different people with DID.
Yes.
And how much memory would be shared between, and again, I'm going to refer to a host persona and memories that were encoded in other personas. How much of that is shared? It appears to vary between individuals who suffer from this disorder.
Yes.
And there's lots of things that we look at in determining if somebody has the DID. And obviously, one of the main things that we would look at initially is, was there childhood trauma? Because it almost seems you don't get DID unless there's childhood trauma. Would you agree with that? That would be one criteria. Okay.
It's not a defined criteria for dissociative identity disorder. However, given that there is such a large correlation between the two, you would expect one to be present for the other to also be present.
And I've seen different literature as far as the occurrence of dissociative identity disorder, anywhere between 1.5% of the population
So
all the way up to
John.
possibly even 6% of the
I mean,
population.
it is Cinderella.
I think I've seen similar numbers, and it tends to be based off of different countries, or potentially even, I want to say, one substance use treatment center where possibly it was more present.
And in fairness, the 6% estimation seems to be more of an outlier.
I think so. More generally, I've seen about 1%, maybe 1 to 2%.
Well, yeah, any 1.5, 2%, that is more consistent in the literature than the 6% outlier.
Correct.
Generally, and I think this is one of the things that you talked about with Ms. Young, and one of the things, here, for the most part, its appearance and presentation is more subtle than we would, appear, that we see in the movies and so forth.
That is the more typical presentation of it.
Oftentimes people who are eventually end up being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, oftentimes they will be in mental health treatment for between 6 to 12 years before they are accurately diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I read that.
And oftentimes they'll have a lot of misdiagnoses. I think some of the literature says 3 to 4 incorrect diagnoses before they are correctly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I certainly think that can likely happen depending upon how much information is available to whomever is providing the treatment and how consistent the treatment is.
And would you then agree with me that asking people who've only maybe missed out for an hour and had an hour-long interaction or a shorter period of time, if they noticed drastic changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that helpful in determining whether or not she legitimately suffered from DID or not.
I think it would be really difficult to diagnose it in about an hour without any other indication that it might be present.
And would you agree it would be kind of misleading to suggest that somebody in an hour-long conversation would notice somebody with DID?
Just off of observations, I think it's unlikely to happen.
Okay.
Having trouble
The
with Sleeping Beauty.
DSM-5 indicates that one of the conditions that people with DID will initially seek treatment for is obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't specifically remember reading that in the DSM. It also wouldn't surprise me that people might seek treatment for issues of depression or anxiety.
And the records that we have given you, I mean, they definitely document that since 2016, Ms. Stauch had been seeking treatment for anxiety.
Yes.
And we do have records from 2013. We don't have specifically, but there appears to be billing in those records that she was seeking mental health treatment since 2013, while we don't know exactly what that treatment entailed.
Correct.
One of the things that correlates or is often seen in people with dissociative identity disorder is suicide attempts.
You do see that.
Ms. Stauch talked about being in a turtle suit.
When she was at the jail?
Turtle suits at the jail you're aware of put on people who have attempted suicide.
Yes.
No, not who
One of the
have.
things that you will see in people with dissociative identity disorder oftentimes is a sporadic work history.
Yes, you do see that.
And in some of his interviews that you have reviewed of Mr. Stauch talked about Mrs. Stauch's sporadic work history.
Yeah, and I would agree that it was spotty. I think she noted to us that her longest period of work was approximately 6 years, maybe when she was in her mid-20s to early 30s, and that she didn't work for a period of time specifically associated with taking care of the children. Other than that, there's a little bit of jumping around from one job to another in the later years.
Some of the literature notes that sexual promiscuity can be present with people with DID, but that they actually don't enjoy it.
I don't remember that specifically.
No, that's bipolar.
I submitted an article, Dissociative Identity Disorder, a Controversial Diagnosis, by Dr. Paulette Gillig. If I could approach with it.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I
can give you another copy of it.
Oh, we got a copy.
Yeah. This one or this one? Take this one, I got part. Let me approach.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And so you had a chance to, these are some of the articles that I sent to you, both yourself and Dr. Gray.
This one does not look familiar. And I printed out the 8 articles you sent me and read 6 of the 8.
And with this article, however, does it appear to you to be the type of peer-reviewed journal that would be relied upon people in your profession?
I'm not sure if this is a peer-reviewed journal or more of a newsletter. I'm not 100% familiar with it.
Okay, if you go to page 28 of that article, it has references.
It does have references.
It appears to have over 43 references.
It does.
This article, if you go to page 27 of that article, in regards making the diagnosis a clinical description.
Okay.
If you go about so if you go about halfway down on that, it says patients who have been diagnosed with DID frequently report chronic suicidal feelings and some attempts.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with other literature that you've seen.
Yes.
Sexual promiscuity is frequent, but patients usually report decreased libido and have inability to have orgasm.
It does say that.
What does
We've
that
given you a
have
lot of
to
medical
do with
records of Ms. Stauch.
anything? I don't
Yes.
want to
Are
talk
you
about
aware,
her
do
sex
you
life.
recall those medical records? She's had multiple treatment for sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't remember that specifically.
Also had both multiple miscarriages and terminated pregnancies.
That I do remember.
Could that be consistent, especially the terminated pregnancies? Could that be consistent with somebody with DID? For example, one persona wanting to get pregnant and have a child and another persona not.
I suppose that could happen. I also don't know that it would be specifically consistent with the diagnosis. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay.
She wouldn't
One of
know
the
about
things
it.
that the literature indicates to look for or can be a sign of DID is depersonalization.
Yes.
And that could be talking about oneself in the third person. Could that be a sign of depersonalization?
Not necessarily in and of itself.
But it could be. I'm not asking for it in itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, depersonalization is more of a subjective feeling of feeling detached from one's body. So I'd say just because somebody speaks about themselves in the third person doesn't necessarily mean they're having that experience of depersonalization.
And just, would you agree that using different names could be an indication of dissociative identity disorder?
I think that's one of the indicators that one would look for when it comes to the different personality states.
And it's verified from both Al Stauch and Harley Hunt that Ms. Stauch did use the name Taylor.
Yes.
You reviewed the discovery in the case?
Yes.
Do you recall an FBI report regarding somebody who was in training to become a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines?
I remember Ms. Stauch wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't remember this detail where it was coming from or specifically what the FBI report said about it.
I may approach. You may.
When I was little, I had an imaginary friend
This is
named
an
Julie,
FBI
and
report
my
during a
name was always
conversation
Lisa
with
when I
Maria
played
Weir.
with her. Does that mean I have DID? I didn't remember that I changed my name. My mom told me that. I remember Julie. My mom told me that one day. I was like,
Sorry.
really? I changed my name. She's like, yep, your name was Lisa. I was like, oh. I've always liked my name. I don't know why I changed it. I don't even remember that. I like my name. She was like, yep, you were always Lisa. I was like, okay. That's what happens when you're only a child. You're an only child. You don't have anybody to play with. You got to make up your friends. I have no idea why I came up with Lisa. No idea at all. I didn't even remember it. I was shocked when she told me that. I was like, nuh-uh. And she was like, yes, you did. I'm like, I don't remember that. My mom wanted to name me Brenda. I'm named after a movie star. Deborah Paget. She was in Love Me Tender with Elvis. My dad named me. Mom wanted to name me Brenda.
Okay.
In that report indicates the FBI interviewed a woman who was in training at Spirit Airlines,
Yes.
that she had had communication over text and Facebook with Ms. Stauch,
Yes.
but that she knew her as Aubrey.
Yes.
I may approach? You may.
Aubrey. That's a new one,
Do you
too.
want this back too?
That, while not positive, could be consistent with somebody who suffers from DID.
The only question I would have about it are the details that Ms. Stauch provided to that woman that are consistent with things that Ms. Stauch told us that are in line with her history as she is related.
Part of the thing, when the report by Dr. Lewis was provided to the district attorney, there were some underlying data that was, or underlying things that she based that on that was provided as well. Was that shared with you?
The underlying data that Dr. Lewis
Yes.
relied upon?
Not data, but as far as collateral information.
I can't remember specifically what it noted.
Okay, specifically, there was a packet of signatures by Ms. Stauch that predated the offense. Do you recall reviewing those?
I did not review them.
Would somebody having different signatures as far as how that signature is presented, that predates the offense, could that be evidence of DID?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, what is the difference between structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Yes.
That's a lot.
I feel like I would need to understand a bit more about what you were asking me to define.
Well, in the dissociation past, present, and future, it talks about in a clinical setting how it can be difficult for a clinician to distinguish between structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness. And at least my reading of it seemed to be structural disassociation would be kind of more what we were talking about originally as far as adaptive disassociation, where a person may go to a different place or be different, maybe not paying attention to what the person is saying, and then alterations in consciousness being more consistent with DID as far as the changing in personas.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I would have flipped those. And
Okay.
at the same time, to speak to the issue that I think that you are raising,
Well, he's long gone, so I'm good.
there, in terms of it being subtle and not being able to readily observe it, a person can switch from one personality to another, but not necessarily show any behavior demonstrating that. It is something that happens internally, which is why a lot of the research and even the DSM says that typically dissociative identity disorder presents as multiple states kind of being present at the same time, and why it's subtle and one wouldn't necessarily notice it.
And I think sometimes it even talks about it's not necessarily, and again, the civil, where I'm a young kid and I'm an astronaut, but the personas will kind of shift as to which persona may be better functioning in a certain type of situation.
Yeah, that I'm not so sure. I understand it more as something that happens involuntarily that can't be controlled, as opposed to adapting to the environment.
But could it involuntarily shift subconsciously to a persona who would be better able to handle a situation?
The shifts can happen in response to some sort of trigger,
Okay.
and they can also happen randomly, to my understanding.
And
I don't see magic.
And when we're talking about triggers, one of the things that can be perplexing or difficult or cause the confusion to somebody with DID is they could be triggered by something that relates to a memory that is shelved in another persona. And so they don't even understanding why something is triggering them. Why the host may not understand why something triggers them.
Well, there would be that amnesia, so the host wouldn't have the realization necessarily that it is happening. And that's where the confusion and the distress that comes from having dissociative identity disorder can come into play.
Oh,
Because a lot of times trauma and the trigger is that's stored in the body.
But yeah, there's literature that says that.
Yeah. And so the body can be reacting to trauma, but the host personality
go up on StreamYard.
fails to connect why this is triggering or why this is causing this kind of trauma response. And that can be one of the things that can be very confusing to somebody who suffers from DID.
The whole thing can be confusing,
Sure.
especially because there's some component of amnesia associated with it. And then at the same time, the literature talks about how there's some awareness.
Well, schizophrenia doesn't start until late teens, early 20s. But with, what's that chick's name? I've got a whole bunch of videos on her and a whole playlist. Morgan. What's her name, Judy? Geiger, what's her name? the Slender Man kid. She had early onset schizophrenia. So all of her delusion, she was 12 at the time that she had no, her name's not Sybil. Morgan Geiser. Was it Geiser? I think it was Geiser. She told her mom after she did all this, like her mom had no idea. But she told her mom after this that, oh no, not after. She had told her mom when she was a kid, like a little kid, that she had seen things, even Slender Man. But her friend who did this with her is the one that told her about Slender Man. Geiger. Was it Geiger? It's something like that. I don't know. But her friend is the one that told her about Slender Man. Yet she said that the first time she had seen Slender Man was when she was little. So I don't know if that is true or not. But that's rare for a child to have schizophrenia. So I don't think imaginary friends and schizophrenia are connected at all. So I don't think like you would have to worry about it if your kid has imaginary friends. Like I don't think that's a thing to worry about. On what? When did Shelley Long play a schizophrenic? Yeah, I've never seen Sybil. But that the attorney mentioned that a couple of times. But I've not seen it. What? It was Peyton. I've forgotten all these girls' names. I'm ashamed. Feel ashamed. Peyton was a victim. Yeah, it's really rare though. Usually it's like late teens, early 20s. And I was telling you guys about my friend yesterday. I've known him since high school, but I never noticed it, but he had the drug problem because he self-medicated. Um, there's a book about Sybil. I need to read the book. But yeah, my friend, he just was always high all the time. We didn't know he was schizophrenic until years and years later. That's not funny. It's not.
Sometimes even among the personalities that it's a bit more porous, even though you would expect to see amnesia.
Well, and sometimes literature reflects clusters of personality may share certain memories.
Yes.
And when you were
That's
talking about
very
whether or not somebody else, a family member or something, would have noticed these types of things, are you aware that Miss Stauch left the home when her brother Dakota was only 2?
If she told us that, I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. But if they weren't necessarily raised in the same household or had a lot of contact with each other, that may be a possible reason why he didn't notice any of these issues.
I think that's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head how much interaction they've had
Absolutely.
from her ages of adolescence forward.
But whether or not somebody would pick up on these subtle cues of somebody who legitimately suffers from DID would largely be based upon the amount of time that they interact with somebody.
That can certainly be helpful, consistency and amount of time interacting together.
And when Ms. Stauch was speaking, with you about her relationship with Al Stauch, the history that she presented is they actually, even though they had been married for, I think, 4 or 5 years at the point in time of the event, they actually hadn't really lived together for very long.
That's correct.
And so the sustained long interactions between the two of them may not have been as substantial as you would normally expect in a married couple who had been living together for 5 years straight.
That was my impression.
And, Mr. Stauch, in the interviews that he did talk some about her varying moods.
I think
As far as like
wanted
one week she would be
revenge.
a great mother and the next week she may act like she doesn't pay attention to the kids at all.
Yes.
And again, he talked about her sporadic work, and that was a thing of frustration for her.
She needs help.
Yes.
In
Thank
regards
you.
to
I don't know why
Harley,
I forgot all their names.
we provided you with a
I have a whole
memorandum
list on them
regarding
guys. Wanna
our
know
interview
about
with her
them.
in South Carolina.
Yes.
I was very
Do you recall that memorandum reflecting
good.
Harley being somewhat confused by Miss Stauch changing her name to Taylor?
I remember, and I don't know if it's written in that report specifically, I remember her noting that she added Taylor as her middle name and used it with individuals outside the family.
Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay. So I can review that and see if that
No, if you don't like your name,
Thank
you
you.
can legally change it. You don't have to
That's
do
on the
weird
second
stuff
page, if
about
you
your
want.
name.
Off
You
the
can
top
go
of my head.
legally change it. I hated my maiden name. I said, Lord, please send me somebody with an easy last name, and he sure did. No, don't ever pretend. If you have somebody that has mental health problems, be honest with them and tell them to go get help. Because a lot of times they don't know. Believe it or not, a lot of times they have no idea. That their delusions are totally real to them. And they have to be told. They really don't know. Yeah. They don't know. Why does he keep giving her stuff to read on the stand? He sent her stuff that she didn't read. Now he's making her read it on the stand. Is she still reading? Because she doesn't look like she is. I don't know. She got so much eye makeup on, I can't tell.
Okay.
That memorandum expresses that Harley Hunt had either frustration or confusion regarding the name change to Taylor, that she didn't even know what name to call her mom.
Yes.
It also indicates that her mom was oftentimes up and down.
Yes.
There was a lot of travel that she almost felt like she was living out of a suitcase.
Yes.
And she talks about how oftentimes she would find her mom crying in a closet.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what she kind of described to you, that oftentimes she would sleep in the closet.
That's
Yes.
not DID. That's bad parenting.
And would you agree that it's not unusual for children who are raised by parents who suffer any type of mental illness to not necessarily be aware of the unusualness until they have left home for a while and look back and say, now that I see other stuff, now I realize how messed up it was, because the kid only knows what they're exposed to.
Exactly. It becomes normalized for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the evaluation that you did, the sanity evaluation that you did. And I guess initially the main thing that I want to get out of the way is feigning or malingering is not exclusive of an actual mental health issue.
Correct.
Oftentimes in a forensic setting, you can have somebody who has a legitimate mental health issue, and for whatever reasons, they may either be making up something else or exaggerating the symptoms of the mental illness that they actually have.
Yes.
And that makes your job much more difficult.
It does.
Because so much of what you do in making these evaluations, having an unreliable narrator makes it difficult.
Yes.
And knowing that, that's part of the reason sometimes you guys give certain tests.
Yes.
One of the tests that you guys gave here is the MMPI-2.
Correct.
And what is that?
That is the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, second edition. And what it is, it's a long test with a number of items. It's used to help with clinical diagnosis because it asks about a number of different symptoms seen in disorders such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, and other things.
And it's more helpful in a clinical setting because the belief is that somebody who is coming in for treatment is going to try to answer it as honestly as they can so they can get the treatment for whatever is causing them problems.
Yeah, we administer it frequently enough in these types of evaluations because it can be helpful with clinical diagnosis, especially if we get a valid protocol. It's also helpful because it has those validity scales on it. So it can let us know if the person who's sitting in front of us is currently potentially exaggerating symptoms.
But it's not a test that is specifically designed to detect malingering.
There is no test specifically designed to detect malingering. All of the tests that we have can detect exaggeration or feigning.
Okay.
I say they don't specifically address the issue of malingering because there is no test that gets to the motivation that would be important to the issue of malingering.
There are, and I'm going to get to this, and specifically in interpreting the MMPI-2, you guys relied upon an article. I think the primary person on it was a Dr. Brand.
Yes.
You're aware that Dr. Brand has other articles dealing with detecting feigning or exaggeration in people with DID.
Yes.
There are some structured interviews that they indicate can be helpful in making a determination of the validity of DID.
Yes.
You guys did not use any of those structured interview techniques talked about in those in that article.
We used the multidimensional inventory for dissociation, which is another self-report that looks at, again, the gamut of the different dissociative symptoms. And it can be particularly helpful for teasing out whether somebody's experiencing a dissociative identity disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder, which is why we chose that test specifically.
Okay, but you didn't, as far as the structured interviews that Dr. Brand talks about can be of assistance in a DID determination, you guys did not use that specific structured interview.
Yeah, there are a couple, and we did not use them specifically because we were already conducting our own semi-structured interview of sanity, which does include a mental status exam, which goes into a number of the symptoms that one might exhibit for different disorders. And we had asked questions as it pertains to the issue of dissociative identity disorder. And those structured interviews, they simply go off of the criteria as it's outlined in the DSM, and they don't have validity measures. So we didn't see the utility in adding that to our interview.
Okay. And in the back to the article by Dr. Brand, dealing with the MMPI-2, I mean, and not only Dr. Brand, but there's other literature that indicates people with dissociative identity disorder can score higher on the MMP-2.
Yes.
And they can legitimately give answers that would lead for other types of diagnosis would be indicative of an invalid response.
Yeah, the limitation with the MMPI-2, especially in these types of circumstances, is that there's a lot of items on this test, and there's a lot of item overlap on the scales themselves. And on some of the scales that detect the issue of exaggeration, it incorporates items that speak to issues of trauma. So when you have somebody who has a significant trauma history or even a dissociative identity disorder, it is said that they can elevate those scales and still be responding genuinely. And the MMPI has a third scale that looks at the issue of exaggeration that takes some of the trauma stuff out of it and just looks primarily at issues of what you would see in psychiatrically hospitalized inpatients. And she still elevated that one as well, which is you could say, prototypic profile of an individual who might be exaggerating issues of dissociative identity disorder.
And just for the exact quote by Dr. Brand at the beginning, or I think it's like the third paragraph, and I think it's a she, so I'm going to go. It's Bethany Brand, so I'm going to make the assumption here. She indicates the ability to classify individuals with severe trauma in DID correctly is challenging, as individuals with trauma-related disorders characteristically, it's been a long day.
Characteristically.
Thank you very much. Display high scores on a clinical and validity scales including on the MMPI-2. These traumatized patients may be misclassified as malingerers or psychotic because of the elevated scores on multiple scales.
Yes.
And basically what they do is they do a study to try to figure out what questions on the MMP2 would be indicated of of actual patients who have been diagnosed with DID versus people who are attempting to malinger or feign DID.
Yeah, they compare them to people who have been coached by somebody in terms of what does dissociative identity disorder look like, as well as those who have not been coached. So they would just be going off of what they believe they know about dissociative identity disorder.
Sybil. Awesome.
Potentially.
Okay. And basically what they did, so they had 3 groups of people, people with DID, people who've been coached in DID, and non-coached. They gave them all the MMP2, and then they compared scores. And what they found was certain scores seemed to indicate were endorsed more by the coached or the non-DID people than people with actual DID.
Yes.
And you guys use that in kind of making your determination that her scores did not fit with somebody who has DID.
Yes.
Do you have the raw data with you?
I should have the raw data with me. From which administration?
Let's go with the first one.
I'm ready.
And so it kind of, and taking that and then comparing it, and do you have the article by Dr. Brand?
I do.
All right. Basically what Dr. Brand, and there's actually Dr. Brand and like 7 or 8 other people that helped with this article. They had some different scales, and they had basically DID endorsement direction. They had kind of most and then kind of least in comparison of the 2 groups, or the comparison of the 3 groups. Right?
Yes.
And then they kind of went to specific questions and had kind of percentages of, how much of the DID group endorses versus the coach group and versus the uncoached group.
Correct.
One of the questions, there's question number 12, which dealt with sexual difficulty. The DID endorsement group was at 90%. So 90% of people with actual DID, in response to that question, what dealt with sexual difficulty, 90% indicated that they had that. And it's a true-false question, right?
Yes.
And 76% of the coach group indicated they had that, but only 59% of the uncoached group listed that as a symptom.
Correct.
She actually listed that she had that as a symptom.
Correct.
And so at least with that, in that question, she would be consistent with an actual DID group.
Well, I would argue that I don't know that that is the best item specifically to differentiate, given that 90% is a substantial majority, but I would also consider 76% a majority.
Okay.
And 59% is more than
use it.
half.
Well, in regards
I do
to
that.
question 66, which deals with lack of regard for law enforcement,
I do that all the time.
only 1.9% of the DID group endorsed that. That's compared with almost 29% of the coached and almost 50% of the uncoached group.
Yes.
And she said that she would be consistent in her response with the actual DID group.
Yes.
Again, question 123, rejection of law enforcement laws.
Yeah.
DID group that had it, 3.8, coached 16, uncoached 53.7. She denied having that. So she would be consistent in that question
No,
with the DID
interesting,
group.
Michelle.
As well as the coached.
Yes. Would it surprise you on, well, I'm not going to go through every one.
Okay.
Would it surprise you that she, on the questions that they list as kind of the flags, that 58% of the time she is consistent with the DID group?
And I would say almost the same with all of the others. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. In your report, when you're talking about how kind of her speech and so forth, at one point you indicate she displayed a tendency to provide unnecessary and unsolicited detail, a shift to unrelated topics, not responding to questions, and requiring redirection.
Yes.
Could that be consistent with loose association?
I wouldn't call it a loose association necessarily. It's that rambling behavior that maybe we saw in watching some of the interviews. Sorry.
In the rambling behavior, and I understand you're not calling it loose association, it appears, at least in the videos that we watched yesterday, would you agree, the topic that she's talking about somewhat seems to correlate it with it. And what I mean by that, of all the videos that we watched yesterday, when that one where she's talking about the abuse, suffered in James, that to me seemed pretty rambling and almost a loose association.
I'd have to go back and look at that specifically. I would say that generally speaking, she had a tendency to ramble. She would usually come back to the main point or the topic, but sometimes she did need to be asked the question again simply because she had strayed.
Okay. And so you ended up diagnosing her with a personality disorder and borderline with narcissistic features. Would that be?
Yes.
What are the similarities between dissociative identity disorder and borderline personality disorder?
There's some overlap, although I'd say that the nature of the symptoms tend to be different, but they both have that identity disturbance. They both have issues with mood swings. They're both correlated, even though it's not a specific criteria for DID, with suicidal behavior and attempts, as well as impairment in functioning.
And in fact, there was some literature, I think like almost 20 years ago, but trying to say that there's no such thing as dissociative identity disorder, and it's just a presentation of borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of it?
If that's the article from 1988 that you provided.
There was a different one. It was another one by Dr. Brand, who seems to do a lot in this. It was the separating fact from fiction, an empirical examination of the 6 myths about dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I did read that one.
And the one that she disproves is the myth that DID is the same entity as a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, I would agree that they are two distinct things and they can coexist with one another.
Okay. And so they could be comorbid.
Yes.
And what does comorbid mean?
Comorbid means you have both of them at the same time.
And borderline personality disorder has a correlation with childhood trauma.
Yes.
While it's not like the same as DID is almost all 100%, anywhere between 95 and 100% associated with childhood trauma. Just to be fair, borderline doesn't have that strong a correlation, but there's definitely a correlation.
There's definitely a correlation. I don't know what the percentages might be, but since it's a maladaptive personality characteristics type of disorder that develops in late adolescence into adulthood, it's usually stemming from some of those problematic issues that you see in abuse or neglect or disruptive homes.
And similar to DID, it also has a correlation with disorganized attachment style.
It does.
And it kind of goes on, one of the main features of borderline personality disorder is a almost irrational attachment to a romantic partner.
For borderline personality?
Yes.
With borderline personality disorder, as it pertains to the issues of romantic attachments or even familial attachments, people that you're close to, you see a pattern of idealizing them and devaluing them, and it can change very rapidly. So that's where that push-pull comes into effect.
And borderline personality, where does that term come from?
Ooh, it's from a while ago. I do know that borderline personality disorder originated in issues associated with neurosis and psychosis way back in the day, before it became officially a personality disorder.
And the thought was it was on the border between neurosis and psychosis.
Yes.
Because oftentimes people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from psychosis.
Yes, they do have the psychosis.
Okay.
The DSM says transient psychosis. The research says it's not always transient.
Okay. And what the DSM talks about, I mean, so people with borderline personality disorder, especially in times of high stress, can suffer from video and audio hallucinations.
Visual. You said video and audio, but
thank you.
Visual and auditory hallucinations.
And sometimes from delusions.
You see paranoia more so than anything else. I would say that it doesn't always rise to the level of a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to not be based in anything that
This is what the channel is for, right here. Most of us have chronic illnesses or abuse history or whatever. This is a safe place to talk about it. That's what I want this channel to be. So anytime you want to unload in the chat, go ahead. Not a problem. My only rules are no foul language, no extreme foul language, no extremely divisive topics, a little bit of religion, like I'm a Christian, if you're Jewish or pagan or whatever, Catholic, if you want to say what you are or what you believe, fine. Don't argue about stuff though. Same with politics. Don't like getting to the nitty gritty where we're arguing over stuff. Other than that, we're here for each other. If you need to talk about something, go ahead.
it's reality. I think that they are quick to be suspicious about other individuals, which is where the paranoia can come in. And it can rise to that level of delusion. It just depends on the person and the severity of the presentation.
And so I guess you have some different, so is there more literature coming out now that psychosis would be longer present as opposed to transitory?
In borderline personality disorder, it tends to be transient, meaning temporary. It comes and it goes. The difference between delusions, as you might see them in a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, is that the individual with a borderline personality disorder and that paranoia that can even enter the realm of delusion is that they tend to maintain more awareness and insight, and they're able to test whether something is based in reality or not. So they still stay within this realm of reality compared to a psychotic disorder that tends to not do that, and they tend to believe the things that they are hearing, whether it's an auditory hallucination or even the delusions that start to develop in their minds.
And would you agree that the characteristics of borderline disorder can kind of foster somebody who will make falsifications or distort the truth or lie or almost pathological lying?
That can happen.
And part of that reason is because people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, they lack kind of a consistent identity of self.
They do have trouble with their own identity. That's one of the criteria.
They kind of have contradictory towards views of themselves. Sometimes they think they're wonderful. Sometimes they think they're the worst thing in the world.
Yes.
They can be prone to loose and unstructured situations, and sometimes they can have that transient loss of reality.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
And they're also one of the things with borderline personality disorder, they can also be very impulsive.
Yes.
And so all of those features can lead to somebody who may almost pathologically lie.
Potentially.
Like
Something that we
Amber
may have-
Heard.
It's going to depend on a case by case type of thing. You don't see pathological lying in all cases of borderline personality disorder, but
It can be seen in people with borderline personality disorder.
yes.
And again, not in all cases, but the underlying cause of both DID and borderline personality disorder can be similar as far as like the childhood trauma and disruptive household.
Yes.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in the Colorado statutes or in any case law that precludes borderline personality disorder from
You were
being a
saying it was
significant
too
mental
cold the
illness
other
that
day.
could in some cases rise to the level of insanity.
Yeah, I don't know any case law associated with that. And the statute explicitly doesn't speak to what disorders can or cannot rise to the level of a mental disease or defect.
Well, it kind of excludes antisocial personality disorder.
Thank you. It excludes antisocial personality disorder and issues associated with substance use.
Okay. But any other type of mental illness, depending upon the circumstances, is not necessarily excluded by the statute.
Correct.
And the DSM-5 doesn't make any distinguishing between the level of severity. The DSM-5 itself doesn't make any differentiating between the level of mental illness between a personality disorder and even schizophrenia.
There's no severity level specifically associated with the DSM criteria.
Okay, the DSM itself doesn't say this is a serious mental issue and this is just nothing.
Because that's going to depend upon how much it's impacting the individual.
And that's kind of what we look at, is to see, we judge it by how much it impacts that individual's life.
And that's part of the analysis of a sanity evaluation.
And you talked about generally with somebody who is going to rise to the level of insanity, we would have to have, generally, I mean, especially when we're talking about, I can't distinguish right from wrong, you're generally talking about psychosis.
Generally speaking, given that the definition of mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs perception and understanding of reality, psychosis tends to be the one that we see most frequently.
And conceding that Ms. Stauch is not the most reliable narrator, especially in the second interview that we watched, she does relate symptoms that could be consistent with psychosis.
She says that she experiences them, yes.
Yes. And finally, lastly, in the definition of insanity in Colorado, it's whether or not you know right from wrong, not whether or not you know something is a crime.
Correct, it's different.
And somebody can know something, think what they're doing is right, but still know that it's a crime.
Yes.
And I think that's what you were kind of alluding to. You could be insane by definition. Think I am killing somebody because I think they're the Antichrist and going to bring the end of the world, but still try to hide that so that I don't go to jail for something that I think is good because of my mental illness, but know that I could suffer consequences for that.
It comes up.
And so it would not be the fact that I am trying to avoid punishment because of it's criminal. That in and of itself, while it could be a factor that you're looking at, doesn't necessarily exclude insanity.
I would say it's one of the data points that we consider looking at a variety of data points when coming to a determination.
Absolutely. But again, kind of Mr. Young was kind of indicating on his, direct view, I can't remember if you or Dr. Grimmett, that, and this happens, sometimes you will have people who, I've had clients who are insane, who are paranoid schizophrenics, who have gone off their medication, and they may brutally kill their own children. And then they'll just be sitting there in the blood waiting for the police to come. That happens.
Yes.
And that makes it pretty easy.
It does.
I mean, it's, they're talking about I had to get the devil out of her, and she's sitting there, and that's an easy determination. But you can have people that could be suffering from a psychosis that they think that they have to do this, but still try to cover up the crime. And that person could, not necessarily always, could still meet the legal definition of insanity.
It would depend upon the circumstances.
Absolutely.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. And it's not excluded by the statute.
It's not excluded by the statute.
We have just a moment. Thank you very much, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
Redirect Mr. Young.
Yes, thanks, Judge.
Let me clear out of it.
Anything's possible, right?
Many times.
I could go through the DSM-5 and read you all kinds of criteria and say, hey, this is possible, correct?
I would say it depends.
You probably hate when lawyers do that. I can get one depends with him. I'm going to read something from the DSM-5 and then ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
It says, because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systematic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources.
Yes.
That comes right out of antisocial personality disorder diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And so deceitfulness and manipulation may apply to many mental illnesses.
I'd say yes. And at the same time, with these types of evaluations, the issue of not being completely forthcoming or truthful is something that we're always taking into consideration.
Especially in a criminal case where you're doing a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
In the DSM-5, we talked about the cautionary statement, maybe not with you, but other witnesses. You're familiar with that?
I am.
Caution should be used when using this manual in forensic settings.
Yes.
Did you consider antisocial personality disorder in this evaluation?
We didn't see sufficient information to diagnose an antisocial personality disorder here.
And is that because you didn't have enough information since the age of 15, which is kind of the first step in that?
Well, you are looking at lifetime functioning for many of the personality disorders. But when it comes to antisocial personality disorder, there was just not very much there from what we had access to.
let me go through 3 criteria because it says you need 3 criteria to evaluate if you have information from the age of 15.
Okay.
Criteria 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Do you think those 3 criteria apply to Ms. Stauch's case?
I think it's possible. I also think some of the other things that we see in the personality disorders that we noted could account for a little bit of that.
And so antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
It's in the DSM, and it can certainly cause impairment in functioning. And when it comes to legal issues, antisocial personality disorder is excluded because it's associated with criminal behavior.
And that's right in the definition of insanity, is it not?
Yes.
When you state in your report that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms, to the definition of mental disease or defect, what did you and Dr. Gray mean by that?
We mean that we diagnosed the specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, and we ruled out the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and an unspecified anxiety disorder. But essentially what we're saying is that in none of these disorders do we see Ms. Stauch presenting with symptoms that would impair her perception or understanding of reality.
Are you giving your opinions because the hospital has overcrowding issues?
No.
What would happen to your license if you came in here and did something like that?
It would not be good.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do the job you're doing right now, right?
Correct.
DID is a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
And in the DSM-5, it talks about a study that they did with a group of classified people.
Yes.
What classified people are we talking about?
I don't have access to that study, but it does mention something about substance use. So I wondered if it wasn't conducted in a substance use facility or potentially in some sort of inpatient setting.
And they list out the percentage of people in that
No,
group
I'm with you too,
that
Nicole.
had DID as 1.4 or 1.4%
Correct.
out of that small group
Yes.
who has mental illness issues.
Yes.
So that's not related to all society, although I think, well, I'm not going to ask you that. You know what I'm saying? I think anybody who goes to see a psychotherapist is probably going to be diagnosed with something. It's like when you go get your car changed, you need tires.
I would hope not.
At least you didn't say it depends. But we don't know who's in that group, but needless to say, it's a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
Are there any studies that indicate how often that diagnosis is fake in a criminal setting?
I wouldn't have percentages associated with that, and I'm not sure that I've read that anywhere. When it comes to dissociative identity disorder specifically, it is cautioned when it is used in a criminal setting because of the gain that a person might receive by saying that, essentially that it wasn't them, that it was a different personality.
It's kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right?
Correct.
I have another personality who happens to be a psychopath or antisocial personality disorder that I can't control.
Correct.
Pretty easy thing to just say, right?
Yeah, his name's Jim McIntyre.
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the childhood trauma that's associated with Ms. Stauch. She told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say she was 10 to 12 when this happened.
I think once she told us she was 9 and once she told us she was 12, so we stuck with somewhere between 9 to 12.
Now, Is this something that's suppressed for over 20 years and just coincidentally comes out during the death of her stepson?
It's hard to believe.
Why is that?
As we've mentioned or talked before, essentially, you would have expected to see it at some other point manifesting itself, especially if she herself is saying that she's had these different personalities, including the personality of Maria since she was 16 years old.
And we talked about this again, but family members, when we talk about, as Mr. Cellini said, it sometimes it takes 6 to, I believe he said 12 years for it to be diagnosed, is because family members may not know what's going on because there's blackout periods and they can't explain it, things like that.
Potentially.
Is it rare that the individual themselves would know what's going on with it, or would they have to seek help and get into therapy for 6 to 12 years until they figure that out?
That's another, it's going to be, it depends on the presentation and what it is that they are going through. If it is so severe that they are blacking out, finding themselves in different locations, cities, acquiring objects that they have no memory of acquiring, you would think that they would say something to someone.
And the first time that you or Dr. Gray ever learned anything about the potential of Ms. Stauch having dissociative identity disorder is based on a psychological test that you did during the competency evaluation. Is that right?
Well, during the competency evaluation, we weren't looking for dissociative identity disorder. It was never brought up. She did not mention it. Her attorneys did not mention it.
What?
Well, let me I could be wrong.
No
I
way.
thought yesterday you said there was a test that you asked her about because you answered it a certain way. Am I?
Yes. No, that is correct. Because we gave, during the competency evaluation, 2 psychological tests. One was the personality assessment inventory, the PAI, is the first one that we gave, and she invalidated it. Given that we saw her the following day to finish up our interview, we asked her specifically about some of
And
the
then
items
Curry isn't gonna
on that
know
test that
what
caused
she
the
claimed in
invalidation,
this trial.
just to see if we could get a better understanding of what happened here. Why was this test invalidated? And one of those questions happened to be an item that asked about whether or not she felt like she had 3 or 4 personalities inside of her. And she had said true. So we simply read the item to her. We ask her, what were you thinking? What does this mean to you when you say true? And even when we asked her about that, she did not talk about having different personality states. She did not name any of these other personalities. Her response to us was essentially talking about different mood states, saying, well, sometimes I feel very competitive when I'm playing sports. Sometimes I feel more compassionate, or sometimes I feel like I lack empathy with my family.
You're still going to see all this evidence, though.
And then was it during the second competency evaluation where Dr. Grimmett actually looked into the DID diagnosis and said it doesn't apply here? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was well after she had been in the jail for months.
Yeah, I forget exactly how far after our evaluation Dr. Grimmett conducted hers.
And Dr. Christine Moore, who is a psychologist at the jail, who was meeting with Ms. Stauch almost on a weekly basis, would she be in a good position, based on her weekly conversations with Ms. Stauch, to make a decision as to whether or not she had dissociative identity disorder?
Potentially, and it might depend upon what Ms. Stauch told her. As I imagine, I mean, I bet Dr. Moore could tell you better than me, but I imagine that those meetings could potentially be pretty brief.
Do you recall reviewing her notes where she indicated there's no symptoms of dissociative identity disorder based on what Ms. Stauch was telling you?
I remember those notes suggesting that situational anxiety associated with her case was the predominant thread of a diagnosis that they saw during her jail time.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any
Oh, are we
questions
done?
for Dr. Torres? Looks like we have a couple.
I usually don't go.
Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those in council approach, please.
How are we not almost done? Maybe the jury had a bunch of questions. At Disney's Hollywood Studios, there's a ride where it's like you're piloting the Millennium Falcon. And Hondo Tanaka, if you're not a Star Wars fan, he's one of the minor characters, but after all the sequels and everything, he and Chewie and Hondo, Chewbacca and Hondo, fly the Millennium Falcon on missions and stuff. So you're flying the Millennium Falcon for them. So Hondo gives you your mission briefing when you go in to fly. And when Travis and I went, we wrote it twice. And when we came in the second time, they must use facial recognition because Travis and I walked in and Hondo's on the screen in front of us and he looked at us and went, "Oh no, not you two again." Oh, it was so funny. We didn't do any better the second time than we did on the first. Yeah, we got worse. I want the Lego version too, but it's really expensive. There's a Lego store at Disney Springs, and they have probably every Lego set ever produced. Probably not the ones that are, not available anymore, but I found a crochet pattern for the Millennium Falcon. Oh, cool. I've never been to Vegas. I take that back. I did. I was 4. They must have a lot of jury questions.
A person with multiple personalities refer to themselves as I when describing the actions that a different personality carried out.
I don't think so.
And let me know if you need the exhibit for this.
Wow.
And I'm sorry, it's late Friday, and I'm not even sure if you were the witness that had this exhibit, but that's where we're going to start. We were shown how the defendant performed the clock test well on the first competency test. We were told she performed the same test poorly on the second competency test. And I think you were asked the question about, were you aware of the test that was done by Dr. Lewis? Is that right?
Yes, we gave the clock drawing. Oh, is there more?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to make sure that we were thinking about the same thing.
Yes.
Why would the same test be used twice when the first one could train the defendant how to perform or not perform on the second?
Okay. I'm just going to say a little bit to clarify this situation, but during our initial competency evaluation, we gave a brief cognitive screener to see if there were any cognitive problems on it, which is where that clock drawing came in. And she did it fine with us. I don't think the issue of the clock drawing comes up again until Dr. Lewis's evaluations. meaning I don't recall that Dr. Grimmett gave that specific test or knowing any results associated with a clock drawing test there. And in Dr. Lewis's
Banana flavored Skittles.
administration of that specific test, the clock came out very different and looks impaired. In terms of why would the same test be given? At this point in time, we would have given that test sometime in 2020. So ostensibly, Dr. Lewis would have given it at some time in 2022. And I think I noted that we gave a cognitive screener, but that test specifically is supposed to be sensitive to issues of brain impairment or some sort of brain dysfunction. If something had happened in between 2020 and 22, like a substantial head injury,
Banana
it could
berry.
impact the results on that particular test.
I expected lemon and I got.
But to answer the question more specifically, why would we give the same sort of test at two different times? Depending on the test, sometimes the person might respond differently. So for example, we talked about the MMPIs being administered multiple times, 3 times in this case across the years. That test is more sensitive to what is going on with the person right now. So you could give it last year and you could give it this year and get different results depending upon what's happening with the person if they're receiving treatment. With cognitive tests, those tend to be more stable across time in terms of any issues associated with deficits. But like I said, if something is happening or if something has happened, it can change the results on the test from one administration to the next. And we even see it with issues of severe psychosis. Somebody who's acutely mentally ill with severe psychosis might perform cognitively worse, get treatment, and then perform cognitively better. So there is benefit to giving it at different times.
All right. And then I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit. But let's assume that you believe everything that the defendant has told you and everything that she said in her story. So you're not looking at, I guess, correlating information or anything like that. The question is, if you believe everything the defendant said in her story, would you diagnose the defendant with dissociative identity disorder?
Just basing it off of her self-report?
That seems to be the question, yes.
I think I still would not, because the way that she describes creating the personalities, being able to have some sort of control switching between worlds, to me, that is inconsistent with the nature of a dissociative identity disorder being something that is involuntary, overwhelming, and uncontrollable.
I will allow reasonable follow-up to those questions only. Prosecution?
Just briefly, Your Honor. You don't know why Dr. Lewis administered that cognitive thinking test.
I don't know why.
Consulted her prior to her doing that?
No.
Did you ever consult with her?
We never spoke with her specifically. We just read her report and saw some of the testing and watched the videos.
Defense?
Whether or not somebody with dissociative identity disorder could refer to themselves as I when relaying information that another personality did. Wouldn't that be somewhat conditioned on that individual and how that disease is presenting themselves in that person?
I suppose it's possible, but whenever I hear somebody say I assume they are talking about themselves.
And then lastly, the question, if you took as face value everything that she said, I understand some of the stuff would be inconsistent with DID and not having control, but at least in relationship to how she described Maria, the Maria personality, that would be more consistent with somebody who had DID, in that she said she did not have control of Maria or access to Maria's memories.
I would be looking at the whole presentation as opposed to just a part of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres. You can step down.
Thank you. Am I excused?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
I suppose I should ask, you're under subpoena by the attorneys, prosecution?
We want to play some more videos with you.
Okay.
Kidding.
All right. Defense? Okay. Yep, you are. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our weekend break again.
All right. I'm sorry I kept you guys so late today. I usually don't go this late, but today was a good day. It was very interesting. It wasn't a lot of boring stuff, and I wanted to get through it. Man, is she nuts? Not legally, but she's nuts. Okay, guys. I will see you in the morning at 9. Hopefully tomorrow won't be a boring day. Yeah, it's good. I think it's M&M's. And I forget what it's called. But it's popped in such a way that the M&M's or the chocolate candies, whatever it is, mixes with the popcorn so that the popcorn's got chocolate on it too, but you still have the candy in it. It's really good. The freeze-dried Skittles, I've only seen them at Disney, and they're like $10 a bag. I mean, it's a big bag, but $10? But they had a cake for one of the festivals at Epcot, and it had them on there. And Travis got the cake, and I was eating his Skittles off of his cake. So I'm going to break down and buy a bag one day. I know I am, because they are so good. Okay, guys, I will see you at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much for coming out. Make sure if you're not subscribed that you subscribe, please, because I'm trying to get to 1,000. Oh, yeah, you could. Yeah, my stepdaughters pour chocolate, whatever they're eating, chocolate into their popcorn too. I do sometimes. But usually I eat them separately. I mean, like, I take my chocolate candy and I have my popcorn at the movies and I eat them separately, but no, I'm 3 away from 800. I wish I was doing that good. Yeah, I love Red Hots. Love, love, love Red Hots. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, I had 900 on one of these. It might have been, I don't know. I don't know if it was this trial or the Michael Peterson trial. I had 900 views on one video. And I'm like, if I have 900 views, why don't I have 1,000 subscribers? Okay, guys. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you in the morning. Have a great evening.